Just in time. He barely makes the 5 minutes late that he set for himself. Oh, what is up, everybody? How you guys doing? Oh, I don't even have music. This is all a mess. Let's see. And there we go. There's some intro music. What's up? What's up? What's up? How we doing? Oh, it is very, very good to be back. I am sad that I had to take Monday off, but I definitely have gotten better at knowing when I need days off. And that was definitely one of them. What up, tons of fun, Undead King? What up, what up? How you guys doing? Very, very nice to see you guys. Yeah, I was right as I was sitting down to press go live. And this cute little thing, she has the like little like talking buttons where like you can record a little message. What up, Nanoverse? And she can press it. And one of them is to go to the bathroom. And it was just like right as I was sitting down to go live, I hear outside. I love that you just take the newspaper's ideas, put anything you want in the headline as long as it ends with, yes, sir. Richard, that's the game. That is the game. Morons are badasses. I will say, I think my new strategy is to relate the title to my takeaway from the last episode. Because I've been struggling with these titles. I don't know what's going to be in the next episode. It's not like I'm out here pre-watching. So how do I title the stream that's not, episode 9 or something? And that does get me into my takeaway from episode 8. Are they morons? Or are they badasses? What up, John? How you doing? That is my takeaway. And this is partially a Critical Role takeaway. This is partially a takeaway from a video that I watched by a channel that I really like that I've mentioned before, Overly Sarcastic Productions. They do a series called Trope Talks. And I really love the channel. Really think that they could have a better name, but that's fine. The content's amazing. And I was just watching a trope talk that they did called Crouching Moron Hidden Badass, which is a character trope that is probably most well defined by Goku from Dragon Ball Z, where there is a character who is a pretty much bumbling idiot until the situation requires them to suddenly rise to the occasion and be a total badass. Are we moron or are we dancer? Are we dancer? So I was thinking about that in relation to the Critical Role, especially to Scanlan's character. And something that she pointed out that can lead to potential audience frustration. She makes these videos mostly in reference to writers, people writing narratives, stories, but I think it really applies to DMs, writing campaign arcs. And something that she talked about with the crouching moron hidden badass trope is that if the character can sometimes feel flat or the audience can get disengaged with it if the moronic actions are actively detrimental to the badassery, if that makes sense. So Goku sometimes falls into this where he will actively let potential opponents go and train so that he can have a harder fight. In the fiction of the world, that's like, his culture, so it makes sense, but it can still be slightly annoying. And when there is no in-fiction reason for their moron side to affect their badass side is when you can get a lot of audience annoyance, and some potential de-investment from the character. And I was thinking about this specifically in terms of Vex, Scanlan, and Grog. Now, not all of these three are equal, and I'm not going to say equal things about them. Grog is a badass and also a moron, and his badassery is not hidden. He actually does not fit this trope at all. Because the whole point of the trope is that we don't really know that they're a badass. Like, it's not apparent on first glance. Grog is very apparent. But someone like Vex, this is kind of the core issue with shiny disease. Like, and with taking care of trinket disease. Like, she has these things where, like, the taking care of trinket is actually fine because there's like a character, there's an in-fiction reason that she is so concerned about trinket. So that kind of fits into the Goku sphere, where sometimes she will make bad decisions that actively negate or are detriments to the rest of the party, and that her badass side may not agree with. But they have an in-fiction reason. It is because she loves Trinket. Trinket is her beloved pet. She will make equally moronic decisions in pursuit of gold. She will stop to loot a body in the middle of an active war zone if it might mean 30 more silver in her pocket. Actively moronic. And she's very unassuming. So that's where she kind of fits into this trope of the hidden badass. Scanlan is the exact same way, where he is this active comic relief, active, moron, but displays badass qualities when he is really put to the test. So when they're in the city, when they're in low-stakes situations, he's just viciously mocking people. He's playing into that comic relief, joking type of trait. But when it comes down to it, he reveals his badass side. However, sometimes the moron takes over. And that is where Scanlan, as a character, can sometimes lose the plot a little bit. When, he is a badass, and I think it's been revealed that he's actually older than, most of the characters. He's actually potentially the oldest character, but he still acts like a man-child, which is fine, and he has a level of self-awareness, but sometimes when he actually brings out the badass side, it can be a little in conflict with this moron side. I don't think that it is too pervasive. And let me make that clear. I think that Vex and Scanlan are both solid characters, but it is something to consider, especially when writing NPCs. I think most often in TTRPGs, NPCs are the ones that most often fall into this trope, where you're traveling along with someone that you thought you were guarding in the caravan, and then you get attacked, the party's losing, turns out the person that you were guarding is actually a hidden badass, and they fucking help you in the fight and you clean it up. And if those NPCs have been played as jokes, and if they've been maybe doing things that are making the caravan more risky or more dangerous as it goes on, the party might be like, wait, you were a badass the whole time, but you were fucking sending up smoke signals to let them know where our location is? What are you doing? That's not what's going on here. So it's something to keep in mind when writing these NPCs or your characters. The CR are quite good at embracing their PC's flaws. It's something I have a hard time incorporating into PCs I make in character creation. And that is something really important to sort of qualify and grapple with. Is the reason I was thinking about this specifically in terms of last episode is with Vex. She made a small comment, I believe, could also be a dream, but let's assume it's reality. I believe I remember her making a comment about like, hey, we don't have time to loot the body, let's truck forward. Which is just insane for her to say. And so I'm all about like playing into flaws, as long as like the flaw is not how to put it. As long as the flaw has like a consistent and in fiction reason for existing. I think one of the issues, or not one of the issues, but one of the complications, especially with Season 1 Critical Role, is that a lot of these characters have been defined and played through and really fleshed out for months, if not years, before we ever see them on screen. So they might have given Vex very good in-fiction reason to be gold obsessed, but I've never seen it as an audience member. But that's kind of just an issue with Season 1, not necessarily with the actors. But it's just something to keep in mind as general advice. If you have flaws, have in-fiction reasons for those flaws, and make sure to play into those reasons. Make sure that it's not just like this super generic, like, moron behavior. Like, I'll admit, sometimes Scanlan can fall into, of, like, pooping on the bed during a very time-sensitive and important dungeon crawl. Like, that's not a flaw, really. That's just haha poop. But I agree with you. I think that on the whole, the characters are very good at playing into their flaws. It's just when we look at it, and that's also something that I'll add as an asterisk. If I ever do some actual plays, or you see me playing characters or DMing eventually, you will likely be able to isolate places where I'm probably not following my own advice. The advice that I'm giving is ideal analysis. We're never going to be able to hit the standard that I am setting in these streams. They are just things to aspire to, strategies, overarching goals for creation, narrative, acting, etc. So I like to point out my critiques when I have them, but no one is ever going to be flawless. Literally ever. It's just how it goes. But yeah, with that, that was my general takeaway. I do really recommend, if you want a better idea of what I'm talking about with that Crouching Moron hidden badass, do go and look up that Overly Sarcastic Productions video. It's Trope Talks with that title. And I would really recommend it because it was something that I did not realize I had made before. And it is hyper common in things like anime. So if you're into anime and you're sometimes basing some of your story arcs on those things, you could accidentally be implementing that trope without realizing it. And that trope isn't necessarily bad if you do it right. So let's see. With all that being said, with my takeaway from episode 8 complete, we are going to go into episode 9. Let's see. I gotta pull up I wasn't nearly as prepared today as I normally am. So let's grab that. It's Clark Kent Superman. Yeah. Yeah. I think, honestly, a maybe slightly more apt version in terms of, like, superheroes with their aliases sometimes causing trouble is Spider-Man. Peter Parker will frequently do moronic shit that gets Spider-Man into shitloads of trouble. Sometimes it's fictionally explained, and like sometimes it has to do with deeper character motives and emotions. And sometimes it's just him being a dumbass, which often doesn't fit with Spider-Man's whole vibe. Spider-Man's like very clever as a superhero. Flash also sometimes has these moments where like he's witty and sarcastic as Flash, and then Barry Allen is a raging dumbass occasionally. It really depends on the run. I think all comics have a few instances of this trope. But yeah. Oh boy. I had not read the title yet. We, my friends and family, are looking at Yog Viril Discovered. We are going to get a look at the Mind Flayer City. This is going to be good. I just have to change. Actually, this is actually a good test. Let me know if you guys can hear, if you guys are hearing double in a second. I'm going to play the video. Let me know if you guys hear double. Did we hear anything? Did we hear nothing? I was watching the audio levels and it looked like you hear no audio. Okay. That's good to know. That's good to know. I can fix that. I was experimenting with something that might allow me to not wear these headphones, but I will have to experiment with it later. And we'll just go with the normal setup for now. Let's see. I hear double nothing. Richard, I appreciate the double nothing. What up, Flame Lord? Welcome. I don't recognize your username. Welcome to the party. I appreciate having you. All right, let's see. We're back to normal audio setup.
Wondrous journey of practice.
Oh, and that audio level on OBS looked good, so I think we're good to go on the normal setup. So, with that, we will get set here, set there. And John gave us some time codes, an absent player announcement, and their reaction. Let's skip straight to there. John is thorough, so I believe that pretty much all of this beforehand didn't need to be there. Well, not didn't need to be there, but it was just set up. Let's see.
Hello and welcome back. So, before we start, a couple quick announcements and things we want to get out to you guys. One, unfortunately, Ashley cannot be here tonight. So we're missing Pike, sadly. I'll be controlling her as the terrible AI for the...
Honestly, shocked that she was here for so long. Based on what I heard, I thought Ashley Johnson was going to be in it for like 4 episodes. I thought she was just going to be constantly gone. So congrats on her for actually having such a streak.
Evening. Apologies in advance, guys. She's only your healer. Also, as a note, we're still doing the subscriber giveaways tonight. Our next goal is 2,700 subscribers. We'll be giving away another tabletop promo kit that are exclusive only to this now. You cannot find them anywhere else. So we'll be giving one of those away to somebody in the chat room once we hit 2,700 subscribers, which is awesome. Also, we have our charity we run every week, 826LA. Rochelle, if you want to explain that a little bit.
Yes, 826LA is a nonprofit tutoring program for kids K through 12th grade, and they're really big on creative writing and storytelling. And they also have a storefront, the Time Travel Mart in Echo Park. Thank you. And Mar Vista. There's also one in Mar Vista, and there might.
Oh, that's right. In my I was just like starting to I heard the interesting stuff stop and forgot that you had more time codes for me. I was like, they'll get to it. But I have a Critical Role historian in the chat, which makes everything so much easier.
It's there, so even easier way of getting to them. Check it out. Anyway, so into the game. You go ahead and get the music going. So I think that's a required aspect of this, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm always nervous in the first 5 minutes.
No.
You remember how to play.
Alrighty.
Okay, here we go.
So, as a quick overview as to where we were, the party essentially was given a quest from the capital city of Iman to find the missing...
Okay, and since most of you guys have seen the campaign, I normally skip the recaps. If there's anyone who wants me to watch the recap, I'm down to do so, but just throw it in my chat. Otherwise, I'm going to skip ahead to that 25-minute time code that John just posted. But essentially, I'll do like a 30-second recap. They went through the dungeon. Grog got kidnapped. They went over a bad vibes field, killed an anime villain, and now they found Grog on like a flaying table, about to get turned into an abomination. And we're gonna rescue him.
Tunnel passageway. And that is where we have left off. So,
I think I've got a plan.
Oh, because I did too.
You have a plan.
No, I want to hear
Multiple
yours.
plans.
So
Let's do them both without telling and just see what happens.
I'll Rochambeau you for
I actually like this idea,
Keyleth can.
Am I what? Is there some? Okay, wait. Never mind. I don't like it when people like comment on people's changing appearance in general in media. So I'm not gonna. I was gonna say, just so you guys aren't wondering, I was gonna say that Scanlan or Sam looks different, but I caught myself because I hate it when people do that. People were doing it with like Jamie Foxx of being like, "Damn, he looks different after being in the hospital." And it's like, yeah, probably. So I don't want to do that. I'm cutting it off, but just yeah.
Melt through rock. So if we can get the attention of everyone who's
I think it's good to catch yourself when you do something that you don't want to be doing. And I'm doing that right now.
guarding Grog, she could slip through while we're drawing them out and get through and let him go in the midst of the fight.
That works with my plan.
That works with your plans.
My plan was to go in there and distract them while you did something.
Fantastic. Perfect plan.
I like
Hell
that.
yeah.
I hadn't completed the thought because something hadn't been worked
You were
out.
80% there. It was like 80%.
Actually, let me tell you all that Grog is up here. You didn't know.
I assumed you'd come
I
back.
figured.
Yes. No, I'm still
Up and
there.
hiding.
That raises the stakes.
Last week I said, "Come up now,"
Oh,
and
right.
that's when he called.
And I already taken off, so I'm already headed there.
I was when you said come up
Well.
now.
Great.
Well,
So we're there.
Was
Tiberius, roll a stealth check.
Yes.
Right.
great. Tiberius.
Rolling.
Let me show you my collection of tin cans tied to my tail.
Actually, you know what? No, I'm fine. I'll just
roll the shit out of that.
Oh, he used to have a beard. When it comes to Sam changes the constant. I still don't like, I don't like those sorts of discussions of like, wow, they look so different. What happened? But I did forget that he used to have a beard. So that's probably why he looks so different. That's funny. Good to know.
16. Okay. So as Tiberius coasts up along the back portion of Vax's arrival point,
No. Where are we going?
Where is everybody?
We're on our way.
Stealth.
I don't know.
Very lovely.
you notice one of the Duragar kind of looks over his shoulder in your direction
And plan over.
and begins to make a few steps in that direction.
Wait. Who? You?
Yeah, he went in
Yeah,
anyway.
and he's not stealthed enough.
All right, I
I'm just
grab
saying-
Tiberius by the snout and pull him back around the edge of that
That's
rock.
what I said
I'm
last
doing
week.
it.
I'm just
doing
continuing
it.
because I remember it when we left off. I was
Okay.
like,
Dagger out,
I followed.
pulling my dagger
As soon
out.
as he did that, I was like, I followed.
All right. So the Duragar continues to move forward towards the edge of the rock.
Okay.
Snout.
We still, can I head that way?
The rest of you, not you, Grog.
And I'm throwing a knife into the dwarf's neck.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, and that.
Well, that's coming over at all.
All right. So the rest of you guys go ahead and roll stealth.
All right.
He's not waiting. We've been doing this for 30 seconds. We're already in a fight.
I'm not going to
I
stand
was
here
gonna
and
distract
wait
them.
for the door guard to walk around
I was
the
going to
corner.
distract them too.
This is
and
a
you
solid
got one of
start.
Classic movie moment.
I'm going in. I'm walking into the camp.
All right.
Wait. Okay. Wait.
Look, okay. I have a complicated relationship with what's going on right now. Obviously, you all have heard me talk about it. I like button pushers. I like people who will just go and do stuff. However, I like that after there's been a legitimate amount of discussion, which maybe is debatable how much there's been in this case. And also, if both of them want to go in and distract, if hilarious that I have them circled in the thumbnail. If these two guys both want to go in and make a distraction, and this is something that you guys can do at your table. This is actionable advice. If you guys are both saying we want to do this thing, but you're saying it separately, just turn to each other and say, how do we do this together? Abandon both of your plans. Both of them have something they want to do, and they are both like kind of like, I want to do it. No, I want to do it. Abandon your plans and just do it together instead. And you can go quick. You can, do like some quick formulations. Something that I love doing in all of my campaigns, and that I encourage my players to do, is I create a playbook. So I create of really common either ability combos or strategies, because those are one of my favorite fucking tropes and shticks from like heist movies or criminal movies, is let's do a Cairo. No, we can't do a Cairo. The security's too tight. All right, well then let's do a Paris croissant. I love those. I think that's a really fun thing. And so I will often write down sort of these types of plays. My favorite one in my campaign right now is Large and Larger, where the sorcerer twin casts Enlarge Reduce, and the Rune Knight grows in size. So you just have two fucking large boys ready to bully anything that comes by. Travis, thumbs up. Yep, these are my teammates. Yeah. He's just like, yep, just go. Travis is a good button pusher because he's respectful of other people's time and effort. Also, thank you so much to my wife. I forgot to eat and make dinner. Even though I had it all prepped for myself, I just forgot to turn on the oven and put it in. And I was going to do it later during one of the breaks, but she did it for me. Thank you, Paige. Everyone in chat, hearts for Paige. But yeah, so where was I? Oh yeah, Grog being a button pusher. If someone else has a plan, if someone else has something they want to do, Grog either backs off or sees how he can be involved in their plan. Tiberius and Scanlan have trouble with that. They both want to do their plan, and they are just going to do it if they can get the airtime. Work together, collaborate, do fun combos. It's one of the joys of D&D.
Are we just abandoning the plan?
No, we're just going for it right now.
All right. Okay.
All right, so the rest of you...
I rolled a 9, so it doesn't even matter.
I rolled a 10, yeah.
Okay, so the rest of you begin trudging in
Jesus
down
Christ.
this tunnel towards the edge.
Oh,
Clarota and Kima are holding up the back rear end.
You know, if you wait 5 minutes...
Oh yeah, sounds good, John. Never... I mean, I appreciate you let me know what's up. I'm down to chat, but don't none of y'all feel pressured like you owe me anything. Y'all don't owe me shit for explanation. If the stream randomly dropped to 0 concurrence, it's all good. I'm down to chat about what you're doing. That also sounds really fun, John. I love me some trivia. But y'all don't have to feel bad if you miss a stream or if you have to jump out early, come in late. It is all good. I am here to provide entertainment and a place, and you guys do not owe me explanation for anything.
I can at least take one out.
Nope.
As Scanlan approaches, the Durgar immediately turns around.
Hi, Duragar.
Can I think?
You right up behind him.
Okay.
I turn into an earth elemental.
All right. Simultaneously, as you approach, the Durgar just looks behind, gives you a glance, so you can see his eyes. Normally, kind of pupilless eyes of the ashy-skinned Durgar, kind of are now glowing with an odd, dull green color that you haven't seen in Durgar previously. And he starts rushing towards you. He's going to make a simultaneous round, rushing up to you for an attack, while you release your 2 attacks against him,
Yes.
and you release your dagger.
Go twinsies.
So. This calls for a music change. All right, so
Music change.
My first one was an ultimate fail.
Okay, good to know. All right, the first Durgar swings at you with his warhammer. To you, Scanlan, that comes down with a 12.
12 versus armor class?
This is your armor class, yeah.
I'm okay.
You pull back and the giant warhammer just swings past you and you duck out of the way. Thankfully,
You're right. You're right, Richard. You guys always remind me. I have so much. I don't have a good memory. I am medicated for ADHD, and I think maybe I need to up my dosage. I don't know, because my memory is still all over the place. But I never remember to up the playback. Also, something I was going to add, they got rid of the chat. Let's go. I love you guys. I love talking to you, but chat did not make sense for this show. At least having it on screen. I much prefer this. Having their like AC and HP stats, knowing their fucking ability scores. Hell yeah, dude. I'm so down with that. I love knowing what their abilities
are relatively small. You're much smaller, as you know. You slip right out of the path of the actual hammer blow. Your first arrow misses. Second one you said hits.
25.
Definitively hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Why? Oh, I'm cursed today. 8.
8 damage.
Damage.
All right. So after he swings past Scanlan, he ducks out of the way. One arrow just cruises over his head, and you hear cats scattering and clattering against the rocks in the distance. He looks over in your direction as the second one just grazes his shoulder. You can see a little bit of blood begin to spill, but it doesn't even turn his head towards the wound. He's still just glaring at you angrily, while you throw your dagger from behind. Him not even aware of your presence currently.
Okay.
Do a really good job.
20 natural.
Yeah!
First of the night. There is a magnet inside this die. I should be just full disclosure. Okay, so natural 20.
We're buying you new dice next week.
You might need new dice as well.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. So, so as you pull full Hyperius back, clutching the front of his snout, keeping him quiet, you pull a dagger out, toss it in the air, catch it, and fling it at full speed, striking true. Go ahead and roll damage.
Doesn't go away permanently yet? Damn, I was hoping. I knew you had told me that it was in the 30s, but I was like, maybe John was wrong for the first time. Unlikely, I know. Well, good that they're starting to get rid of it. Yeah, chat, I think it's cool when, especially I think about it for my own streams in terms of the VOD, because then people can full screen the VOD and they can still see the chat that I'm responding to. But for this, they're never interacting with chat. Why is it on screen? If you're typing into chat, if you want to know what's going on and you're typing, you can see it on the sidebar. It does not need to be on screen. The only benefit of it being on screen for them is maybe if people in the VOD might want to see it, but I really think that that's only important or impactful. Oh, sorry, excuse me. If the streamers are interacting with it. So I much prefer this sort of utilization of that space. Cannot wait until the 30s when that becomes permanent.
Good sneak attack bonus. Also multiply plus the crit.
Yes, he's gone. Okay, right, so 1 plus 47.
All right, so as he turns and the arrow strikes off his shoulder and he glares at you, Vex. He pulls back his hammer again, looking down at Scanlan, coming down for a blow to basically bash his skull in. But he stops suddenly as you see this blade protrude from the front of his skull. His glowing eyes fade back to a dull, pale, whitish color, and his body just slumps onto the ground as your dagger magically returns to your hand from below. Durgar down.
I nod to you.
I step forward and say, is her name Ulara?
Ulara.
Queen Ulara, show yourself. Step out and talk to us. Everyone hold.
And the rest of you are all staying where you are? Are you moving forward with Scanlan?
Oh, you're talking?
Yeah.
We're doing a talking thing?
Yeah.
Let's step up behind him. I want to step up and make him look more posing with me and Trinket behind him.
I am going... Hang on, wait, what are you doing? What?
I want to step up behind Scanlan with a bear behind him and make him look more imposing.
All right.
I'm gonna kind of...
As someone who is easily distracted for the same reason that I have not a great memory, I can confirm. I know. Okay, I'll put it this way. I very, very rarely see anything that I would consider positive or constructive. I see the occasional woo, let's go. That's I would say that's 80% of it is whoa, crazy, just general onomatopoeias. And then it was about 5% of it that I would qualify as your guys' type of chat, where it's actual what I would consider constructive and really positive interactions. And then it was 15% toxic. Like, definitely not the majority, but I've seen some toxic trains go on, and they have moderators that delete comments, but they make it into the VOD. So it is what it is.
Slink back into the shadows and turn into an earth elemental and sink it to the ground.
Okay.
And hopefully they don't see that happen.
Doesn't want to feel it.
Whoa, you're here.
Fades underneath the earth somewhere. Just sips into it almost like sand through an hourglass. You just vanish beneath the surface of the rock.
Great way to leave a party.
She steps forward, making a point to step angrily onto the corpse of the Duergar. You hear the crunching of bone and metal as she steps over his corpse. Percy, you're approaching as well?
I'm staying a little bit back.
Okay, so about there?
Yeah, I'm about there.
All right, Clonosa is going to move off to the side here, and Pike is going to come and kind of get the center point where she feels the most applicable to heal.
DM,
Yes.
where on the map's the queen right now?
You don't see it right
Damn, Richard, that is you're giving me like a +1 and like a -20. Like helping her find something maybe, but like also kind of weird metagaming. Which, like, metagaming is kind of a dirty word. I don't think that poorly of metagamers or metagaming. But when it comes to TTRPGs, I don't think you should crowdsource your metagaming. And then, fucking C2 spoiler, that sucks. That really, really sucks. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, it was pretty epic. Well, no spoilers for me. We'll have to see what I think about it. But I'm generally, if you've been around here, I'm generally like a spoiler-free Samuel. I fully encourage you guys to put episode numbers and to talk in like acronyms or vague allusions. But I generally like to experience shit as it happens, especially with Matt. Me personally thinking that his greatest strength is narrative timing. I do not think that chat has the narrative timing that Matt has, personally. Yeah, the time chat helped her find an item card in her D&D binder was quite creepy. Ooh, yeah, we'll have to see. That's interesting.
Don't see just in
It was addressed out of game, not in character, but yeah, very meta. Interesting. Intriguing.
Grog's right here.
Yo. See what's going on. I rub my ring and I go invisible.
Okay.
Great invisibility.
All right, so Tiberius also vanishes from view. You glance over your shoulder. Vex and notice that Tiberius, he's just gone.
I just want to rewind something real quick. I'm not sure if I misunderstood.
Right?
Grog's right here.
Yo.
Okay, no, never mind. Sorry, I thought he was addressing Grog and then Orion interrupted, but that wasn't what happened.
See what's going on. I rub my ring and I go invisible.
Okay.
Great invisibility.
All right, so Tiberius also vanishes from view. You glance over your shoulder. Vex and notice that Tiberius, he's just gone. Just vanished. All right, so as you shouted this out, the secondary Duergar now turns, and first I'll make a persuasion check.
there.
No, in this case, intimidation, I think is what this is going to be.
Do I roll again?
I'll say okay because it is a different skill.
I'm about to move to the other side. That other level.
Get about there with this round.
22.
22.
Fucking love this.
All right. As you shout this, the Duergar.
Look, man, I've been hypercritical of like, they're rolling in the way that they interact with Matt for skill checks. But if he asks for a skill check, you roll it, and then he asks for another one. Yeah, try to squeeze it a little like, oh, I could roll again. I think that's funny and harmless. C2 Ep9 for the time was addressed out of game. Interesting. Okay.
Grabs this war pick from his side, looks at you angrily, begins to step forward as a giant grizzly bear, and the rest of the party kind of filters up behind you in full like flying V formation. He puts his pick to his side and yells off to his shoulder, "My queen, we've got company!" As he does, the flaps of the far end of the tent here open up. There's a dwarf there, not a Duergar, but a dwarf that is standing there at the side that steps out of the way, and Queen Ulara steps out as well. And you see her angrily look off to the side. Well then, it appears that we have some business to discuss. She begins to step past the front of the fireway, stopping right next to the fire pit, just kind of keeping a good 15-foot distance with her arms crossed. The dwarf comes and flanks her on this side, and you now see, while I cannot seem to find the figure for the life of me right now to represent it, we'll use this for the time being. There is an elf also flanking her. Normal-looking elf, dressed in what looks like a fine chainmail attire. Long.
This is weird. I feel like the only reason that we're not fighting right now is because Matt didn't ask them to roll initiative. if they were in initiative, it would not matter what these NPCs said. They would be getting the business end of Grog's axe. Which is fine. Maybe that's, what Matt intended. He wanted this to be a social encounter. He wanted things to be delivered. It can be hard to stop combat once the train is rolling. But this is very interesting. This is PC, another instance of PC-centered morality. Like, Ulara kidnapped and was ostensibly going to be experimenting and, like, turning Grog into an abomination. And they're like, let's hear her out. Maybe she's all right. Let's not shoot first and ask questions later like we normally do.
Sort of the sides. There's an elf and a dwarf both.
They're clearly with her.
They are at her side, like ready to defend her.
They could be charmed.
Could be charmed.
Queen Ulara, if I may have a word, let us spare each other lots of bloodshed and just have a chat before we fight. Is that all right?
Talk, small, annoying creature, and perhaps it'll delay the inevitable.
We, my friends and I, have come. Hi, yes. We've come from the above world, the normal world, let's say. Mission. We're a bit of. I don't want to brag, but we're a bit of an elite task force sent in by kingdoms and kings that you probably haven't heard of way down below. But anyway, I'll spare you.
Hold that thought just for a second. Percy, go ahead and roll a perception check.
It's out of the blue like that.
Oh no.
10.
Oh no.
Oh no! Wait, DM. Vax is creeping along the back of that tent and curving around. All right, thank you.
I'm going to do the earring and go to scan and be like, hey, keep it simple. I mean, really, calm down.
Yeah, how could you?
Milady,
I also...
we have come on a mission to save someone that you were holding captive. We have completed our mission, and in the melee in that hovel you call the palace back there, we lost one of our own, and we would like him back. Now,
I mean, facts and truth, that was a very lackluster palace. I mean, we talked about it at the time. I'm glad Scanlan's calling it out in character, because that was a palace is a stretch for what that was.
I'll make it very simple because my fellows are begging me to keep things simple. It's a simple binary choice. You can all die right now, or you can turn over our friend and we will probably leave you in peace. I would promise, but I don't make promises to dogs.
Oh shit.
I'm moving like kind of behind where the pillar is, but in the ground.
Behind where this pillar is in the ground?
No. I'm...
Do you have a mic?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay.
Oh, that's Keelan.
All right. So at that response, and you're noticing now, I was getting a better glance at the queen too. Her normally.
I have, okay, this is sort of what I was kind of getting at with the crouching moron hidden badass whole thing of like, when it comes to like serious negotiations and like really being the face, we've seen a couple of them try it. Like Kalith has tried it, Vax has tried it, Vex I think like once. But when it comes to like really good improv, serious character work, Scanlan hits it on the head in terms of intimidation pretty fucking consistently. Which is contrasted against him pooping on the barracks beds. You know what I'm saying? But very good. And also, I brought up Kalith. I thought about it even more afterwards of her kind of aggressive conversation with I just keep wanting to say Kavard with Lady Kima. Her aggressive conversation with Lady Kima. I was thinking about it more afterwards. It is like Lady Kima's whole kind of shtick was like, hey, don't be pissy at me. This is the job. You knew what you signed up for. Like, I've lost people too, whatever. I was thinking about it more. They were like, hey, Lady Kima, you're safe now. Let's bounce. And she said, no. I need my long stick, 'cause I got it from my god. And then they went and fought. Several of them almost died. Grog got kidnapped, and they didn't even get her weapons. They didn't even get the thing that they were there for. So, like, legitimately, I think Caleb is 1,000% in the right here. Of like, if anything happens to Grog, it is 1,000,000% Kima's fault. And not in like the abstract, like, oh, we're only here because of her. No, in the very concrete, we were only in that throne room because she told us that we had to, and when we told her no, she just walked off without us. So I think that Caleb and Marisha, by extension, were more than in the right to aggress Kima like that, regardless of her status as Secret Kavarn.
White, pale Duragar eyes have a strange kind of green glowish hue to them, as do the two individuals to the right and left of her. And she just looks you square in the face. You took my king from me. Came and slayed him in his own throne room. You took something I love. I take something you love. He's mine now. And I'm bringing him to his greater destiny. At which point, a loud, horrendous streaking sound pierces the ears of everyone in this vicinity, as this appearing out of a ripple of energy,
Okay, let's talk. I mean, if we're talking tropes in here, right? The eye for an eye trope is realistic. It really does happen. But no one ever says it when it's happening. Because everyone realistically knows that eye for an eye is dumb and that eye for an eye does make the whole world blind. They never put it in like the, you did this, now I do this. Like, people don't think, like, or maybe they do, they feel in those equivalencies, but they always justify it deeper than that. So I'm not saying that, like, her motivations are bad, but in terms of, like, actually explaining them, I think she could have phrased it a little bit different / better.
Once invisible mind flare goes cascading out a mind blast in a cone that just tears through the entire group here. Scanlan, Vex, Pike as well, Trinket, Percy, go ahead and roll. This would be intelligence saving throw.
I'll die once I finally come back.
Saving throw.
Yes.
What is that?
Roll your saving throw for intelligence.
Okay. Small square near the top upper left hand.
Okay.
I got your intelligence.
21.
All right.
Do I roll for trinket too?
16.
Yes, you do. Okay.
Also, question. I was pulling up Steam earlier because someone messaged me that Baldur's Gate is not coming out on August 3rd, which I definitely thought it was. And now I went to the page and I'm seeing October 6th. Does anyone know what's up with that? Oh! Never mind. I don't need to interrupt stream for this. It's the October 6, 2020 was when the early access released. I should have never trusted my friends. That's the lesson here. Never trust your friends. It looks like August 3rd is still good for 1.0. By the way, mini announcement or reminder, if you haven't watched last episode, I will be doing a 4-day, spanning 4 days, 72-hour continuous live stream when Baldur's Gate 3 comes out. We are pressing go live on August 3rd at 7 p.m., and I am not closing stream until Sunday at 7 p.m. So if you're interested, put it on your calendars, stop by.
Vex.
14.
Okay. And okay. So you double over clutch.
I'm also really debating if I need to keep it. I'm going to put it to 1.25 because it's like kind of combat, kind of not. Like people are attacking each other, but there's no initiative. I don't know what's going on.
Your skull as the pain is too much for you to bear and you find yourself unable to actually draw commands to your muscles and them to function. You are currently stunned. Roll for Trinket.
Oh, he rolled an 8.
Trinket falls to the ground with this horrible sound, digging his nose into the actual dirt to try and find a way to escape this piercing mental agony, this psychic damage.
Pretty shitty, you guys. It sucks.
Both of you guys take 22 points of psychic damage, by the way.
Oh, good. It's about to die again.
Who was all stunned?
Laura twice.
Pike, also.
And Pike.
DM, I'm throwing a dagger at the queen.
Okay, now we roll initiative.
Okay,
folks.
thank you.
There's stuff to speak of.
Well, can I do something right before that? Like
No, essentially this triggers the combat now. This was an immediate occurrence. Now we're going into initiative.
Okay.
Like barbecue or something.
What happened now? By my saying that, do I?
Oh, see you later, Nanoverse. Yeah, I'm glad that you got to catch the stream. And I will say for those of you who it's very late for, some of my EU frogs, I have been considering some earlier day streams. Hasn't been doable at the moment because work, my day job has been crazy. But I am hoping to start doing some streams like lunchtime, my time. So hopefully, that's like evening for you guys. Maybe we can get like a nice little, for me, it would be lunch club, but for you guys, it's normal time, type streams. So those are maybe coming in the future. Don't know how quickly. Depends on how quickly work lightens up.
I get into the initiative order, or does my decision come out before?
I would say for the two that didn't act this turn, you guys have advantage on the initiative roll because you guys have been holding your actions.
Oh my goodness. I don't know why everything is opening on my computer. But also have a good day, Nanoverse. I'm glad you could join as well.
So Tiberius, you can also have advantage on your initiative roll since you guys were holding up.
21.
Nice, that's better.
That's way better than a 2.
I don't roll anything because I'm stunned.
You are stunned currently.
So.
All right, so you still roll initiative, so we have the order that you go in. So.
21.
All right.
I also really like that Matt is drawing a hard line on like when combat is starting, when we are rolling initiative. And it seems like in this case, he is using it for narrative purposes. I've been kind of critical of him in the past for seeming relatively random or arbitrary when they actually rolled initiative, but it seems like it was much more purposeful during this encounter, which I like a lot.
So.
22.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Are we doing this?
Already.
We are.
Doing it's on like trying.
We're in my plane. What do you need?
I've got a
Right.
13.
I would say so. 20 to 15.
This should be 10.
22.
18.
18. All right. You got some good initiative rolls, guys. Good
16
job.
here.
Okay. 15 to 10.
Oh, then me, 13.
There we go.
You play stunned well.
No, leave him here.
I'm not a victim. I'm gonna kick butt as soon as I wake up.
Going up.
No, wait, I'm melting.
Tima also. That's done that, unfortunately. All right, that brings us to.
That's it.
I think it's everyone's initiative.
21 over here.
Yeah, everyone's in. All right, cool. So,
Just kidding.
top of the round. Percy, you're up first.
Okay. We need Earth Elemental stats if you know where they are, by the way.
What did you not pick them up? Lots of manual.
Lots of manual.
There we go.
All right, definitely
It's closer to hunting than
1.5.
roughing, you think?
For my
Yeah. But since while we're looking that up, I'm basically gonna pull my gun. I'm gonna fire 4 times into the face of that awful screaming bastard.
Oh my god.
4
Mind
times.
player
Yeah,
again?
mind player.
Okay, so you whip around, stare in your face.
4 times. Fighters get multi-attack 3? Must be something with his pepper box.
Go ahead,
Maybe
make
a
you're
crit
using your
thing or
action surge to
something.
fire 2 additional times, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, wow, 4 rounds. Go for it, attack.
First attack with pepper
Pew, pew,
box
pew, pew.
is
Oh yeah, 8-tapper, you know it.
13.
13, unfortunately misses. Form shifts, and you can feel the psychic energy of its oppressive mental force causing your hand to miss its aim with each pull of the trigger.
All right. Fire shot for 19.
19 does hit.
It's my fire shot, so that's 10.
Put it on him, Percy. Let's go.
Oh my god, this sucks. 8 points of damage. What? Just
Okay.
out.
Third attack.
Third attack.
Spin the barrel again on the pepper box.
Now
Yeah, no 20. Get on it.
Hey.
So that's
Murder him!
you know,
All
jump
right, all right.
that's 11 points of damage.
Already.
And
Is
That's
it
double.
Dude,
that's 2d10 with.
dude, insane. I've said this a million times that it's like, oh, poor Percy that can't be an artificer. Percy's rocking a 16 intelligence on a fighter. Like I know it's the gunslinger, but it's a fighter subclass, and he's rocking the 16 intelligence. Oh, poor Taliesin that artificer didn't exist at this point.
Double the dice, right? Yeah. That's.
We're rolling double the dice. Remember that. Yeah.
Okay, what's that?
All right.
And now I'm going to take a sharpshooter bonus. So that sucks. That's 11. That doesn't hit.
Unfortunately, so the first one hits. The second one actually clips part of its chest, and you can see as it tries to use its psychic abilities to resist the bullet, it still pierces its chest on the side, missing everything vital, still causing it.
I've talked about how I think that Taliesin has good DM interactions just when it comes to like skill checks, rolling dice, etc. And it gets on my nerves when people roll a die, look at it, and are like, it doesn't hit. I will say, saying it was a 12 that doesn't hit, totally okay. As long as you communicate the value to the DM, because as a DM, I will honestly like take that value, even if it is a miss, to inform my narrative description. If you roll a 3 and I talk about how the attack barely missed, that doesn't feel right. But if you miss it by 1 AC, that's fantastic narrative fodder. So I would say even if you know the AC, you make a roll, you know it doesn't hit, still relate it to the DM because it helps with our narrative construction of what's going on during the combat.
Stop in the air for a moment.
Terrible roll, and I'm going to use some movement to dodge left to get out of the way of that guy.
Okay, let's move this way.
Yeah, I'm going to go, about there.
Okay, cool. I'll let you get out the laser pointers.
I'll bring him one. Hey, is Grog stone? Wait, no. Grog's tied. Grog is held by iron bands.
Grog's been hit the peace pipe.
He's unconscious.
You guys don't know. You haven't seen him yet.
I saw him. He described it to me last week. He's in iron bands held on like a
But he's
cart.
awake,
Yeah,
right?
on a cart. Let me check.
Iron bands?
Yeah, he's tied down.
All right,
He's
so
on the whole cart, though, right?
Tiberius, you're up next.
Take the whole
Great.
damn thing.
I peek over the little thing and I go, ooh, ooh. And I throw a fireball from my ring.
Pause. I need to get some caffeine. I'll be right back. Caffeine acquired. We're ready to go.
As they're all sitting there looking ready to pounce for this series of battle, all of a sudden there's a slight streak of reddish energy in the distance as y'all are watching. It looks almost like the fire pit behind them just explodes in this giant fiery ball of red, angry, magical fury. So go ahead and roll your 86 damage.
I'm missing D6s anymore.
Also, question to discuss in chat. We were talking in my Discord today. Shameless plug, join down in the description if you want to get in on the conversation. And one of you, I think it was Undead King, longtime viewer, a little bit of a lurker, but we love Undead King, was talking about how wasn't as interested in Shadowrun because it used a primarily D6 system. And I was curious when I heard that as to what sort of dice systems are your favorite. If you've only played D&D 5e, that's totally cool. But if you have played some other TTRPGs, other systems that use something other than the standard, D20 or D10 like percentile, what are your favorite systems? One I did actually, in this vein, I got reached out to by not an up and coming, I won't say, but like a TTRPG system that someone was creating, and they were wondering if I was interested in marketing it. I thought it was interesting, but it wasn't something that I was going to do in place of like some of my other video ideas, and I have a list longer than I can ever handle, so I didn't end up taking the offer, but I did read over it. And it had this very interesting system of like upgrading dice sizes depending on how skilled you were. So it would when you started off in a skill, you started off at a D4, then you went to a D6, then you went to 2D4, and then a D8. It had this very interesting ladder system that was confusing as all get out, but it was very interesting. So if you guys have an alternate dice system that you guys especially like, let me know in the chat, because I'm really interested, especially when Undead King was talking about how he didn't like the Shadowrun D6 system. Because I personally am super partial to the Blades in the Dark D6 system. I think that Blades in the Dark's handling with D6s is impeccable. So I wonder if Shadowrun's differs at all, or what might be the thing there.
Let's see, that is 20, this 31 damage, 31 points.
31 points damage? Okay. Queen Ulara, you notice, as the Duragar are generally considered as blessed in this area as well. Both her and the Duragar make their saving throw. They have magic resistance innately against it. Yeah, they're hardy creatures, man. However, the elf on this side ends up just being thrown to the side, and its entire body gets thrown about 20-30 feet across from just the force of the explosion, landing on the ground, lifeless next to you. Burnt cinder. The dwarf takes a brunt of it as well, appears to still be alive, but looks very horribly burned, just kind of looking at its hands now, barely standing.
And then I spend 2 sorcerer points for an ice knife.
Before we get to that point, Grog, you also take the damage.
Oh,
What?
how many points?
He's a friggin' spine. She'll be fine.
Because you said you threw it in the fire. There?
Yep.
Grog's right there. On a cart.
I said, Jesus, spot those 3. I knew Grog was there. Of course I wouldn't throw it there. Okay, fine.
Unless they torture
pointed
him down
here.
to 1.
Yeah, but I thought, I don't know.
He has a lot of
Be specific next time, but yeah, it's okay. You can take it.
We're down all of our laser pointers.
Oy, 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 don't be so sassy. So sassy. I actually say this a lot at work. I'm currently mentoring an intern on our team, and I was talking about how we were talking about, like, you know, advice, and I was like, don't get sassy and don't talk back unless you have been hyper specific and you have receipts to prove it. Don't bring in implications of like, I would have never said that if I had known that you wouldn't have known this, blah, 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 blah. You cannot get sassy if you're not specific. That's just, if you're expecting them to imply something, no. Get specific, use a laser pointer, watch where he's pointing, like, come on.
And I throw that right in the back of Queenie's head.
Okay.
What?
All right, go for it. So as you coalesce this arcane energy into this blue, kind of cold, freezing plume of moisture in your hand, it forms into this giant, jagged blade of ice, and you chuck it in a straight line. Go ahead and roll your
D10.
roll your d20 plus your spell attack modifier.
Get it. Get some.
19.
19 does it.
Sweet.
With your major.
Sweet. And then that's 1d10. That's a 10. And then it shatters. And it does 2. Where the fuck is it? 2d6 damage as well.
Okay, to her and everyone.
And a 5-foot radius.
Right.
So yeah. And that guy's like radius, right?
Yeah. What's the damage of fireball? It was
31.
31? 31 points of fire damage.
Cool. And that's 4 points damage to both.
Both of them? Alright, gotcha. Well, 4 points damage is enough. As these shards of ice from the back of Alara's torso explode into the spray of jagged ice chunks, it just pierces continuously the right side of this dwarf, who then falls to the ground, kind of gasping at his wounds and trying to stand to his feet before falling over unconscious. Right there.
And I have great invisibility, so I'm still visible, and I can just peek back behind the rock.
Mysterious.
Richard, that's a good quote. I like that one. I like that quote, yeah.
Fireball, ice dagger, swords. Okay, you come to consciousness in extreme pain as your entire body is immersed briefly in flame. But that in a second. Vex.
Okay, I'm going to use my feat, cunning action, for 1 extra action per turn of combat. Use for either dash, disengage, or hide. So I'm going to double distance and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't see here. 6, maybe 7, 8, 9, 10. Stop right here by Clarota. Clarota. And dagger at this jerk face over
Right here?
Yep.
All right.
That was stealth, by the way.
Right, roll stealth check.
All right. Okay, and I'm going to use luck. Okay, so stealth is 23.
Okay.
Okay, so, and he hasn't gone yet. So for the assassin.
I've also, I've talked a lot about, like, you know, going back and saying, oh, I did this, or I did that, or I wouldn't have done this. Until dice hit the table, me as a DM, I'm chill to work with you on what's happened, you know? As long as dice haven't hit the table and you have not passed it to someone else's turn. Actually, you know what? Even if you have passed it to someone else's turn, the moment dice hit the table, that is when reality is set in stone. The moment that happens, everything that happened previously is set, because you cannot undo that or redo that with the knowledge of what that role is. So him saying, like, you know, I want to move to here next to Clarota. Oh, by the way, that was stealth. Is that cool? Like, that's all cool, baby. If he had been like, all right, I want to move over here, I want to attack him, great, roll to hit, and then I roll with advantage, and the DM is like, no, that wouldn't have been with advantage because you weren't stealthed. Dice have hit the table. As the DM, I'm choosing the first one that stopped rolling, and that's the one we're going with. All right, Richard, we don't need to talk about those. But yeah. So this is totally fine.
8 feet for rogues. If he hasn't gone yet, this is a critical hit.
In theory, combat already began when he attacked the rest of your party. So,
okay,
combat's begun. Sorry.
The feat says if you have the jump, if you go before the person's gone, but we can talk about that later.
But they've already attacked half your party with one.
Right.
In theory, the battle's already begun.
Okay, so keen dagger flying through the air.
All right.
I didn't hit to attack.
That. Ooh. That's very debatable. I actually think I disagree with Matt's interpretation of the rules here, because combat actually began when the Mind Flayer declared their attack, but before anyone rolled their saving throw. If we want to consider that attack to be the start of combat. So the Mind Flayer should have like declared their attack, their intention. We all roll initiative. And then like people could theoretically go before the Mind Flayer. If we're going to consider that the combat. You can also consider that an out of combat attack, very similar to a trap or some other hazard that can do damage based on saving throws outside of combat. But then that wouldn't be combat. So if they are rolling saving throws and then we're rolling initiative, his feat affects anyone who goes after him on the first round in the initiative order. So if this person has not gone in the initiative order yet, my ruling would be that he should be able to trigger his assassination feat. I could see myself being wrong there, but that is how I would interpret it.
Okay, so that hits. 16 plus 27.
That definitively hits, yes.
Okay, so 3 plus 5, 7.
And this is actually why, because of the rules being set up this way in 5e, this is why surprise is a thing. This is why it's baked in as a status condition rather than like a surprise round sort of situation. You can have people that are or aren't surprised based on rolls. So like if I'm Matt, right? It would be totally reasonable for me to say like, hey guys, like what are your passive insight scores? Feel free to use passive scores other than like perception, investigation, whatever. I would ask everyone, what is your passive insight? And if it is over a certain level, you are not surprised because you saw him kind of ramping up for this spell. And if it is below a certain level, you are surprised. And so now we have this mix on the first round. It's very possible that Vax wouldn't have been surprised, roll higher than him in the initiative, and be able to get out of the way of that Mind Blast. Again, this is why, like, surprise as a status is kind of confusing, but once you wrap your mind around it, it actually flows in the general combat pretty well. Because it allows you to have these really staggered things, and to have all of it be within a normal round, so that you can still use reactions normally, and everything along those lines. And it allows people who really invest really highly on their decks and their initiative to maybe get some benefits that they wouldn't otherwise. Same thing, let's forget him even moving. You know, let's say we're using the surprise reaction, or surprise status condition rather than a surprise round. Then Vax would have, if he had been before him in the initiative tracker, it would have worn off and he would have been able to use uncanny dodge to reduce the damage of whatever damage he suffers. So, the surprise condition is important. It's not that important. You don't have to use it at your table, but it is impactful if you do. And in this specific case, I think what Matt is really saying, if we really break down the way that he has DM'd combats up to this point, he is essentially saying that the Mind Flayer's Mind Blast was like during a surprise round, essentially, because they weren't expecting it. And then we rolled initiative, and now we're in the first round, but he's already gone during the combat. Which is a really wibbly-wobbly interpretation of the rules that I find myself disagreeing with.
16 is 32 plus 36 total.
36 points of damage. All right. Dagger. So
But again, as I have said before during my rules lawyering sessions, I am a rules lawyer out of session and not a rules lawyer in session. Vax can be like, hey, I think it works like, or Liam, I should say, not even Vax. Liam can be like, I'm pretty sure that works like this. And Matt can be like, no, I think it works like this. And especially with 7 fucking players like at the table, If you're the player, just move on. You can talk about it later. And Liam literally says that. He's like, oh, we can talk about it afterwards. All good. Because if I'm the player in that situation and I still disagree, I'm just running it how the DM wants me to, and we'll talk it through later. Mind Blast is an ability, not a spell, so is there a difference to surprise in that case? No. Oh, so it depends. It depends. So you are fully allowed, as a DM, to consider any attack to be a hazard and not something that triggers combat. That is fully within your realm, raw. So the one of the more like kind of obvious interpretations of this is something like the Ranger's cordon of arrows, right? You are more than within your rights as a DM to say there's a ranger up on that cliff, they're casting cordon of arrows down on you. Roll as if it's like a dart trap, like you are within your realm to do that. However, if you are treating it like that, if you're treating it as like an out of like a thing that does not involve surprise and initiative and all this, then they haven't gone in combat yet. Alternatively, if they have, because that's kind of the core issue here, is that Matt said this guy has gone in combat, therefore your assassination does not work. It honestly doesn't matter what he had done. Theoretically, Matt could say he moved in combat, right? Like, it doesn't actually matter if it's like an ability, a spell, whatever. If we are considering that he already went in combat, then we triggered the combat incorrectly. And like we set up that first little bit incorrectly. Because if we had been doing it by the book, by Raw, there's a really decent shot that Vax would have been going before the Mind Blast actually triggered. So it's really something to sort of keep in mind there, is that because combat happens simultaneously, your really fast PCs actually have a chance to dodge inciting attacks and inciting incidents. Which makes sense, right? Like, think about the fiction that we're recreating. Think about your movies that you watch. It is super common for like the hyper-perceptive party member to notice that an attack is going to happen before combat really starts. And they, dive out of the way, or they, tackle one of their teammates to the ground to get them out of the way. Like, that is super, super common in fiction. And surprise and the initiative tracker and, the way that 5e initiative works is how we replicate that fiction of people being perceptive and fast. I will say this runs into a bit of an issue given that, initiative is only based on dex, which is why I said that I would use surprise conditions liberally, and just base it on some sort of wisdom perception thing to see if you're surprised or not. I think that that's a good way to really marry up the mechanics to create the right kind of fiction. So.
Dagger. The Mind Flayer, which is, after it finishes a Mind Blast, you can see it beginning to eye what its next target would be as Percy goes running off to the side. It looks over at its 3 freshly stunned prey and begins to lumber towards what looks to be either Pike or Vex.
He's gonna try to suck his brain.
Before it gets a chance to advance, though, out of nowhere, your dagger pierces in its shoulder. It looks down and grasps for it. As its hand tries to pull the dagger out, the dagger just disappears in a plume of black shadow energy back into your hand as you throw the other dagger.
Oh, sorry, asswipe. Okay, that is a 19.
19 does also hit.
And that is a 8 of damage.
All right. The other dagger, the creature actually puts up a little bit of a psychic field for a second, and it stops the momentum, as it does still manage to strike it, but with nowhere near the damage you were hoping it would. Cool. That ends your turn. That brings us to Scanlan.
Okay, so all that's remaining on the battlefield is the Queen and the Mind Flayer?
Mind Flayer, the Queen, and this Durgar here has not acted yet.
All right. I'm gonna just bum rush the Queen.
Yes!
All right.
And just dive over.
All right.
Just dive full head on, straight
Sure.
and bear hug her with banishment. Oh yeah,
I
baby!
love banishment.
Okay.
You can cast it from a distance.
No, you're
touch.
Is it?
Yeah, it's touch spell.
It's touch.
Banishment is a crazy spell. We've talked about like banishment, petrification during that whole combat and how DMs have to be really careful with those types of spells when using them on PCs. But as a PC, whoo, holy shit, banishment is good.
All right. So,
Huggies.
what's your spell DC? Are you using your hand cone?
I do most things through that.
As you charge forward, you pull out your enchanted hand cone and shout the incantation towards her with an angry glare.
Get lost,
The DC of 19 for that? Yeah. Really?
Oh god.
Okay, even with her spell resistance, she does not resist it.
It's not you, it's me!
Sorry, is it intelligence or wisdom save?
I don't know things. I don't know. Where does it say?
You should say what saving throw it is.
Find it.
I will do this for you. On a charisma saving throw, or be vanished. So, if it was anything but a charisma saving throw, she would have shrugged it. Charisma, she does not have in spades. As you reach out, she pulls back. You can see her beginning to form this crackling bolt of energy you've seen once before in the throne room that shot out and hit multiple members of your party at once for a severe amount of damage. This would have been a very dangerous round if you hadn't have connected with her right in the front of her clavicle. She looks at you with this look of confusion and completely caught off guard frustration before her entire form blinks out of existence and is no longer visible on the board.
Bardass.
Yes!
Get the hell out of there.
Do I get my bonus?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give inspiration to Grog, because he needs it.
All right. Okay. So, Grog, as the flames die down, you look over and watch Scanlan just rush up and completely, as far as you know, disintegrate the Durgar queen who took you and has been torturing you these past few days.
Wow.
With that, he looks over you and gives you a little wink and a smile. Go ahead and take an inspiration dice, which for him is now a D10.
Oh! Nasty
Level
boy.
10.
Oh, yeah. Upgrade, yeah.
Thank you.
So you can add that inspiration dice, any ability checks, any skill checks.
Last few days. Is that just a DM slip, or is there some sort of temporal flux going on? They've had like one long rest, I believe. It's like they got out of the fucking keep and then took a long rest and then just shot across the bad vibes field. They've not taken a long rest since. I mean, man, this is interesting.
For instance, busting through iron bars.
Could also just be that, they haven't played in a week, so that's just how it feels.
All right. Well, it would be Alar's turn. She's going to go ahead and make her saving throw. Does not make it. It's still just somewhere in some other plane.
She's in a better place.
Keela, it's your turn.
All right, I'm going to phase through the ground, as I can.
Yeah.
And pop up right there next to Grog.
All right. Grog, you all of a sudden, as you look over from Scanlan with a smiling face, this giant mountain of rocket earth just lumbers up out of the ground.
And in rock speak, I say, Grog, it's okay, it's Keelan! I still don't really grasp it.
It's your first time doing elemental form, you're still figuring it out.
So, seeing that he's still tied up, I'm just going to pick up the whole crate and put him over my no, I'm gonna football carry him like this.
Okay.
Wait, is he on something?
He's on a big.
He's strapped to a giant
I just carrying the whole thing?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And,
So right now you still have about, what's the speed of?
30.
30, so you got about, let's say 10 more squares, you can, or, sorry, 10 more feet you can go.
I'm gonna start football rushing that way.
This way? All right, 1, 2. All right, there we go.
Get the fuck out!
We're now being carried with this giant lumbering earth elemental that's just bringing you under its arm. Great. Vex. Do you make a saving throw?
Oh, okay. Oh,
Intelligence.
Let's intelligence.
Yeah. Intelligence saving throw. Just be a
23.
23. Using your mind, you shrug off the remainder of the ability. That does end your turn, but you're no longer stunned, which is nice.
That's great. That's the end of my turn.
That's the end of your turn.
Do I roll it for trinket too?
Yes, turn as well, thank you.
Little trinket is a little bitty dice. Oh, I don't think he got it. No, he still rolled an 8.
Yep, so Tricket's still on the ground, like, slowly digging his nose into the dirt, trying to find a way to... Not more damage, but currently is just unable to function.
Dreaming of honey.
Okay. He's dreaming of pain.
Yeah, very, very bad news.
He's dreaming of sex.
Okay, that brings us to Pike, who's also going to try to make a saving throw. Fails it, unfortunately. Pike is still now, like, dropped her shield, dropped her mace, and is just clutching the side of her head, screaming silently as the pain is just racking her brain from the inside. That brings us to this Duragar, who's going to rush over to the one who just banished his queen and attempt to, as his physical form begins to swell with strength and frustration, the Duragar swings at you with his war pick. That is...
Oh, don't hit me! I cast a little what is it?
Cutting words?
Cutting words?
Okay. So it's a 16. Go ahead and roll your D10 number.
D10, that's D10?
Yeah.
I've never rolled a D10 before.
Now you have.
Oh, wait, they leveled up? Are they level 10 now? I didn't know they leveled up.
You got
this is a D10? Okay.
Yep, so it's a 16.
It was a 4.
It was a 4, so it takes that down from 16 to a 12, which does miss.
He misses!
So as he rushes towards you...
Don't hit me!
He stops for a second, confused, like, he puts the one down for a second, like... Wait, you gnome! Does not know why he listened to you, and is equally frustrated with himself now as he is you.
So good.
All right, that ends the Duragar's turn. That brings us to...
No.
yeah, this is going to be... Kima's going to try and make her saving throw. Kima does make it, does shrug off.
Yeah.
If that turns around angrily, holding the greatsword that you gave her, staring off at the mind flayer right there. Clarota, however, is going to go ahead and turn this way. Yeah. Coalesce a giant ball of electrical energy into his hand and release an arcing blast of lightning energy towards this mind flayer, who does make a saving throw. However, it's still a nice 8d6 lightning damage.
Do they know each other? Are they friends?
Not anymore.
I think that guy dated Clarota as
So,
ex-girlfriend.
points of lightning damage. As the blue energy arcs off up and you see it grounds itself on the incline of his tunnel, you guys are heading down the Mind Flayer visibly is like burned, charred, wounded. It looks really, really rough. That ends Clarita's turn. Kima's turn back to the top of the round. The Mind Flayer looks at a certain circumstance. Oh, no. Puts his hands together like this, seems to concentrate.
I see it, I counterspell.
Yes! Yes!
Well,
Okay. All right. It's a reflex.
Well done.
yeah.
Yes, I am.
Counterspell in this edition is
Wow.
so good.
That's great.
All right. So this would be
Come on, Tabs.
counterspell.
Tip of hoods.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Big money, no damage.
All right, counterspell. So, all right. So go ahead and make an ability check using your add d20 plus 5 to it.
That's no numbers.
there we
That's a
go.
good number.
What is that? 22.
22. That'll do it. So, as this entity you've seen before, they tend to like create this small, localized portal into some other plane and then step through and vanish. You see it begins to coalesce the same arcane energy, and for a moment you see a spark of some sort of door begin to open. As Tiberius steps from behind the rock, releases this torrent of sparkling arcane energy that closes the gate entirely, and the Mind Flayer for a second looks confused before it, across the way to wherever it came from and sees nothing.
Oh, so sorry.
You're still invisible.
So sad. So sad.
And is going to turn tail around.
Was that? What attack was that? Is that plane shift or not attack spell? I've thought about this before, and I was like, I didn't know what that was going to be. I mean, I guess a 22 would counter it no matter what. Just interesting.
Just running?
With his feet?
Can
What
I
up,
shoot
Senior
him?
Tui?
Yeah,
He's float away. He's floating.
well, yeah, essentially just
They all float
levitating
down
away.
Does he have a goofy run? Oh.
It's gliding. It's about
Shoot him.
5 or 6 inches off the ground.
Shoot
Percy,
him!
you're up.
Shoot him, Percy!
Okay, I'm going to take a step towards. Is that who's buggering Scanlan over there? Who's
Durgar.
It's a Durgar. I'm just going to take a one. I'm going to.
Also, okay, this is a rules lawyer thing that I've never even brought up because I kind of assumed that he's homebrewing this on purpose, because it's so lame otherwise. But just for completeness' sake, Mind Flayers can't like fly. They have at will levitation, so like, they have levitate at will. But you can't you don't have any locomotion while you're in levitate. Like, you cannot like force yourself in any of the X accesses. You have to like push off things like you're in fucking the International Space Station. So it's one of those things where it's like, I've just kind of assumed that Matt read that and was like, that's dumb. 'Cause it is sort of silly. And was just like, nah, they can just levitate, like normal levitation where they just go. But if you guys are, trying to make a fucking Mind Flayer build and want to do it raw, levitate, you have to like push off of something. People have to like pull you along, whatever. But
Take a shot at him really quickly.
Don't hit me.
very lame for this Mind Flayer monster, and adding locomotion to their levitate does not make them stronger.
Okay.
Not going to hit you.
It's kind of hard to see right now. There's a big tent in the way. If you want to take a step forward.
At least that
Take a
much
step forward. I'm going to
stronger.
continue moving. This is going to be a running shot.
Don't.
Okay. So
run
as
it.
you turn, pull your gun off the side, kind of offhand fire.
18.
18 does hit.
Noise.
That's don't go anywhere. That's 9 damage,
9 damage. All right.
and I'm going to shoot again.
All right.
18.
18 that also hits.
8 damage. Bad news has not come out yet. This is just my little pepper.
All right, so as you turn the corner, you fire once, take another step forward, go click over the next barrel, fire a second time. The Duragar, which was attacking you, see part of him still burnt from the fireball that was tossed the first round. He's frustrated and angry that you caused him to somehow lower his guard and attack you. So gearing up for another 2-hit strike down on this tiny gnome character in front of him. The first blow hits the war pick, knocking him out of his hands. He looks over confused at you as the second blast hits him right in the side of the face, completely destroying this side of his head
my
entirely.
gosh.
This wet gurgle as the Duragar slumps into the ground, almost on top of you. You step out of the way as his body just hits the ground.
Nice.
Right there.
Nice, Jose.
Where does he get such
but it's-
wonderful toys?
Tiberius?
You want to chase it? No, don't. I'm going to slink my way back to all the way to the other behind the other rock.
Over here?
Towards everybody, closer. Yeah. There you go. Boom. I'm gonna. Yeah, screw it. I'll do another fireball at the illithid going right. Where do you think you're going?
Okay. So, as you fire this beam over here, it detonates in the distance, safely far enough away from the party. Go ahead and roll damage for that fireball. As the Mind Flayer is drifting away, kind of glances over its shoulder, you see its kind of greenish glowing eyes go wide for a second, cartoon style. Oh shit!
Did you go fireball? Did you do
And with its advantage against the spell, it's a dexterity save, correct?
Yeah. So that's
Make it.
14, 19.
19, alright, 19 damage?
Yep.
Okay, as the mind flares like drifting away, you guys see this arc of red kind of beaming energy off the distance. You see rocks cascade off the top of the wall, hitting the ground with a force as the entire tunnel shakes and rocks. As the smoke and the flames dissipate, all you see is this pile of blackened creature on the ground from where the mind flayer once stood.
Oh, peace out! Mind gobbler.
Is that everybody?
Fellows, gather around. She might come back at any moment, and we should be here to surround her when she
Okay,
comes back.
yeah.
Let someone get Grog out of that thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
can we
crap,
get-
I forgot about.
Also, another reason that I like Banishment as a player spell is because it enables captures like this, essentially, where you can isolate one enemy, kill all of their minions or allies, what have you, and then when they come back, you can, have all the fucking spears pointed at them, and it makes narratively capturing someone significantly easier, especially without having to, non-lethal damage down them.
That one.
So,
We get Grog out.
Grog, while we're all doing this, what do you want to do?
Well, am I still chained up to the car?
Yeah, you're still like, these iron bands are across your entire
Being
body.
carried by your doorbell.
Excuse me, giant rock thing. Could you perhaps get me out of this shit?
I start hiking back towards Grog.
Is Pike and Trinket still? Are they still stunned, or are they better?
Player's dead.
They've shrugged it off by now.
Okay. Then I run over and try to see what I can do.
Laura still can't make her saving throw for the life of her, even with resistance.
Can I go try to mess with the things on?
Well, yeah, as you guys kind of approach, you're making your way up the front here.
Hey, I'm just going for it.
Grab these
That
over
wouldn't help me.
And I'll move on the other side of that rock so I
I'm
can
gonna
see
reload.
better and have line of sight.
Over here?
Yes. No, on the that side, yeah.
Okay. All right, so as the rest of you all slowly trudge up and kind of gather around this vicinity.
Grog, are you hurt?
I can't tell yet.
I'm just keeping my distance.
There? All right.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right,
still in
so,
this wonderful therapeutic chair.
so you go ahead and you try and pull the bars off? Is that what you're doing? What are you doing?
Going to
I'm running up. I'm going to pull out my lock.
going to 1.25 because this isn't combat, but the music hasn't changed yet, so we're gonna stay at slightly enhanced.
Picks.
Speed.
Lock
It's a
picks.
wooden
I
card.
don't want to hurt him.
Okay, I'm going to check it
Maybe
out.
bust the wood on the bottom.
Yeah, I was
Just
gonna say,
smash
can
the
I,
card.
Oh, he can pick a lock.
That's what I do.
Oh, is there a lock on the bars? Yeah.
Yeah, there's an intricate
Try
lock
that
mechanism.
first before I suplex Grog.
All right, so
Oh, that
so
would be
the
fun,
Earth
though.
Elemental Lumbers Forge presents the cart to the ground in front of you. One of the wheels kind of
Thank you.
cracks a little bit in the process.
A little space. Give me a little space. Let me look at this. I'm
Where's
going to
Peter?
detect
The rock thing is
traps on
Peter.
his bands.
Okay.
Good one.
That is
She could come back at any second. Hurry up.
I keep my arrow
It's
notched
a
just in case
17.
she does come back.
I'm switching out guns.
17?
yeah.
Okay, they appear to be just general.
And are there
Locks.
lock and traps
Is
on them? I'm
Trinket
gonna start
There
picking
is a
away.
lock on them, yeah. So go ahead and make your
He's almost dead.
Can you heal? Do you
Okay,
need
19.
potions? Do you need anything?
19. The band that's partway across the waist just kind of opens freely on the hinge on the one side.
Is there just one?
Yeah, just that was the one he did.
Oh my
So
god.
go ahead and make an athletics check. I mean, there's multiple bands around you. There's one across your shoulders, your torso, your legs, your
Alright, I'll move
ankles.
down to the next one.
Does anybody
Life.
have
They
healing
start them
spells?
down.
Ooh, 25.
And a 25 on my lockpick.
Okay, you get a second band. You roll a 25. And Marisha, do you want to go ahead and make an athletics check as well? Or should we just make a strength check for you?
For what?
For your form, your elemental form, to try and pull the bands off of Grog.
Okay.
Unless you're doing something else.
I'm going to recommend to
No.
Pike that she do a bit of healing.
Hi, can you heal Trinket? He's really almost dead.
Is Pike okay?
Mike comes over and is going to spend a third level healing spell.
I failed.
You failed what?
Life. Oh wow, yeah you did.
Strength check.
Okay. Trinket heals 21.
You're a weak
Pull
one.
muscles.
Vax is moving to the next band. That's a 24.
I got a 25. Does that not help?
Yeah, between the two of you, over the next few seconds or so, you pick the next one.
Is the frame rate just bad on my end, or is the frame rate, is it kind of like moving a little glitchily for you guys?
And with that remaining push on you, you just force the rest of the bands off. Grog, you make your way up to your feet. There we go. At this point in time, there's a slight ripple in the space right before this this fire pit, and in that same place, Queen Ulara, reappears again.
Hold her!
Waiting for it.
Take her alive.
Can I grab
Wait,
her?
can we do something? Can we react to this?
Yeah, she's just
Oh, I see it, and I cast Hold Person.
Okay.
Had glitchy. I wonder if it's the playback speed. I'm gonna try putting it back to normal. We'll see.
All right. As you finish the spell, you can see the.
Might have been the playback speed. We'll go at normal for a sec, or for a while, because it seems like combat's over.
This kind of glow of yellowish holding energy, almost like these mystical shackles, begin to tighten around her, and then fade unaffected.
Well, because then I can release
also
the
cast
arrow.
Hold Person.
Okay, as you go and release your arrows. Go ahead and roll for your attack. All right.
29.
29. Okay, that does hit. You can see now the second set of shackles spins around her. She brings her hand up like this, and they just scatter around her, resisting the second whole person.
Can I just
Now
reach
all our
out
good saving throws are coming through.
and grab her as an earth elemental? Just like,
If you want to.
yeah.
So, damage on the attack?
I hunter's marker as well.
Oh, there you go. See that chat room?
Let's go, Vex.
That's, what is that? 13?
This is actually an interesting what's the word? Case study in how the way that people feel affects what actions they feel like they can take. And that's a really vague way to put it, but I'll get into it. I assume, I haven't seen Grog's stats yet, but a lot of people have 20s. I'm gonna pretty hard assume that Grog has a 20, right? In strength. Okay. Earth elementals are large creatures. But beyond that, they just have a 20 in strength. There's nothing really differentiating a earth elemental from a large creature with 20 strength, which, for the purposes of carrying, pushing, pulling, etc., Grog, as a Goliath, counts as a large creature. He counts as one size larger. Beyond that, when Grog rages, he gets advantage on all strength checks, which, if he were trying to go beyond his normal carrying capacity, it is recommended that they do an athletics check, which is a strength skill check. So, all in all, Grog is much more capable as a strength-based user than this Earth Elemental that Calith is. Like, Earth Elementals do not have anything that gives them any sort of edge over Grog. However, Grog does use his strength frequently and to great effect. But Calith, because she feels big, she feels strong, she is using that to do more creative decisions within the combat and within the fiction. And the truth is, a lot of them could probably be more creative with their strength. Like, a lot of them are very strong. I think Percy has like a 14. 14 is significantly stronger than any of us normally. That's someone who goes to the gym constantly, is like a 14. Like, the biggest bodybuilders on the planet are like 16s, 18s at most. So, that's why sometimes I talk about like writing down passive scores, writing down your push-pull carry weight on your character sheet. Not just knowing what the calculation is, write it in the margins or write it under your features list. Because just having those numbers there will make you think about other things that you can do with them. As Grog, if I know, like, okay, I have a 20, it's 20 times 15, so that's 300 pounds push-pull carry, times 2 because I'm a Goliath, that's 600 pounds push-pull carry that Grog just has. Right? Kinda crazy. Kinda crazy. And then, raging strength advantage checks, like, I honestly think he kind of underutilizes it because he doesn't feel like he is as strong as something like an earth elemental. Even though what Calith is doing is pretty, okay within like the fiction of how strong she is. So, something to consider for your characters.
12 plus... That's 16 total.
16 damage, alright.
I'm gonna take a headshot with bad news. Oh,
Let's
are you
just
doing
hold
stuff?
her.
We need to
Let's
talk to her.
hold
Okay,
her.
okay.
I bear hug her.
Alright, so go ahead and make an athletics check.
I'll sit.
Yeah, come on. I mean, look, if we were gonna just kill her, we wouldn't be casting fucking Hold Person. She's one person and you're 7. Well, plus the DM NPC Pike. Like, or not DM NPC, but, you know, player character Pike. There are 8 of you on one of them. If you wanted to, when she pops back in, you could have killed her without wasting 2 whole persons.
I don't have that.
I know, but so it's just a strength check then. Roll d20, add the strength modifier as a...
Ooh, that's better. 23.
23. You bound up behind her as she looks over her shoulder, like the arrow piercing her shoulder. She's looking really rough. You see the blood beginning to kind of pool underneath her robe there. Her eyes go wide.
It would be in your best interest to not struggle.
At which point, the giant arms go behind her, and the earth elemental lifts her off of her feet, and she... You can see her now, her feet dangling angrily in the air. A couple seconds pass before she... All right. So, let's make a deal, shall we?
You're in no place to negotiate.
Yes, we have everything that we've come here for. What can you possibly offer us that we don't already have?
Valid point. What purpose do I serve here? You should let me go.
Let you go? I tried to talk to you and you almost tried to get us killed.
Vox Machina, our purposes are here are done, but Lady Kima, she has further to go, and I am curious, Your Highness, if you know anything about this Kavan chap or gal or thing. We've heard his or her name. They seem to be famous in these parts. Was wondering if you know anything about Kavan.
Are you rolling persuasion for this?
I know something about Kavarn.
Yes, I am. So well. That's a 2.
So bad.
She goes, I know many things. She kind of leans forward a little bit and then just spits right in your face.
I kind of
wonderful. Clarota, do you want to suck her mind?
I tighten my grip on her just a bit.
Vexalia, would you come up and talk to this?
I'm already here.
Again, the sucking your mind thing. Like, decent threat, but I think Vex would actually be okay with that, which is massive fucking PC-centered morality. Also, asking Clarota to suck a mind in front of Lady Kima, who expressed very negative feelings about exactly that practice. Exactly the practice of sucking minds.
Which steps forward and just kind of brings his hand up.
Oh, that's true. We don't need her. We just need her brain.
Right.
Yeah.
As Clodagh steps forward, putting his hand out, this voice kind of echoes through all of your minds communally. No. Tell us what you know. And you see his eyes flicker with this strange blue energy.
Yeah, Professor X.
Man's gotta eat.
And you see Alar's eyes glaze over and fill with the same blue arcane energy that Clarota was briefly having drift out of his eyes. Ular stops struggling, and the mouth goes into this weird grin for a second and just calmly says, Liberation. Liberation is what it brings us. Liberation from physical limitation. Liberation from the pain of the light. And she looks up as she says that. We all shall rise. Kavarn, the guiding darkness. The sun shall hold no sway, and we shall walk the surface once again.
What is all this poppycock?
What is Kavan?
Kavarn came to us, showed us how, through unification, we could be better.
I
than
didn't
we
ask
ever
what
were.
he did. I asked what he is.
Kavarn. At which point there's a shudder in her body, and the eyes go from the strange blue color to this strange swimming black that covers the entirety of each eye. At which point she kind of shakes for a second. Her shoulders shift, and you can clutch her in your arms. As you do, you...
Okay. Kavarn runs a hive of mind flayers. Also, Kavarn, no mind sucking. Yeah, because it's a distraction technique. Have you never played a social deduction game? Of course, if you're the fascists in Secret Hitler, you're going to be like, guys, don't shoot the liberals. What? How did this fascist policy get enacted? Come on, Richard, think for a second. Come on. Now, if this chick's eyes go black and she fucking gets, blood starts running out of her nose and she dies right there, and then we immediately cut to Lady Kima reacting, if he goes straight into dialogue with Lady Kima, that's going to be the most suspicious shit I've ever seen.
You see the blackness now has that same kind of green glow that the
Because it's big, like, all right, don't look any more at that. Oh, let's move on.
rest of them had, but it's kind of framing the pools of shadow that her eyes have become. Her jaw falls slack for a second, and this voice comes through.
There. There we are. I can see you all so clearly. Not me! You'd be surprised, Dragonborn. Oh, you're pretty good. Word has reached my ears, but to see you, to look upon you.
Okay. Okay. She could be just talking through Ulara. She's just sitting in the back of the party with a little mic, with a little walkie-talkie. Is anyone looking at her? Have we narrated what she's doing? I don't even know where she was in this combat. Alternatively, Kavarn and Kima could also be just warlocks of the same patron. I've also considered that. I also had the theory last time that maybe she's after the other horn that was in the pair that, Kavarn has one, Kima's after the others, but she's not telling the party about that. Yes! Exactly! She's the wizard! This is the great and powerful Kavarn, great and powerful Oz. Don't look behind the curtain. I'm just saying.
Is everything. Come. You are close, yes. Come to me as my guests. I invite you. The temple doors are open.
Yeah. Okay. My new theory is I'm now relatively convinced that Lady Kima is not Kavarn. However, I still think it's very plausible and nay, even likely that the reason that Lady Kima has such a hard-on for finishing this quest is because she's after the other horn. And that's also why she was so wanting to go and look through the treasury or what have you, is because she thought that they might have the other horn. It could be. I don't know.
We'd like to see you in person. Can you be more specific? Do we go?
Also, why she was praising them, she was like, "Good job on the killing people front," and she was like, "Hey, fuck your friend. Who cares?" Doesn't sound very paladin-y to me.
Left or right? No, so specific. You're already on the right path. Come to me. You are my treasured guests.
Ooh, I like
At which
treasured
point,
guests.
the blackness in the eyes begins to intensify and begin to spill like black tears from the face. Her body shudders before the back kind of convulses and then falls limp. A little bit of smoke
Treasured
rising
guest
from
is
her
a
mouth.
very good phrase for a super
She's
villain.
definitely giving up the ghost.
Try to heal her.
Does she have anything awesome on that we can take?
I wasn't gonna say.
You're looting
I
her
was
already?
waiting.
Brother. She is infected. This is a plague. This is a problem. This shiny disease needs to be fucking treated, dude. No, this is just fake. Yeah, this is a thrall. This is a thrall of Kima's that's there to distract. Ulara went full Billie Eilish. How else does he know everything that they're doing? Scott? You say that shit. Although my theory is that Kavarn is hooked into the Elder Brain, So he would have known that they were all there because of the other mind flayer that they ended up killing. So, by my own headcanon and theory, he would not have to be traveling with them to know. But I appreciate your support.
I was waiting for someone else to say it.
What a mercenary.
It's dead. Can we take her out?
All right. All right. So as you guys glance around, you find, other than the usual assortment of objects, you find.
If there's any amount of gold, I'm gonna be so pissed off. If they're like, add 10 GP as you go towards this fucking eldritch temple with an ancient eldritch artifact strapped to the head of this supervillain. Yeah, take 10 GP. The horn is actually a megaphone. Dun dun dun.
Armored Duragar, the Emberhold make.
Vaxildon is going to go pick at the charred remains of the Illithid.
I'm going into the tent to look.
I wanna check out the queen.
Okay. You go and check out the charred remains. They are charred. They are remains. There is what looks to be about 86 gold in the body, but most anything of use has been charred or destroyed.
Who cares? I tried to push the mic away so that it wasn't too loud. I'm sorry if it was too loud. I don't like ear raping even as a joke. But holy fuck, dude. This quest is for like 20k. Who cares? 100 gold would be 0.1% of what they are doing this quest for. Insane. They are not going to be trading with the mind flayers at Yog-Sothoth. They do not need gold right now. Just say it's a charred body and move the fuck on.
There's the remnants of a breastplate that is burnt over that most of the mind flayers use as a basic form of protection. As you inspect her body, as the earth elemental drops her with a thud to the ground.
I rolled an 18 for Arcana. I wanted to check.
Okay. You do notice there is a
I do apologize if that was really loud. I saw it peaking on my mic and I was like, uh-oh, I need to tone it down.
silver circlet across her forehead that does give off a sort of magical aura.
Ooh, shiny.
She carries on her one viscous kind of reddish potion that is familiar to you in the kind of healing accoutrement of various potions you've had in the past.
Okay, I've talked in the past about how I don't use potions or like consumables very often, but if you want there to be something magic on every fucking body that they encounter, he's given them like a magic item per session. At least fucking lately. And if you want there to be a magic item on every single person, child, and dog that they encounter, it should be consumable. You cannot keep giving them just mountains of magic items, even if they're low rarity. Laura cares. She cares about every single... Dude,
it is a potion of greater healing.
Insane.
Yeah, we haven't used the yellow potion yet.
And nobody ever drank that?
No.
There is another potion that has almost a blue frosty color to it. And as you take the vial from where it sits in the rest, the actual glass that contains the liquid has a frost, like a layer of frost crystals around it.
Do you want?
I'm going to remember this. You're the one who suggests drinking random yellow liquids, and I'm going to bring you a vial of yellow liquids. Just saying.
Oh, I've been told that there's a shopping session soon in my future that might drive me insane. So we'll see.
Investigation check.
Me, yes.
Can I also check as well as we already checked the queen. You already checked the queen.
Yes.
Can we check
almost done checking the queen.
the elf and the dwarf that?
And could I ask Pike to heal me because I look like a game of tic-tac?
Dude, man, what a great fucking strategy to ruin your entire monologue. oh man, just like give a fantastic monologue that draws us in, makes us so interested in the story, in the characters, where we're going next, spawning nice in-character conversations, and let's throw it all out the fucking window for some gold pieces and potions. And look, honestly, if this is something that all of the characters are into, this is partially on Matt at this point. He just needs to be like, hey, I know you're going to loot every single body that I ever give you. Here's a note card with everything that they had on them. Move on. Handle it later. Handle it while you're waiting during initiative or while we're taking a pee break, and put it all in your shit later. Like, this is partially on them. If he knows that his players want this kind of behavior, fucking move it along. Make a post-it for every single encounter, because apparently you need to. I'm going insane.
I know, we should check on Grog.
Oh, no, don't think of me, please. I've
You're
only
just-
been fucking missing for
You're
2
standing
weeks.
up. I'm so happy you're back
How to
with
loot the
us.
bodies, buddy. How to loot the
I
bodies.
really
What'd you roll,
want to
Vesta?
see if there's anything cool.
13? Okay.
Fudge.
Can't seem to find anything out of the remains of Mind Flayer, unfortunately.
I dropped.
Oh yeah, and again, even like people trying to do character interactions are talked over by the people looting. I mean, they were joking. They were doing like out of character joking, but at least it was like at least semi in character.
Earth elemental form.
Okay. The earth around your form seems to just crumble like a layer of rock. Hits the ground and kind of dissolves into the stone beneath
See,
you.
I told you it was Keelan.
Were you watching? Were you watching, Grog? Grog, you weren't watching.
Oh, totally was. It was amazing what you did. I'm proud of you. Could you do it again?
Look at this. Look at this. Character interaction. Character interaction. Uh-oh, loot goblins. Looking at loot. Which, to be fair, even in my strategy, they would be like looking at the note card, looking at loot, whatever. At least they're not talking over them this time, but I'm going to stop talking about it. I'm going to stop beating the horse.
After we take a short
Even though it
rest.
is clearly alive and well.
This probably does count as a short rest.
It looks like there's some traveling, blankets, some furs. You do also find a small case that contains a bunch of empty vials. There is one filled vial, a very large vial.
That's cool.
Superior healing. All right. Great.
And you,
dude, and that's the insane thing is he has all these note cards. I imagine that the only issue is that he must like not know what he is going to give them for each thing. He just has a big stack of note cards of like varying rarities that he pulls out of, but it just disrupts the flow so much. It just puts the pace just fucking dead stop in its tracks. Like, imagine if they had a looting montage right after the first Mind Flayer speech in the war camp. Like, I wouldn't have ruined the session or anything, but holy shit, it would have been a much worse moment. Like, this is the first interaction with Kavarn. And they're just like, superior healing, greater healing. Wow, which will I choose? I mean, yeah. Else all loot would accumulate in dungeons. Blocking them up. That's true. They're doing a service, really, to the dungeon gods that keep spawning loot in here. They have to clean it out. She's like a custodian. She's like a janitor, just cleaning up the loot as she goes.
Oh, sad. Please heal me.
What the hell?
Everyone's a little.
What are you gonna use a crossbow for, Richard? What are you using a crossbow for? That you can't get with 10K. You know how many crossbows you can buy with 10K? 1,000. 1,000 and some change.
Pieces of paper.
I placed a circlet on my head.
What is it?
What is it?
Probably a cursed item.
You can't have it with an iron stone either, by the way. It's one or the other.
I thought that was a.
It's a head slot. Like you have to. They both
And
can't
for
share the same
iron
space.
stones, I could have up to 3 in that head slot.
Correct.
Okay.
What? Fuck is Matt talking about? That must be Pathfinder shit. Slots have not been a thing since 3.5. I don't even think they were a thing in 4. Were they even a thing in 3.5, or am I even misremembering? It must be a Pathfinder thing.
Maybe give it to Scanlan. Scanlan, do you have anything in your head slot?
Just my cunning wit. I don't even know what a head slot is.
It's for a hat.
Then
photo.
show you.
for the time being, I take off the iron sun and I dissipate it
Okay.
and put it on.
Okay.
Well, can you share?
This essentially allows me to
No.
Anyone who wears it.
anywhere or anyone wears it can maintain two concentration spells for 2 rounds.
Oh, that's great for
Oh,
you.
yeah.
Really good for you.
Wait, what was
For
the
a lot
other
of
thing that
people.
you just?
That's insane. Matt's just handing that shit out for not a random encounter, but they just found that on, like, the dwarf, right? That's fucking crazy.
Took off.
Could you do that,
that was
That should be on, like, a pedestal somewhere, in, like, a lockbox. That should require a skill check to get to. Come on.
I feel a lot
It
better
wasn't even that hard of an encounter. I was not worried at any point.
after you do it.
Sure, they got the good banishment, but still.
Pike comes up and says, I'm sorry, Grog goes over and
Share some of these
places
Yeah,
her hands
give one
upon
to
you.
Scanlan. He doesn't have a head slot.
As she's about to,
doesn't
Kima
have anything on his
kind of
head.
pushes her aside and
Okay.
says, I've got this.
Now you're the
Walks
same.
up, and you can see
I take it off.
this divine glowing energy
Please touch me.
fills her hands. She reaches out and touches you, and this
Oh,
warmth fills it.
Stop him.
This warmth fills your torso. Using her lave hands ability,
Stop it.
Lady Kima of Ward heals you for
Heals everything.
30 points of damage.
Oh.
20 for the day.
Oh, you're dead.
Did I find anything on the other people?
Thank you, Kima.
You look through the bodies. There looks like most of their adornments, other than the natural armor and weapons that they have, nothing of particular interest. Make an investigation check.
Circlet might have been on the queen, which maybe if they had killed the queen during the fight, then like during the fight in the throne room, like that maybe feels like appropriate treasure for the throne room fight. But based on my memory of the throne room fight, her leaving was scripted. Like, she blasted out the ceiling and was gone with Grog. I think without Matt allowing any interaction. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he at least let her... He at least did it when she was like still healthy enough to tank a few hits. I've never heard of an item like that. Oh, it's certainly not a raw item. That's... I mean, the whole point of concentration is that any spell marked with concentration should not be able to be comboed with another spell with concentration. Like, that is like the explicit point of the rule. That's a crazy powerful item, especially to give to like a level 10. That's like that's a rare minimum. I'd probably qualify that very rare. Maybe if it was 1 round, it would be a rare, but that's a crazy powerful item. I'm rewatching these with you, and I'm convinced this first arc was not meant to last as long as it did, and the reception caused them to stretch this material out a lot while he was planning more detailed stuff after this. Many of the things you bring up are still issues, but I don't think as bad. That's super fair. I think someone said in the last session that he had originally only been greenlit for like the first 5 episodes. So we're in kind of filler area at the moment, which is super fair. And I am hyper convinced. I know it gets better. I mean, people tell me all the time. I still, I like going through, pointing out the issues, and shit like that, but it will be really cool to watch it improve and like watch it get better. I'm excited for that. I owe you for 86 GP. Might want to hold on to that one. No. Shut the fuck up, Richard.
Wait, I get to go twice because it's under turn. That was great.
I took one of my hit dice too. Now I'm almost back.
16? Yeah, you're not able to really pull anything from their bodies, unfortunately. However, after Kima finishes healing...
I'm also really not a fan of involving skill checks in looting, unless it is like you're trying to like skin a monster or like gather like magical parts from a monster. Or maybe if the person had like hidden compartments on them. But even then, I'm really... I mean, you can tell, obviously, by my whole fucking reaction to all of this. I am just really generally, like, I think that looting really breaks up the pace. If your party really wants to get loot off of every fucking encounter, just write that up on a Post-it note, give it to them, and deal with it later. Like, I think that this whole, like, little looting mini thing just tanks the pace.
Kima walks over to...
For no good reason. Like, you can have this bookkeeping after session during a fucking potty break. Like, this bookkeeping does not need to be handled right now. They're not going to use that superior healing potion in the next hour. Like, guaranteed.
The dwarf corpse as you're inspecting it. And kind of gives it a look over.
For example, no one even for a second considered that they might use one of the potions to heal Grog. Kima just did it. Or Pike would have done it. So, do it later. Do the bookkeeping later.
And shakes her head.
What do you see, Kima?
This was one of my companions.
Oh no.
Well, judging by the scars across his body, he had already made a...
Oh no, are we supposed to feel fucking sad for you when you told us to get over Grog being missing? Oh no, I feel so bad for you, Lady Kima. And I'm saying this assuming that she's not evil or whatever. She's just being callous and selfish.
Thrall of one of the Thilid, most likely the one that finished Gatsby.
He was already a thrall.
Wasn't much to really bring him.
And look at Marisha. Good. Caleth, fucking give it to her.
Back at this point, I fear.
Is that what they would have done to Grog?
And then as you guys all look at Grog now, you can see him. He has hundreds upon hundreds of small scars across his body. Fresh wounds that have kind of just barely sealed. It looks like they've done a number on him with a bunch of small blades, hooks, razors. It's hard to tell, but he is just coated with small cuts.
It's been interesting.
You look really manly now.
Now.
Have we done some healing? Has healing been done?
You guys take a short rest if you want to heal yourself.
Yes.
This is the time for an intermission.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, an intermission.
Is it? What time is it?
It's 8:20. I mean, it's 8:24.
Did you?
Oh, we did miss my normal intermissions. I might see if we can get through theirs.
Use my naughty bits.
Sorry. Just begun.
I know, it feels so...
Just begun. This is right into battle.
I wanted to talk to my team.
Okay.
We can either talk now or we can talk after break. It's up to you.
Let's
talk now.
Vax
talk
is
now
walking
and
off
then-
into the distance to urinate on a stalagmite or a stalactite, whatever is the one on the ground.
Okay.
Well, we'll wait for Vax to get back.
We'll bring him.
Do the one on the
Just
ceiling.
talk loudly.
Yeah.
Well, I don't... Where's Kima?
She's like right
Sure.
here.
Kima's with you. Kima's still looking over the body of the dwarf that's fallen.
Speak.
Oh, that's a relief. Oh.
Oh, do you not want to do it? I don't want to talk about it. I look over at Kima.
Kima, earmuffs, Kima.
How? No, that's
You
awkward.
want me to distract her?
It's
Yeah,
like the
she-
longest pee ever.
Yeah.
Joking!
I'll distract her. I'll distract
Well, goes and
Kima.
distracts Kima.
I might be better at that.
Whoa.
Okay.
Kima, can you
You
take
be nice.
Can you take a walk with me? I would like to persuade you to take a walk.
Don't take his money.
It's okay.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
24.
Okay. Kima gives you a concerned look and goes,
It's just, there's this thing on my body. I thought maybe you could take a look at it and you could tell me if it's good or bad.
oh dear. No. Please.
It's
Good.
like
Do
bluish.
not drop the mark.
And the two of you begin to walk away for a moment, away from the party, briefly, while the rest of you are left behind too.
Scanlan, do you have an
I
earring?
have an earring.
Okay,
yes.
so Scanlan can hear.
I use my minor illusion to create like a purple third nipple on me that I sort of show her and ask her if it's okay or if it's just kind of.
Things are getting a little weird.
Is this normal?
None of this is normal. At all.
I mean, it's just.
Okay. I've been very critical of weird Scanlan. I think this is funny. Because it's again, it's kind of going back to my whole point at the beginning of this video, is it depends on whether or not the comic relief is detrimental or not. This is actively helpful, and it's silly. The other silly stuff that he's done a lot of times has been actively detrimental. And it's not like, and he's not like, he's creating a silly medical issue rather than like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like this is like good comic relief as opposed to the pooping on the beds.
I trust you. I feel like I know you. You know, we had that thing back there, and then Keyleth was yelling at you. What was that all about?
We're all
Let's
under a
girl
lot
talk.
of duress. We're
Let's
under a
girl
lot of
talk.
duress.
I can.
And we're in war, things,
No,
people have emotions, and I understand that. It's all right. And she pulls the leather gloves off that are part of the leather armor set, and kind of begins to inspect you. In the meantime, you guys continue your discussion.
I think we should get out of here.
What? Why?
Look, we've got Grog. We've got Kima. We came here to find Kima. That was our mission. I don't trust her.
We found her, but we can't leave without her.
So I'm walking back from my pee.
I mean, Caleb, the voice of fucking reason. Crazy. They just passed over the fucking Skeletor hands field with anime One Punch Running Man, and then just talked to Kavard that just inhabited the queen and then burned her from the inside out. And they've got the thing they're there for. It seems like, and like the place above them, I don't even remember what the dwarf city was that they came from, seemed kind of kidded. It seemed fine. Like, I did not think that they would be able to just tromp through the city and do whatever they want. It seems like kind of a fucking fortress. I bet that I would gander that there are at least 8, level 10 equivalent NPCs hanging out in that city. In fact, I know it because that wizard was able to just like totally fuck with their magic when they tried to enter his magic house. So, I mean, they've got Kima. They throw her over their shoulder. They head on out of there and collect their bounty. I swear to God, if Vexalia is not into this plan, I'm going to be pissed. Because the loot fucking gold goblin is like, no, let's go risk our lives instead of guaranteeing a 10K payday. Like, and this is what I mean about, like, flaws being consistent. If Vex really cares about gold, she should be 100% on Kayla's side here. We'll see if she is. Can you imagine the gold they'll get if they can kill Kavarn? Might be... Fucking exactly! It's not like their payday's gonna go up. So, people that might be concerned about, this existential threat that Kavarn poses, seems like someone like Tiberius, maybe Vax, maybe, I don't really understand Percy's personality, maybe Scanlan, seems like they would be, on the, like, oh, let's go hunt Kavarn side. But fucking Vex, Grog, I feel like they should be hard on Kalith's side of, hey, you're right. This is, like, super dangerous what we're doing. And, like, the city up there is probably going to be fine. Honestly, we've defanged, like, some of the threat just by being here. We took down the Derugar royalty and have killed several mind flayers. Like... they've done quite a fucking bit. Way more than Kavarn, or not Kavarn, Kima ever did. So they fucking hightail it out of there with Kima, get paid, let the fucking Council of Wizards, or whatever their friend that hired them is on, go let them know that all this is happening. Kima can confirm. And fucking not our problem anymore. Or they go back and Allura is like, hey, you want to go back and kill Kavarn? We'll give you 10K more. And now you've doubled your money. So, again, it's I'm okay with characters like doing things that I wouldn't do, right? Obviously, I'm talking about this from a very gold-focused perspective. Someone who is much more concerned about like the well-being of the world would probably want to go and head off this threat of Kavarn before he has time to, prepare, rebuild, etc. However, the gold-focused among them should be absolutely fighting to get the fuck out of here, which I feel like is most of them, honestly, based on what I've seen. 100% Laura got all the hack silver in God of War. Yeah.
And I've overheard this. We were sent here to bring back Kima. Shake. She's not going to come with us until we've killed this.
Yeah, she's not going to come with you willingly. I mean, I don't want to turn this into a kidnapping mission, but like, Kima is not in her right mind. Let's be real, she was going on a vision quest to even come here in the first place. Debatably, where were those visions really coming from? Let's consider. So debatably not in her right mind when she got here. Definitely not in her right mind now. They need to hightail it out of here, whether or not Kimo wants to.
That's true.
What's your problem with Kima?
Yeah.
Well, look, she just gave me the wrong vibe up front.
Okay, vibe. Okay. What did she do?
She's been very rude.
Scott, I agree with you. This is complicated. This is complicated because this is a combination of playing your character in a consistent way, playing their motivations correctly, playing their flaws. And I am more than okay if the hey, we're not Gold Goblin crowd wins out. Like, that should be, like, the debate. That should be the interpersonal drama. But for someone like Vexalia to not be down with just knocking Kima out and running back up to the surface is just bad character work. Like, your job as a player is to, like, play your character in a way that increases investment in the story, right? You all want to be invested in this overall story that is being told. Now, for something like Critical Role, for something that is a show and that has, like, an arc that you want to follow, the motivations are different. I've talked about this a lot behind the scenes when it comes to Brennan Lee Mulligan and Roll20. A lot of people really, really praise Brennan Lee Mulligan for seamlessly weaving quest hooks and plots and directing the players where they need to go. Because, Dimension 20, did I say Roll20? I meant Dimension 20. Dimension 20 has these really extensive, built-out set pieces for battles. So, like, Brennan has to get them to a certain point. Like, he just has to, because they have this big, expensive set piece that they need to use for the show. And I've seen people praise Brennan's ability to navigate the players there. And I have distinctly said that while I think Brennan Lee Mulligan is one of the GOATs of DMing, like, I think he's incredible, a lot of you thinking that he's doing that credit really should go to the players for playing their characters really, really well and making you think that it is within their own motivations to go in the way that Brennan is talking. Like, they have to convince you of that. and while still like playing their characters within the motivation. So that is like a challenge as a player, as someone who is playing these characters, to still play your motivations accurately and correctly. Let's say that, we know that Kavarn is going this way, and I am Laura Bailey, and I am trying to play Vex to the best of my ability. Right now, I am not just talking about like, the ethics of like, will she go, will she not? I'm saying to Calith right now, if I am Laura Bailey and I really think that Matt wants us to go in this direction, I'm saying, look, like, there's bound to be some crazy treasure in Kavarn's office. Like, that is part of playing your character. That's part of playing a good motivation, good flaws. When the bad guy talks to you, you kind of have to kill him. I disagree. I don't think you have to. Like, and we also, I brought up like kind of the performative aspect of like Brennan Mulligan and like players having to go down these routes. If you're at home, you do not have to do that. You're not making a TV show. You're making a story that people can be invested in. And the more you don't play your character how your character would act, just because you think the DM might want you to go in a certain direction, the more, not unrealistic, but the less the story makes sense, the less the fiction feels real. This is what people talk about when they talk about being on rails. Half of being on rails is the players doing it to themselves. Like, and I don't think that linear stories are bad by any stretch of the imagination, but rather than Matt giving them treasure at every fucking encounter, he needs to give those gold-motivated players, or the players like Calith, that might have legitimate motivations that they're like getting overridden on to leave, he has to give them reasons to stay. Like, that's the collaborative part of collaborative storytelling. If you have a direction that you want the narrative to go, you need to give the characters real reasons to go in that direction. That's why people praise Brennan Lee Mulligan, is because he's so aware of the characters and the players, and he gives those characters just enough to where the characters can realistically twist the situation into their motives making sense for them to go in any specific direction that they know the show needs to go in. I don't know if I took a breath for a little bit, but that is kind of, it's less that I'm like, don't do what Matt wants you to do. It is your job to come up with a reason, and if you are in a situation where you can't come up with a legitimate reason, then Matt, it's his job to give you one. It's not his job to just present you with something and for you to have to go and kill it because he put it in front of you. He needs to do more. Matt's talked a lot about how much he loves the players making choices he didn't expect because they're following their motivations. It makes better stories, really. Legitimately. Like, that's the really fantastic part. Even if you're playing in a hyper linear campaign, you can abstract all of that. If they really say, we are not going to go and fight Kavarn, we're going to go back to Allura, we're knocking Kima out, abstract all of it. Put it all, not into downtime, but put it all into fast travel. Say, like, yeah, you guys, like, make it out, like, roll me, like, one fucking skill check for each, like, area of the Underdark. And we're gonna do some narrative in Craghammer, and then we're gonna fucking fast travel back to Allura. And then if Allura tells you to come back to Kavarn and gives you some good character reasons, then fast travel right back. Like, you can abstract anything. You don't have to stay in real time this whole time. So, that would be my take on it. Obviously, everyone always can feel free to disagree with me. It is one man's opinion.
She's very tortured. She tortured Keyleth.
True.
Right. But look what happened. She's brought countless people down here, only to meet their end.
Well, none of those people are us.
Right. But
They
not
met their
yet.
end because they got captured. We're stronger.
Yeah, and to be fair, like when I'm giving these criticisms, it's kind of like what we talked about earlier. the D20 people, number one, have the benefit of like making a tight show, like having a whole arc planned out. I want to be very clear. I am not saying it's scripted. I do not think the D20 shows are scripted. But they probably know how many episodes they're signing up for, right? Like they know, okay, this is like this type of arc. I would hedge guesses that Brennan probably tells them like what sort of level ups they're going to have so that they can plan out their character and that they can plan out their arc, right? Like, again, not scripted. I don't want to be involved with that, associated with that group, but they're really tight experiences, and D20 players have the benefit of Critical Role already having happened. These guys are learning on the fly. Like, this sort of behavior of like getting stuck, not playing your character fucking perfectly, like that's all chill for a home game. You need a lot more experience within a system, within a lot of things to make a really, really good actual play. And I think that they likely, I mean, I've already seen them get better over the 9 episodes I've watched. Beyond that, they're playing in a new system. I was just playing for the first time the other day in a new system, and the DM felt bad that they weren't giving enough narrative description of the area. You know, classic, they weren't telling me what they smelled. But we were all still trying to learn the mechanics. We were still trying to get used to the mechanics of the system, which puts a lot of burden on your roleplay. When you're still trying to think about what's possible within the rules, it makes your roleplay a lot harder. And it makes the DM's prep harder. It makes their story delivery harder. Everything's harder when you're trying to work into a new system.
Do you know something we don't, Keela?
Look, all I know is that only a fool believes that his path is the most virtuous. See? And he's got an intelligence
I
of
want to
6.
use my insight check on Keela.
Okay.
I want to see her intentions.
Woo! Inside the group check. I love it.
14.
A 14. All right.
That was so cute.
Sneaky, sneaky. Keelan.
The whisper! The voice whisper!
Wait, get on camera. Get on camera. Over here.
Whisper in camera. He used to do this all the time.
It's true.
Yeah.
When shit goes down and all of us can't know, he whispers. And he sticks his tongue in your ear a little bit.
It's really nice.
I love CR, but I have some serious annoyances with stuff that happens later. I'm probably projecting that here. Hey, man, if I have also, I've heard some scuttlebutt. I've heard some rumors of potentially some situations where players maybe wanted too much of a spotlight and just wanted to do whatever they wanted to do regardless of anything else. And I can imagine if that was not motivated by character at all, or none of the other players challenged that motivation, that could be intensely frustrating. Like this sword, when I'm talking about motivation and flaws, this cuts both ways. If you're doing random bullshit that has nothing to do with your flaws, you just want to derail and do like some wild ass shit, that is equally as bad, probably worse than anything I'm talking about here. So that's totally fair.
Nice.
I can't cheat, but I really want to listen.
What was that shit about? Now I'm mad. Like,
Hey everyone, buy a t-shirt.
that was messed up.
Subscribe to Geek and Sundry. Support Felicia Day.
As you finish your statement as well, Keela, Clarota steps up and says,
I'm also very interested in what this could possibly be, that it could be a secret. I was under the full impression that this was just... I just assumed that this was all like character acting, that there were no secrets. And I've said it before. I don't know if I've actually said it on stream or not. I know I've said it in a video and some shorts. I am really not a fan. And like this is like a pretty hard stance that I have that I think is slightly controversial. I'm really not a fan of secrets from other players. I am super down, more than down, for secrets from characters. Like a character is keeping a secret from another. So down with that. All good. I'm not a fan of players keeping secrets from other players and like the DM facilitating that. I think I've only ever seen it have marginal benefits. I sort of view it like I view the fucking on-stream chat. I've seen it have very marginal benefits and huge downsides. I've seen it ruin games for people. Like it's I don't know. It's not something I would be easily convinced away from. He always whispers when they make an insight check, even if they don't get anything. I get it. I really think that that's bad practice. Like, at which I know that this is like a personal preference thing that I'm like taking like my own anecdotal experience, what I've seen, but I have never seen this not result. The only benefit here is shock value. It is just shock and surprise, which in general, to be fair, I don't really like surprises in real life. Not a huge fan. But in general, in campaigns, I've only ever seen secrets cause like actual issues at the table or be neutral. I sort of talked about this when I talked about like player plans, like when you're like planning something in combat and you're like being coy with the DM, like, oh, how many feet away are they? Oh, like, do you think that maybe this blah, blah, blah? No, just tell me what spell you're casting. I know you want it to be this big dramatic reveal. Make dramatic reveals happen in character. We're telling a story. We are collaborating on it. I cannot collaborate with you if you do not tell me what's going on. Like, that could be the big reveal right there. You could, if there was any information, you could just do the dramatic reveal right there. And then you have this fun surprise moment, and then you have a secondary fun moment in character later when the characters learn about it. Really, you're just spreading out the fun if you don't keep the secret. But if you do keep the secret, you're concentrating it and potentially even like making bad things happen, people feel left out, or people making decisions that they don't like. Megaphone Man, I don't want spoilers. Also, I have a problem with secrets. Okay, I do. That's true. Look, contradictions are the spice of life, my man. I don't like spoilers because I want to form unbiased opinions, especially when it comes to like how people play. If I knew what was wrong with Orion and why he got kicked out, I would have been looking for it since the moment I started. So I have avoided it at all costs. I have no idea why he gets out. I've been trying to like form my own opinions around what he's doing. But yeah, Richard. SSH, good evening. Gonna watch at 2x. Don't know. Hey, what's up, SSH? Good to see you. Glad you stopped in to say hi, and I'll see you on the other side. Maybe you'll catch up. But yeah, that's my big take on secrets. If secrets work at your table and everyone has fun, do what works. But that has been my own personal experience and my own personal take based on what I've seen.
I wholeheartedly agree. She is unstable. Cannot be trusted in her state.
She is. True.
Hold on a second. That's unfair.
What? Why?
That's unfair.
Why?
It has been a long road. Keyleth, I know you've had a hard time. We all have. I know we're miles below the surface of the world. We're together. We are family. And everyone here is here for you as you have.
And let's go jump off a cliff together. Like what?
Been for us. Now I say we camp for the night inside this schmuck's tent. We stay here, we rest up, sleep on it, and see how we're all feeling in the morning. We're here for you, Keyleth. We will protect you as you have protected us. You've got a family with us.
How do we know we're doing the right thing?
Still invisible, I go,
We've killed a lot of people, you guys. We've killed a lot of people.
Dude. Orion, now is not the time for comic relief, man. Read the room. I'm glad that Marisha talked over him, because, like, they are having an intense conversation. Comic relief should come 5 seconds into a silence when no one's saying anything. Like, it should not come while she is still in the middle of it.
Who in this world is without fault? Who hasn't made mistakes? We
Keelan.
certainly all have.
We're keeping him, Kavan, from killing even more.
How do we know we're not just interfering with issues that aren't our own? We didn't know of any of this until we came down here. And look, she wants to take the horn. She wants the horn, and she wants to take it back herself.
The bottom line is,
Why don't
all
we-
of this insanity is going to bubble up to the surface.
What? Yeah! Me and Caleb are on the same fucking wavelength. I'm there.
If
already
someone
has
doesn't
been.
stop it,
All those creatures that have been coming up, Keelan.
remember, think back. It has already begun, and no one is here to stop it except for Vox Machina. Us.
We promise we will heed your warning, but we can't run. We will heed it, though.
We got your back, Boo.
We made a deal.
And we made the deal.
We did make a deal.
I understand you, Clarota, and I'm on your side, I swear. But a lot of people. There have been a
I did also super forget about their deal with Clarota. Totally forgot about that. And remember my whole rant from before about, like, character motivations, yada, 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 about, like, them just chucking on out of here, and how I said that if the character motivations do not line up for them to go and, go to Kavarn, that Matt as the DM needs to give them more motivation. I totally forgot about Clarota. They made a deal with Clarota. And yeah, they could, backstab on their deal, but now we're getting into, like, even more complicated motivations. Like, that's probably enough to sway some people and outvote. Like, that's enough to, even if the gold goblins are still wanting to leave, if some of them have, like, thieves honor, I always honor my word, whatever, that Clarota factor is enough to sway them within their internal character logic. So I think that's something great for Matt to bring up now, and probably should have been brought up earlier, just saying. But what do you got, though?
A lot of murderers who did the things that they did because their gods told them to do it. Right?
We'll be caught.
And also, in this situation where, like, not only, confirmed gods are real, but also confirmed, like, demons and fucking all manner of nasty warlock patrons are also there. Also, when the gods war against each other, like, even the good guys can't be trusted to not pawn you for a little bit of advantage over their contemporaries. I mean, it's really reasonable to assume that they're getting played and that they're not doing the right thing, even if they do assume that Kima is telling the truth about having all of these visions.
And we'll have you to protect us.
I go, I dissipate invisible, and I approach Keyleth.
Your Highness.
I mean, like case in point from a Marvel movie, just think back to when Loki is impersonating Odin in Asgard and is actively getting all of the Asgardians to do whatever the fuck he wants. Like, if Loki was just a little bit more evil in Thor Ragnarok, he would have Asgard actively prepping to invade Earth by impersonating Odin. Like, even if Caleb is telling the full, unadulterated, 100% truth, she could be actively being lied to, and who would be the wiser? Yeah, Matt Damon. yeah, exactly. That Loki.
By the honor of all Stormwinds, I will let nothing happen to you. I swear it. I will fight till my death. And I have ways, of course, to get us all out of here whenever I damn well please.
That's true.
So do not worry.
He does?
Just have a bad feeling.
What are his ways? Wait, what? Nothing could be more evil than Matt Damon. Wait. What are his ways? Cause like, okay. Again, I'm maybe I'm thinking about this too hard, honestly. And I don't know, if I'm any of their given characters, if I'm thinking about this, but if he has a way to get them out of there, like that, right? Don't question it. If he has those ways, they could just like run out of here really quick, like drop off Kima, and then maybe bring some reinforcements, maybe don't even drop off Kira, maybe grab Allura, a couple other helpers. Again, I know that this is constructed for them. It's a fight for the PCs, but as a character, I have to be convinced why I can't do that. Now, if the PCs say that they're going to do that, and I'm Matt the DM and I don't want them to, I think it is more than okay for Kavarn to fucking swat whatever method Tiberius has. Totally okay. I think it's okay for Matt to say, you're in Kavarn's lair already. He has ways equals some BS. Right. Yeah. What the upcoming combat needs is definitely, okay, Richard, again, it doesn't, from a meta perspective, it doesn't, but as a character, I need cages put on me for why I can't do things, right? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense, and I lose investment within the story. I'm a creative person. I'm a creative player. If I have Tiberius, who says he can just fucking get us out of here, the assumption is that he can get us back in. That might be the thing that I'm, missing here, because this is probably made up bullshit. But if he can only get us out and not back in, that's a whole other discussion. Then that makes sense why we would want to stay in and finish it out. But I don't know.
This horn can't make it back up to the surface. You guys have to promise me that.
We'll keep the horn from leaving.
She wants to take it back. Why? If it's that bad, why does she want it?
That may be so, but the evil that is brewing beneath the surface of the world will stretch up to everything we know. And I know that you have made mistakes. I have certainly made mistakes.
Okay. I've coalesced my thoughts. I have actually figured out what bothers me about this situation so much in particular. They're basically pitching this as a save the world plot, right? Because anything less, there's no reason that they can't, head out, come back later, right? They're pitching this as a save the world plot. They are saying if we do not deal with it now, right now, at this very moment, we're the only ones equipped to deal with it. We got to go in. If a threat, and this is a problem with a lot of save the world plots in all sorts of media and stories. If the world is legitimately at stake, 8 intrepid heroes cannot handle it. How much do we know about the horn at this point? We know that there are 2 of them and that they are, I believe, Orcus horns. We got some explanation about them. And Kima talked about how she wanted to recover them, and that's when my theory switched from Kima being Kavarn to they narrate how Kavarn only has 1 horn, and they talked about how the ancient horn bearer or whatever used to have 2. The guy got beheaded, horns fell off, got lost for a while, and then whoever Kavarn used to be found 1 of the horns and is now Kavarn. That's at least what I recall and remember. And Kima wants to go and get the horn for some reason. She was really cagey. She was not like that cagey about it, but she was kind of cagey about it. So my theory changed from her being Kavarn to her wanting to like wring the location of the second horn out of current Kavarn so that she can become ultimate horn bearer again. So I think she's now a paladin warlock multi-class. That's my new theory. I still think she's super duper evil. But yeah, so you know, Vax is pitching this as a save the world plot. A save the world plot only works if all of humanity fights against the world disrupting evil. Right? Like at least within the area of like normal people. If they are like a chosen party, if they have been like blessed by the gods, then you can do a save the world quest and not involve the rest of the world. But I legitimately think that one of the core flaws of save the world plots is that they give no legitimate reason that the characters would believe themselves capable of taking on a threat that is a threat to the entire world. Right? Like, you're in the world. And you can get into like the nitty gritty of like, oh, maybe it's like a time thing. Like they're going to raise armies of darkness. And if they get far enough, then they're a world threat. But that's not what Vax is saying. And that's not how this is being pitched. So like, if this really is a world ending threat, we need to go and get all of the other people that are as powerful, if not more powerful than us, to help protect the world and, you know, perform an incursion. Not just like a couple more NPCs. This should turn into like a fucking war subquest of like an incursion into the Underdark with huge battles and like all that shit. Kavarn was originally pitched as a threat to Craghammer, which then made sense why this band of 7 level 10s might actually have a shot at taking him down, because it's a threat to one city. Right, that's the level that we're supposed to be at in the 10s, in like the 5 to 10s are threats to regions. That's like the power tier that we're at. So think about how you're characterizing your threats and how your characters think of them. It can be impactful to how right your story feels.
That is to live. There is more at stake right now, and we are the front line. We're the only ones that can stop it.
Why? I'm gonna stop pausing. I'm gonna stop belaboring this point. You're not the front line. You're the only line. Let's make that clear. And why are you the only ones that can stop it? I mean, legitimately, and like, if you are Caliph in this situation, push back on Vax. It's good character work to really try and flesh this out. Why are we the only ones? Why are we the chosen ones? And if Vax truly believes that it's just because we're here now, we're exploiting a point of weakness, that can be a good piece of drama and contention between your two players and help flesh out your motivations. He's a man of action. He wants to exploit people's weaknesses. He wants to go before they have a chance to prepare. Like, that's good character fleshing. But, like, if you're Caliph, push him on that. Make sure that he defines, like, why are we the only ones that can stop it? And we all know about Kima is friend of Allura. We need to save. No more backstory. I believe it was mentioned she was a paladin of Bahamut. Yeah. She's a paladin of Bahamut. Supposedly. I don't know what oath she's supposed to be, because I think paladins are religious in Pathfinder, but they're not religious in 5e. So there's a little bit of weirdness there. But she's a friend of Allura, but her and Allura were both up for like this super cool wizard council. Or maybe not wizard council. They were both up for some sort of cool council. And Allura took the council seat. Kima didn't. Seemed kind of salty about it, but I wasn't quite sure. I thought Kima seemed salty about it, but I was maybe reading too much into it. But yeah. I linked a video of Brennan on railroading that I think dovetails pretty well with what you were saying about player choice in the Discord. Ooh! Ooh. Should we watch it now? Maybe let's go until they take a break. We'll take a break. How long is the video of Brennan? Richard, I'll pull it up really quick, just to check it out. But I'll play this while I'm looking into it.
Mistakes are all right.
God in darkness will blot out the light.
I just hope we're not the darkness.
Wait, no, do you need light?
Oh, 141. Okay, yeah. So we'll watch this until they break. We'll break, and then we'll come back with this Brennan Lee Mulligan. Especially if it dubbed. Actually, fuck it. Let's watch it right now while it's all fresh in our minds. And also Richard, love you. Put that. This is my own fucking neuroses. Put that sort of thing in React recommendations rather than in media. But it is a super fucking thin line that I totally understand.
I want to be living.
That being confusing. Thank you for posting this. I'm very interested in it. Okay, let's see. What does Brennan have to say?
When I'm a player, I want to be living in a story, immersed into a character that is not, to their knowledge, living in a story. Like Evan Kelp says in Misfits and Magic, I'm not a character.
Yeah.
Right? I don't want to play a character that's thinking about their fucking narrative arc. I want to play a character that wants to save the world as quickly and efficiently as possible, right?
Yeah.
But I, the player, want the arc. So me and my character exist at odds because I want the deep immersion. I want the fucking Mount Doom, Frodo's Quest, all that shit. But I want to play a character that doesn't want that. I want to play a character that gets the ring as quickly and safely as possible to Mount Doom because that's the immersion I'm looking for. So what is that?
Yeah. My character in fucking Lord of the Rings should be questioning why we can't take the Eagles. Like legitimately, if you are playing a well thought out, immersed character, you should be saying to Gandalf, Mr. Gandalf, why can we not take the Eagles? Even if you know that is stupid and it shortcuts the story, like, you have to find a reason to not ask those questions, either as the player within your motivations. And if you can't find one, it is on the DM to give you one. That is a DM responsibility. To give you reasons that you should do the arc. Because we're telling a collaborative story and your character has no idea that they're in a TTRPG. I fucking love this, yeah.
That mean if I want to provide that experience to a player? Players are like water. They are going down the hill as fast as they can, seeking the path of least resistance. That's the character is like water. But the player wants anything other than a straight line. So my job as Rails is irrigating a path down that lets the water always have taken the fastest route towards its goal, but at the end of it, the shape is the most convoluted and pleasing.
Totally.
Right? That like, you achieved the shape of a story while you were trying your hardest to go in a straight line. If that makes sense.
I love that.
Yeah, that's really cool.
1,000%.
So
I'm different now.
You should do this for a living.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can literally think about this like a not pachinko board, not peglin. What the fuck's the word? The one where you like drop the balls into like the different pegs and it like goes down. Plinko? Yeah. Think about this like a fucking Plinko board where say you have, all of these dots, right? I don't even know if you can fucking see these cuz the cursor is so small. Let me make these bigger. So, say you have all of these dots, right? Exactly what Brennan is talking about. So I won't go too much, but I want to get the point across. So say, I have my character, session 0, we're starting up here, and fucking getting the ring to Mount Doom is down here. 0. The path of least resistance is going whoop, right? Like, that is what a good character that is playing their flaws well and is playing their motivations well is going to do. They're going to go in that straight line. That is the most investing way to play your character, is to go in that straight line. So as a DM, it is your responsibility, your explicit responsibility, to set up blockers. You are going to set up these blockers so that it is not possible for them to get there. And this is not like when people talk about being on rails, you know, quote unquote. The what they are talking about when they talk about being on rails is when these are too obvious, when they are contrived, when the player looks at this and says, this is unbelievable within the context of the fiction. If these rails do not make sense within the other established fiction, that is when someone will tell you that your story is on rails negatively, right? But it is every DM's core responsibility to set up these rails if you want a nice story. So that way, when you actually bring out the water, when you let these well-motivated characters go through, they go down here, oh, they can't get there, they fill up, they go, oh, we're over here, and now we have to go up here, right? This is the most straight line this blue line could have possibly taken, but it is this nice symbolic shape. So, again, something that I liked that Matt had is, like, they made a deal with Clarota. Like, that plays on their character motivations that they are entrenched in to get them to go a different way. Them making a deal with Clarota is this blocker. Kima not wanting, or actually no, Kima not going with them unless they force her is this blocker. And then Clarota not like wanting them to follow through on their deal is this blocker. If they still insist on going through past these blockers, there is some sort of fucking anti-magic field that you have foreshadowed with the bad vibes, little bone gremlins. Like, say, fucking, say that Tibbs really does have a magic way out that just can snap them back to the surface. It is more than reasonable, more than okay for the DM to say, all right, roll a, you know, whatever your spellcasting modifier check. Roll a spell attack. And then be like, what? The spell doesn't require that. And the DM says, I know, roll it. And if they fail, which, I mean, depending on what the DC is, it might be almost guaranteed for them to fail. You narrate these, you narrate, forming the spell in your head just like you normally do. But out of the darkness of your mind comes skeletal hands that you almost recognize, and they tear your spell apart, getting in the way of the connection between where you are and where you want to be. Like, take the things that you foreshadowed and make them the reasons that you can't leave. That's this new blocker. And the test of a DM, the real measure and merit of a DM skill, is how little you can see these lines. That is ultimately what determines if people think your campaign is on rails or not. Even open world sandbox campaigns have these rails. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Because the DM isn't going to just let you walk into the Deathlands and fucking insta-kill your characters. Almost never. They're going to set up foreshadowing so that you don't do that, which is just another form of these rails. Thank you for this recommendation, Richard. This has been very, 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 very good. I do think it dovetailed really well into what I was saying, and I appreciate it. The Eagles are being groomed today. Exactly, Richard. And that is the test of whether your campaign feels on rails or not. Is there a reason they can't ride the Eagles? Or are they just not feeling like it today?
Oh,
Is it? I'm sorry.
Thanks, Tiberius.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what this is. I'm sorry.
There's one more thing I need you to look at. it's just I cast polymorph on myself, giving myself a gigantic dick. And I slowly pull down my pants.
Okay, I should have said it because it would have been more appropriate, but I was like, I don't want to harp on this again with Sam. Literally, when I was talking about like the third nipple being like good comic relief, I was literally about to say, I was gonna be like, yeah, this is better than the poop because it's not actively disruptive. It's not like actively disrupting the rest of the team. So like it's okay to be like a little silly and maybe a little gross. And I was about to say, and I stopped myself because I was like, I just don't want to harp on this again. I was like, and he's not being like kind of weird and like kind of sexually not chauvinistic, but you know, forceful and not asking for consent all the time. And I was like, because I literally had the thought, I was like, he could have like asked her to inspect something on his dick, which would have been ridiculous, but honestly better than this. I mean, I don't know, man. Fourth level spell slot for a joke, dude. I'll waste spell slots all day. Just make them jokes that aren't you flashing one of your allies.
Ema immediately turns around and says, okay, and walks back to the group.
What did I say? What did I say? You can't keep it in for 2 seconds.
It's my way.
I mean, not that I blame you, my God.
I think we're all a little afraid.
This is literally the adorkable chauvinist, which if you haven't heard of, you can look it up. I won't go into it too much, but it's just like, oh, he's silly. Scanlan would never hurt a fly. Real different if Scanlan is in a trench coat and is flashing strangers on the street. But it's not actually different, right? I mean, you know, you gotta think about that sort of shit, even within your jokes.
I think we need to rest. Let's set up camp.
Yeah, let's go.
Kima steps in and points. I agree. We have quite a journey ahead of us. And at which point Clota pipes up and says,
Indeed. Not too far from young Voril. Let us rest.
Kima. I just wanted to apologize.
No need for that, Caleb.
If I came across too harshly that night.
She puts her hand up and
You're
kind
fine.
of, in a matronly way. It's honestly not a worry. War is stressful, and all of us have been through a lot through this experience. I understand. I've been where you've been, and it's not uncommon to question everything around you. And with good reason. That's what keeps you alive. Were you to believe every person that crossed your path, you would not have made it to past your 15th season. I can assure you, as best as I can, that I mean the best for all of us. I just know that if we don't do what we're here to do, far more people will suffer than the few I've brought down here to protect me.
Look, I don't think this is on purpose. I don't think that this is what Matt was going for, but that really sounded like she was like struggling against something that was like controlling her speech. Like it sounded like she was having to like force the words out, or like she was like trying not to say the words. I don't think that's what was happening. I think she was just, you know, hesitating and it's emotional, but I'm just saying, Kima's sus.
And for me to protect. I'm not asking for your trust. Just asking for your patience.
Well, I can grant you that. Only if you promise to grant us respect in return. As I feel you were a little untrusting of what we were doing up front, which I once again understand, but...
You caught me at a rough time.
Well, same here.
Well, thank you.
I'm sorry. Scanlan, what is that?
Oh, this bulge down here.
That's bedtime is what that is. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and find ourselves a rest.
Bravo. Bravo.
All right, so as everyone goes to camp up for the evening, we'll go ahead and take a break. A potty break for folks. We'll be back here in about 10 or so minutes. Meantime, you could...
Wait, before
Can you unpoly more of your tripod, for God's sake?
Let's track.
Okay. All right, guys. Awesome. We'll see you in a little bit. Yeah.
See you in a little bit. Exactly. Witches can't say the Lord's Prayer. I'm just saying. Game resumes at 1:49. We will catch up to them, and we will take our own break. I normally break well before this, but I've been a little fired up this episode. I missed Monday. I rested. I recuperated, and I would not have been nearly this fired up normally. That's why I couldn't stream on Monday. I was like, I'm gonna look back at that and be like, ugh, where's your energy, man? Whether I am right, wrong, or in between, I want to say it with energy. I want it to at least be entertaining for y'all. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. As always, say it with me. Hydrate or dehydrate. Get your water. Drinking water is the best thing you can do for your health, even if you mix it with other drinks, especially if you're mixing it with other drinks. If you're drinking other shit that's not water, you should be matching it with water, because that is what your body fucking needs. So go get some water, take a bio break, and I'll be right back. Hello, hello, I'm back. Got dark while I was gone. Not actually, I just needed to turn on the light already. Also, I realized while I was gone that I have never directly addressed or explained that the whole like water thing is like a purposeful like thing that I'm doing. It is. It's not just random advice. I'm not like an expert on a lot of shit, right? Like I cannot give you good advice on fucking like, I don't know, like how to make money or politics or philosophy or religion. Like I'm not a source of authority. But I used to watch this channel where there's send off, and I can't remember what the channel name even is. But they always ended their videos with, and remember to always wear your seatbelt. And like wearing your seatbelt is like inarguably just like a thing that costs you nothing and saves lives every single day. And chronic dehydration is a real thing that I am very, very like aware of. And like, I never used to drink enough water. And when I started drinking water more, it made me feel so much better every single day. And like most people are more dehydrated than they should be, or are more dehydrated than they should be. Yeah. So that's sort of my equivalent to like always wear your seatbelt is like go drink some water, because it will just make you feel so much better. And I know a lot of people in the TTRPG community, and just nerd culture in general, tend towards things like soda or energy drinks instead, but still match it with water. Anyways, I just wanted to explain that because I kind of realized that I'd just been doing it, and people were like, damn, why does he say that every time? That's why I say it every time.
So,
because I feel like it's a positive piece of advice that I actually feel qualified to give. Or a piece of life advice, I should say.
after an evening's rest, and taking your respective turns keeping watch, all of you come to consciousness once more. Kurota anxiously sits at the edge of the camping facility, looking deeper into the tunnel ahead, just keeping his eyes peeled into the darkness.
I check below my belt because the spell has worn off, and I'm back down to my normal 1.5 inches. Which on a gnome
is pretty big.
Is pretty big.
It's pretty big.
All right.
Thank you.
Length and girth.
Oh God! What?
It's like a square.
Yeah, you're like
it's
a,
like a cube.
You're like a crushed coconut.
Anyway.
All right.
Anyway, as you guys all eventually come to consciousness and finish cooking whatever bits of food you've managed to muster at this point in time in the Underdark.
It's donuts.
Yeah, it is under donuts.
And Indian food, apparently.
Under Indian.
Which, by the way, all those who contributed to getting us food tonight, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yay, Indian, thank you.
So good. So good.
Kurota seems slightly impatient at the edges. Everyone's waking up and goes,
Come, ahead we shall find it, your Gvoriel.
That's your city?
Beautiful city of secrets.
I thought your people had thrown you out. Why so eager to get back?
Without the colony, I serve no purpose. I am.
Welcome to the Discord, A-Tapper. What's up? Also, let me know, I've been recently revamping the Discord. I don't think I've actually talked to anyone about the kind of entry process, whether or not it makes sense, like, how you get, like, the role and everything. So let me know if it's, like, relatively self-explanatory or if maybe it's kind of confusing and I can revamp it to make it better for the next person. But thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Welcome.
Wandering aimless, I wish to return to the Elder Brain.
And to be fair, he was only thrown out once Kavan took over the Elder Brain. Correct.
That's true. I was going to say, I think that's not accurate.
They threw me out long for my gift.
And you see a little spark of arcane blue kind of filter out of his fingers into the air, and then poof, a small spark.
It is an abomination to my people. I am considered anathema, but to save them, to save my city, then they shall have me back, hero.
And if they don't?
Yeah, it sounds like copium to me, personally.
They will. I can sense it.
Well, yes, it makes perfect sense, Clarota. I would think they would grant you a hero who's welcome as well.
If not, you have a home with us.
Thank you. Move forward. We will find, shrouded in the forest of fungus, our destination. Come.
And he begins to drift down into the dark tunnel further below.
We follow.
Yeah, we follow.
I followed behind him, and as we call it, I'm like, are you using like levitation or what? How are you? Is this just like how you?
It's how we get around. Dragonborn.
Yeah, okay.
His tentacles kind of flicker at his face for a second. As you guys continue forward in silence, Kavarin seems to be more chatty than usual, almost like the proximity. This is excitement to him instinctually.
Did you mean Clarota?
Said
You
Kamara.
mean Clarota?
I meant Clarota.
It's the whole time.
Dude, I thought he was gonna say you meant Lady Cuba. Huh. Where was Clarota during that fight? That'd be fucking crazy.
Like, oh,
See,
nice.
he slipped up the tongue
Done that
before, and
before.
he screwed
I
us
know.
over with a sneaky.
Yeah, fucking Freudian slip right there.
Sneaky.
I
It's
know.
been a long week.
He's here.
I know. Sorry.
Oh no!
As Clarota drifts.
Our people, we are a structured society. Together we provide for each other. Broken into creeds, we function rather pleasantly.
And he drifts forward again at full pace.
Kavan.
Straight up.
Clarota seems pretty excited to get home. I'm worried for him.
Worried for him?
Yes.
Or for his effect on the group?
I'm worried that they won't take him back and what that will do to his state.
It's a
The
valid
bottom
word.
line is, we have a pretty clear goal at hand. Everything else will have to be figured out afterward.
Yes.
I still follow Clarota. I'm like, so is it like, do you do it with your mind, or is it just like you were taught as a child to like, levitate?
It's inherent, much like your gifts. It's just how we get around.
Kavan, the God in Darkness. I want to rack my brain to think if I've ever had any lessons, or if that name has ever come up in any of my reading.
All right.
I mean, he's new, right? Like, I feel like it couldn't have. We already have Kavarin's backstory. Like, it just recently found the horn. And was like, yo, Underdark, let's go. So I feel like no one knows about Kavarin outside of like these 7 and like the Underdark denizens.
Be a history check. A super history check.
Come on,
Super.
Debatably.
That's 13.
13.
No whammies.
The name is as fresh to you as it was the day you heard it.
Oh,
I
fiddlestick.
walk over to Lady Kima and I say, how's that greatsword been treating you?
She walks and she's kind of using it almost like a stick in the dirt as she takes a step. You know, it's served its purpose so far. I wish that vault wasn't lost.
It might not.
Leather isn't my idea of a defensive.
Would you fancy a trade, Kima? I have elven chainmail if that would help you.
Perhaps?
I could take that leather armor off your hands.
But you'll be vulnerable, won't you?
No, actually, the chainmail isn't right for me.
Certainly. she looks to you specifically.
Stick figure.
Stick figure.
Got it. Got it. We're good.
Perhaps we'll find a more modest place to swap, but yes, I agree.
Dang, I should have done that
But in your mind.
I can make you a modest spot.
Grog, are you skinning a boar over there?
Yeah, that's what they call it in some countries.
You summon the staplers, Grog. Alright, so as you continue to press forward deeper into this tunnel network, the air begins to grow steadily colder and colder. The temperature itself, you begin to see your breath a little bit in the air.
Am I mistaken? Is there like you're really damaged still? Like you have?
No, I'm
slept. Yeah, you guys all slept.
Yeah, we can heal that.
Scars are.
I mean, the
scars
visual
are
scars
cool.
are still there, but he's full.
Yeah, don't you fix
healing
it.
slowly.
As I noticed, anybody with knowledge in medicine should try to give a whack at keeping some of those.
Oh, you know what though?
Yeah, they're so sick. You don't clean that shit up. That's dope.
Before we go any further, I remind Pike that
it's cosmetic.
Vax's foot damage needs daily repair,
Oh,
doesn't
yes. It's true.
Oh, yes, of course. And she comes over, and you guys take a slight break as Pike comes and sets you down.
It's not pretty to look at.
She's seen it already.
I've seen that.
Wait, what happened to your foot?
It got melted off.
Oh my
Not again!
That looks awful. Really awful.
It's fine, except the pinky
He's
toe.
got a little pinky nubbin.
Pinky toe is a nubbin now.
You know, we could just take care of the whole thing right now.
No, that's that defeats the purpose.
Not
Rash.
necessary.
Alright.
I need Thirsty to make me a replacement first.
Make a little metal toe.
That's what I say.
Little metal toe.
Pike, could you hook a brother up?
Certainly, she kind of sets the foot down, and she begins to gather up her she's casting a 4th level spell.
She should have done it before we went to sleep.
Aye, but alas. Sorry, Ashley.
She did it that.
Okay, so that would be the equivalent of about 32 hit points.
Okay.
She's also going to attempt a medicine roll
Yes.
as well.
Yeah.
Okay. You notice there is some progress that is slow, but some of the burn scarring from the dip in the magma.
Oh, I'm sorry, Richard. I cannot gather the reference. I'm sorry.
Is beginning to slowly subside. Fresh skin is beginning to show.
It still smells
But it's
amazing.
It's still pretty rough.
So if you could just
It does smell amazing, actually.
get that off.
Check that. Yes.
it's like a weasel on your leg.
Zarota, are we planning on going to your village before we go see Kavan, or are we going up to Kavan first? I'm confused.
Kavan resides within
Oh.
the city.
Oh, is he a mind flayer then?
I believe.
I mean, is he like you?
Not seen him myself. I was cast out before he took his star. He took my people under his spell.
Just to be clear, the Temple of
I've not seen Dumb and Dumber in a long time, and I think I only saw it like once. Yeah, I missed like a couple of those movies, but then I've seen a couple of like that era a lot. I don't know. I'm hit and miss with movies in general. I find like a movie I like and I just watch it on repeat forever, and I miss everything around it.
what?
You kind of leans forward for a second.
Exact same thing with music, by the way.
The temple, we don't know its original purpose. City, we acquire. We took root. Yorkville existed long before our colony did.
Okay. That's good to know.
Very good.
That's very good to know. Thank you.
Very well.
It continues floating forward. They're still chilly, with steadily more and more moisture. The rock walls become less and less jagged, growing smoother from endless years of condensation, mineral drip, and slow erosion. You begin to get that smooth inner cave look to the outsides of this tunnel.
As we walk, Vax falls in next to Keelan. What, Keelan?
Sorry.
Yes?
We're walking. Are you alright?
I'm doing okay.
You are.
Yeah. Why?
Everything we said last night was true. Where have you?
We're having a discussion of how best to go about this.
While that happens, can I use my primeval awareness to sense if I sense any dragons in the city coming up in front of us?
Certainly.
I just want to know if there's a dragon.
So as you're walking, you see the group kind of slows with you as you have to really maintain concentration on this. You close your eyes and you consider. You sense no sources of dragon within the radial of your ability to sense this cavern structure.
Are our feet leaving footprints?
Subtle ones.
Son of a bitch! Just a traceless this everywhere!
We've missed our little flower girl.
I know.
What'd you call me?
I also want to just put something out on the headsets really quickly. When we get into the city, I need everyone to promise that we're not going to enter the temple. No one rush in, no one be brash. No one make a poor decision. We're going to wait. No matter what happens, don't enter the temple until we've all had a moment to figure out what's happening.
No one be a yahoo.
Agreed.
I think it's a trap.
That if there's going to be a trap, it's going to be getting us into the temple.
He wants us. He wants us.
He literally invited us into the temple.
So don't go to
That's
the temple.
true.
We walk
Shame.
through the temple, we don't enter the
So
temple.
enter the temple.
Go to the
Understood.
temple.
Understood. Excellent.
As this point, you begin to notice in the tunnel itself, the cavern is kind of swaying back and forth a little bit with this, as opposed to a straight path in the tunnel. It's beginning to arc left and right. There's little pockets and crevices beginning to show at certain points. And you start seeing small bits of bluish crystal jutting in small pockets out of cracks in
Did you say
the
that
rock.
there was like mushrooms, like a mushroom forest, like a fungus?
Clarote yesterday mentioned like a fungal forest.
But we haven't seen it yet.
Fungus.
But we're starting to go into the crystal caverns.
Starting to find.
I will also note that while I really, really love strong environments, strong environmental storytelling, like and unique environments, like I feel like, you know, that's a good or strong element of strong storytelling, is having a unique environment that draws the eye and the imagination. However, especially building modularly like I do, like I've talked about before, how, you know, I build a lot of layouts, a lot of encounters, and then I slot them into my my areas. I think as a DM, you should resist the urge to make every new area like strikingly different from the others. Like the first Underdark area was just like generic cave, then it was lava cave, then it was generic cave again, I believe, like with some like sandstone thrown in, and now it's like blue crystal cave, which is different from red crystal, which is up in Craghammer. Like at some point, if they're very different, or not very different, but like noticeably different, it starts to feel a bit contrived. Or it can. Especially if you don't have anything in the interim. Like it feels sort of weird for like all of the interest points to have these like be in like these starkly different zones, and there's nothing in between. It's a transition zone. You can't put something interesting there. So I mean, even considering like putting like 2 areas in the same biome, like there's no like real reason that we needed to transition out of the lava cave yet for the like queen encounter, like rescuing Grog, all that. There's no real reason we needed to transition out of that biome. It could be theoretically argued that that area was the transition point, but if it's the transition point, it should have like elements of both of like the surrounding biomes, not be blank. You know what I'm saying? Because it was essentially a third biome that was like starkly different from the one that came before and the one that comes after. Like they both have unique things, and this thing didn't have anything unique. Right? And like the bad vibes field does not feel like a unique natural thing. In fact, he specifically calls it out that it's not supposed to be there. It's not natural. So this is something that I would think about when you're building really, really long dungeon treks or like really, really large areas where players are going to be exploring massive amounts of it. This is the same thing in like a forest. If you're having your players trek through a long, large forest, it can be very tempting to say like, oh, you start to go into like a swampier area of the forest and then have like a swamp encounter, and then they leave that and you narrate them transitioning out of swamp forest and into like spider forest, and then they have a separate encounter. Like that can feel very tempting because you want every area to feel unique, but it can start to feel contrived. You can start to feel the hands of the author of saying each area needs to be unique. So it's this hard line to balance of wanting things to be interesting, but sometimes if you make them too interesting, they can feel out of place and like not right. It's a really tough thing to balance. IRL, my favorite terrain is bad vibes. Dude, I don't know what else to call that. It was just the bad vibes field. But I loved it.
And bluish crystals, which Pike makes notion. Yes, I saw this in my vision too.
Right.
Oh,
Can I touch some of the crystals and see? I mean, are they removable?
You reach out and touch the crystal. As you do, go ahead and no. Okay.
Dick move. Victory.
I love it. Nice. You reach out and touch the crystal, and it's cold to the touch, as is most of the stone wall. And you can see there's like condensation on it that kind of gets in your fingers a bit. It's smooth, except for the jagged points where the natural formation kind of juts out. You tug on the crystal a little bit, kind of find if there's any place there that's movable, and it's pretty solid in that rock wall.
Does it appear to be producing cold? Does like the cold?
No, the temperature doesn't seem different at all to the air. There doesn't seem to be a source at all. It's just of the same temperature of the rest of the tunnel.
Can I do a nature check to figure out what kind of crystal this may be?
Yeah, sure.
Do you have these, Scrooge McDuck?
Yes. Tiberius, these look like the crystals on your staff.
Yes, they're pretty.
I take out one of my daggers.
Yes, I do have daggers.
Yeah. Nice. And I'm gonna chip away some and just take a couple of chunks.
Actually, let's grab a few chunks. I may have an idea for
13
later.
for my nature check?
I put a few away
Not
from
that
me.
great.
All right.
It's all right.
Throw a few into the bag of holding.
Grog, your accent.
I will say, go ahead and make an Arcana check as well.
Oh, yeah, okay. 14.
14, okay. It's hard pressed to find out where these crystals came from, what their source is, or what they're actually, like, if they naturally are here, or if they're put there for some other means. But the
Also, I will also point out, I think the reason that, me talking about, like, contrived biomes came up specifically during this is that it feels ultra contrived to, within the same dungeon, have an area that is smooth stone and red glowing rock versus now smooth stone and blue glowing rock. Like, it's, I don't know, man. That's where I get into, like, sometimes by trying to make something different, you have shown that you are making it different, if that makes sense, which is not what you're going for, what you might be going for. Tibbs Wisdom 4? Whoa! Damn. That is very not wise. That's crazy. I don't even... Yeah, wow, that's very low.
Crystals do have a very...
I don't even know how you roleplay low wisdom, honestly. Like, I mean, I do. Like, if I was, like, put to the task of it, but, like, that is really low wisdom. It's just, like, you just, like, don't pay attention to the shit around you. Did he put himself at a 4 of wisdom so that he can justify not paying attention during the session?
Very,
I don't know, man.
very, very faint magical residual energy to them. Like, useless almost. It's the equivalent of finding crumbs
Yeah, exactly.
at the bottom of a cereal box. Like, it's there. You could see at one point there was something magical about their presence or their creation, but it is long, long, long faded.
Cool.
Sweet. Do you still want more of them?
I'll take like.
I go Hong Kong Fooey on the wall of crystals with my axe, and I'll just.
Okay.
Thank you.
When the noise dies down, you gather shards and pieces, probably enough to fill a small bucket.
I have a small.
You can indeed fill your small bucket should you have one.
The shit bucket?
That is your prerogative.
I
Rob.
don't, but I have a fancy robe, and I put it in there, and I bundle it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they could be a
Fancy
crystal
bundle of crystals.
We also have a fancy bag of holding.
It's in the bag. So it's all in the bag.
About a half an hour further down this tunnel, both Vax and Vex simultaneously notice a part of the wall to the left that is actually visibly cracked, in what appears to be almost like a narrow passage that juts off to the left. However, there is a large boulder, solid stone, that is wedged into this, apparently blocking the passage.
Side quest?
Fantastic. That's a shortcut. God, okay, I have a video in the works that I won't spoil too much about, but it's really playing on, like, I talked to you guys about, like, mapping out a dungeon with those, like, simple, like, dots and lines, and, like, what makes a shortcut versus what doesn't. Shortcuts should be clear that they are a shortcut, and they should have a distinct obstacle that blocks you from getting to them, and once you overcome that obstacle, you can freely go to and from the shortcut. That is how shortcuts should work. And that obstacle might not be something like a boulder. It might be, some sort of perception check, or it might be, pulling a lever somewhere else. But, like, that is, like, how shortcuts should be constructed within your dungeon and within your maps. And this is, like, the most potent example of either just a hidden area or a shortcut. So very excited about this one.
We need you over here.
What? Possibly move this very large, very heavy boulder for us.
Scanlan, you as well.
Of course.
I need your help.
Hi.
Yeah, I would like to move the boulder.
All right.
Can I,
Again, 600 pounds he can move. Advantage on athletic checks if he rages. Let's just look up how much a boulder is.
perception around it before we do it?
Certainly, go ahead and roll perception.
It's in the pathway?
It's like a side path block.
Oh my god! Boulders are so easy to move! Average boulder weights by size, if you believe this random image on the internet. Let's see. Boulder weights. Approximate weights. 600 pounds. 2.5 feet by 2 feet is actually going to top us out. 2.5. Depends on how thick of a boulder we're talking about. It actually might not be as possible as I thought it was. Whoopsie.
15.
Oh, did you see it? It was there and it went like that because it was a 20 and then it went because it was on the side.
Oh.
But that's okay.
Oh, I don't roll yet.
It was 20 is what it ended up as.
20, okay.
You can push, drag, or lift a weight in pounds. Oh, up to twice your carrying capacity. So it's 30 times your strength. He's got a 20, so it's 600. Because he's a Goliath, it is then 1,200. Then 1,200 with his, advantage on strength checks, etc. I know concrete is like 5k pounds per square meter. 5,000 pounds per like a 3-foot cube. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's crazy.
But if you guys take a look, there's nothing immediately dangerous at all. It just looks like this rock was not naturally formed here, of course. It looks like it was wedged in, like it was actually placed there intentionally.
26 on a strength
On a strength check? So...
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. A square meter would be just infinitely flat. I didn't assume that you meant a flat panel of concrete.
As you guys are explaining, this seems to be a fairly... You don't even finish your sentence before Goggins goes... grabs the boulder, gets underneath, and lifting with the knees.
Good for
kind of Atlas style, put the weight on the back, and...
I'm singing to help him, to inspire him. Oh, push it. Push it real good. Push it. Push it real good.
Push it.
With a resounding... scraping sound and a large crack, some of the rocks that it's wedged in break off and kind of tumble to the sides, and you get the boulder free, and you're now clutching it on top of you, and it's very, very heavy.
Oh, I use my mage hand and I push it too.
You lose your balance on the boulder as it's now shoved off of its axis.
Oh, no!
It falls behind you, slamming into the wall, blocking half the passage. The passage you guys were going down immediately. You can still pass it, you just have to walk around it. And you may have tweaked something in your back a little in the process.
Oh, Grog. How's your back?
I won't tell him.
I roll over on my...
Yeah, sorry. Someone else was doing something, and Orion had to be involved.
Stomach and ask Trinket to step up.
I'm being an asshole. It wasn't that bad, but still.
My back.
Okay.
I roll over and have Trinket step on my back.
Trinket gets on, kind of pushes on you with the bare claws. You can
Seriously, we
see...
don't take
Make
advantage of that
biscuits. Make biscuits, Trinket.
Yeah,
Make biscuits on Grog's back.
Can I look
You
at
can
the
hear the crack.
passageway that was opened up?
You can. The passage is very, very thin. It can maybe fit you individually, barely fit Grog when you actually go through the passage properly.
It's pretty spacious in here, I think.
For a gnome, yes.
Dude, okay, I was actually just talking about this with Sam. Not Sam Regal, Sam that comes in here, Sam the viewer. He submitted a map and he was talking about making a dungeon that is run by like kobolds or goblins, and talked about how he was going to set up like a series of passages that are only big enough for small creatures to like fit through easily. And I was like, that's fucking awesome. Like an entire like dungeon where like maybe there's like a way for medium or large characters to fit through company in case maybe the kobolds have trade or they have guests or whatever, but predominantly it's all like small corridors. That's so sick because now it involves letting your small characters really have moments to shine because of their size, which is normally a detriment. Like it's super cool. It's exactly what we were talking about during the Emberhold raid with like, because the Derugar are so short, it would make sense for their traps to only affect like tall people, again giving the smaller people like a chance to shine. And this is how I think about a lot of my dungeon design, is what are ways that I can make each character individually shine, not just the small characters. So like, what are the particular things that they are particularly good at? Grog is really good at moving big things without expending any class resources. Let's give him a chance to do it. Like, let's give him a chance to really show off how strong he is and make him feel good about his character. That, you know, like, oh, normally we would have had to spend spell slots here, but luckily Grog's here, and I can just move it. That was Tiberius' voice, not Grog. But, I mean, I think that is... I try to really actively and intentionally design my dungeons for my players' skill sets. Sometimes to really encourage them and let them shine, and other times to directly challenge them. If I feel like they haven't been challenged in a long time. Or oftentimes, you know, it'll directly challenge one while the other one will have no problem with it, allowing for some dynamics in the group.
So yeah, you can, but it is pitch black going forward, which means you guys can see like it's equivalent of low light for you in
Orion is regularly, and I am the main character. I'm shocked.
pitch darkness. It's only about 30 feet ahead of you. You can see the path just kind of continues for a little bit, and then kind of widens up into what looks like a small chamber. But you have to get closer.
Dangerous at all?
Do you want the lantern?
Make a perception check.
Everywhere's dangerous here.
How far is the chamber?
Oh, I get 12.
About 30, 35 feet back.
Great.
So
21.
best you can tell, it just looks like a chamber, and it looks like a hall.
Wait, what is Orion rolling right now?
Into what looks like a small chamber, but you have to get closer.
Dangerous at all?
Do you want the lantern?
Make a perception check.
Everywhere's dangerous here.
How far is
Oh, he might have thought that maybe that he was talking to all of them. Okay, never mind.
How far is the
I thought he said I'm gonna make a perception check and not. I thought, yeah, never mind. This is why I don't look up spoilers, because now I'm biased against Orion, but like from my own natural conclusions, I've seen him do bad stuff, but now I'm looking at him real critically anytime anything happens. This is why I don't look up spoilers.
Oh, I get 12.
About 30, 35 feet back.
Great.
So
21.
best you can tell, it just looks like a chamber, and it looks like a hallway.
We should investigate.
That's what it looks like a
I
death
think
trap.
This is a tomb. I'm gonna be so
Tiberius,
pissed at the
can
two
you
of
send a little light down that passageway?
Yeah, sure. You want to shoot an arrow for me, love?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Bax chases the arrow.
You just run.
You're just
out
gonna
of
go
it?
down the hall?
Yeah, still. Okay.
All right. So as the light kind of the arrow shaft vibrantly bursts into bright Tiberius created light, it arcs slightly down the hallway, only at 35 distance. It goes pretty quickly, and then into what looks like a piece of rock. Actually wedged itself into a piece of rock before falling out and hitting the ground, chipping a chunk upon impact. As it hits, you can see it's a small kind of roundish oval.
Oh yeah, I constantly challenge my chat not to say shit. No fucking leaks, chat. No one tell me shit. I'm gonna constantly throw out theories and statements, and you gotta keep your traps shut. That is the anxiety and the stress of watching my stream.
Chamber. You can see some what looks like small piles on the ground in the far end. Still hard to make out from this.
Imagine if I have been so right about Lady Kima being Kavard this whole time, and everyone in chat just has to gaslight me into thinking I'm wrong, even though in the back of their minds they know I'm constantly right. Oh, that would be crazy.
Distance, but you're welcome to.
I'm gonna
I
head towards it.
followed
Take
it
a
up.
look.
Yeah,
That's
I
right,
rolled
you
a
followed it in.
26 on stealth.
Right. You rush in.
Follow up the arrow.
First thing you understand, the air smells faintly of ancient, untouched dust and mildew.
Oh no! What did we just live with?
You glance at the floor, and notice what appears to be 6 long dead bodies strewn across the ground.
How long dead?
Skeletal and covered in webs.
No spiders.
So who's in there? Just Vax right now?
Just now Vax.
Shut the fuck up, Richard. That's what someone who was lying to me this whole time would say.
To check out the very the closest point to the exit.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Also, noses in chat, he described a smell. Fuck you guys. Shut up.
19.
Okay. Well, as you kind of look across the bodies, I mean, there's nothing formal about this area. There's no like fine chiseled structure. It looks like a natural formation. It just appears to have been the final destination for whoever these individuals were. And you do notice the way they're adorned, they were an adventuring party. They were people who came down here long ago for whatever reason, and the last destination was this small cavernous space.
You said they're covered in webs?
There are webs on them, but the webs themselves are small, natural spider, not like any
small natural. Okay,
yeah.
so not.
But you do notice that
not double
each one of their skulls has a giant hole bored into the bone itself from different places in the skull.
Different places.
I'm gonna start searching all of them.
Anyone else into the room? Y'all just
I'm gonna make my way as well.
I thought we were all following.
Yeah, this is the resting place of Matt's last players. This is the new batch.
The rest of you guys make it one by one, and it's a small room. All of
I
these.
hang out outside with Trinket and Grub.
Okay, you guys hang out there.
I feel like Pike wouldn't want us to do too much damage to these bodies.
Nothing good comes from spiders.
Just feel like she wouldn't want us to disturb them.
I don't give a shit about these bodies. I care about what they're carrying.
Okay. Looking at it, you notice they've been here for at least 200 years.
Shiny disease.
2 of the bodies are male humans. There are 2 dwarven bodies. One's male, one's female.
For armor. Look for armor.
1 female gnome and 1 half orc.
Ooh, gnome. Female gnome.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait.
Okay. Are those races? Is that gonna matter? Let's be honest with each other, chat, for just a fucking moment, just a single second of our goddamn lives. Let's be honest with each other. Is that shit gonna matter? Is it going to matter that they are fucking elves and half-orcs and whatever? Like, this is not descriptive. I mean, it is literally descriptive by, like, the definition of the word, but this is not environmental. This does not bring me into the scene that they are this eclectic collection of races as if it's another party. Unless that's the point. If it is another adventuring party and that's the point, then yes, those race descriptions make sense. And if one of those was important, like I think Kalith might be about to say that it is, then that makes sense. But if those race descriptions don't matter, why the fuck are you giving it? Now, you can say that me describing smells doesn't matter, but it's about building the environment. Those race descriptions do not change that there are 6 bodies on the floor. It does not really build out the environment. So they better have a fucking narrative purpose or don't talk about it. Anything worth looting is magical and will fit you anyways. True. Exactly. Like, Richard, you're so right. They've looted so much shit that just auto-sizes to them, so who fucking cares? If you always tell them they won't know if it matters or not, Angus, that is a reason. I'll give that one to you. I will concede on that point that there is a concept within DMing that DMs have to be careful about, which is how much you describe compared to your normal. If you describe something more than normal, regardless of what you say about it, players will assume it's important. So you're totally right, Angus. If they like come upon dead bodies all the time and he doesn't normally narrate their race, and then suddenly he does narrate it here, they're going to assume it's important, and vice versa. If he does plan on that being an important factor someday, maybe it makes sense to narrate them leading up to that day. I don't know. That's not a bad point, actually, in terms of like defending this action, even if it doesn't have any narrative purpose. Sometimes, as a DM, you should narrate things that don't matter in order to keep the veil up when you want to narrate something similar later that does matter. There's a halfling with a silver chain and with a gold ring around his neck. Yeah. But also, I don't know. There's something to be said for, if you're going to narrate more than normal, make it descriptive and flavorful and investing. With thousands of hours of content, you gotta leave meaningless info to call back to for later for no real important reason other than going, oh, that's who that was. I mean, fair enough. I will agree with you guys, Scott and Angus, that giving meaningless info is good. I would tend to try and make it more flavorful. Like, maybe describe something like a common feature that is like descriptive and something, but also, if he wants later for the like race of a body to be like narratively impactful, it's pretty reasonable for him to narrate this meaninglessly right now to then basically like lampshade the later information when he narrates it, where they're thinking, oh, it didn't matter in here, it won't matter, it doesn't matter now. That I'll back the fuck up. I'll concede on that. That's a very reasonable point for why you might narrate something like this if it had no narrative purpose. Which I would slightly argue pedantically that it does have a narrative purpose. It's just not immediately clear, but I think you guys are right. Is there a chair in the room? I don't fucking remember. I've been ranting for 5 minutes.
What?
Half orc.
Half orc? Okay, wait.
Half orc.
Hang on. That seemed to... You listed all that off.
Two humans.
I'm going to
Two
inspect
humans.
the.
Yeah, see? Okay, so I'm getting the vibe now, based on her reaction, that he doesn't normally do this. So he's either lampshading a later instance that he wants to do this, or it matters.
Two dwarfs,
We're
a
not
half
even in the
orc,
room.
and
Okay, so you enter the room. Go ahead and roll
is that
investigation.
what it was?
I think.
And a gnome? Okay, hang on. 2
19.
humans.
Okay. In looking at her, you find that, well, most of these bodies have already been, for the most part, turned over and looted. Like, some of them have no armor. Like, they're just in either plain clothes or it looks like their body's been kind of tossed.
Okay, I actually want to address like a little whisper that just happened. I think it was Grog that said it, or Travis. Travis goes like, "Why the boulder?" Fantastic question. When it comes to hidden areas, I'm gonna make a general statement right now about like map design and hidden areas. When it comes to hidden areas, the obstacle to the area is as important, if not more important, than the area itself. Why this area was hidden or blocked off or cut off is as narratively important as whatever's actually in that room. That boulder was placed there. It was not there accidentally. And that is just as important as whatever you find there. So think about that when you're making your shortcuts or your hidden rooms, that the obstacle is part of the whole thing, right? So really, really interesting thing to like hear verbally.
In taking whatever was on them off. You do find buried in the dirt under the gnomish female what looks to be a pristine ruby. Worth probably quite a bit.
I'm gonna do an Arcana check of is that 22? Just on the.
Okay, I'm not gonna get mad. I'm not. I swear, Scout's honor. I'm not gonna get mad. Why not just have a big treasure chest at the end? Or not at the end. Just why not take all of the loot that they've gathered up to this point and have them just be like little checkpoints so that we're not looting every single body we come across. We're not interrupting the fucking pace of play, and then they can occasionally find a loot chest and it's a big fucking deal. Like, if we're gonna do all this bookkeeping, give me some platinum. Put all the magic items together. Just fucking load me up. Make it an event. Don't spread it out like this, where you're constantly interrupting your play. This is honestly one of the issues I have with dynamic initiative. There's all sorts of dynamic initiative systems where you basically redetermine initiative every round. And most of the time, determining initiative is much, much easier, but you're still breaking up the play, however slightly, every single round. So the longer your combat, the worse that becomes. When you have a giant-ass dungeon crawl like this, you need to make like 3 loot chests. It cannot be every fucking body, including bodies you didn't even kill. Like, Insight check on Megaphone Man. I rolled a 19. Shut the fuck up. I don't like this collusion in my chat that's happening. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm forming a community of people that are talking to each other. They seem to like each other. That's so cool. That's so rewarding. I'm so happy about it. I'm not happy anymore. I don't like this. They're turning against me.
On the pile of bodies.
Okay, I'll get in just a second. You, as you're inspecting the
Fucking
bodies
assholes.
on the other side, you come across the dwarven male is still fully armored.
Ooh.
Actually has like a golden chainmail on and is clutching what looks like a metal maul. The rest of them have no armor or no weapons, but this one is just still fully adorned. And you also notice that the female dwarven corpse, while devoid of any accoutrement, any coin purses, belts, or anything, does have kind of hidden within the bony clavicle, with a little bit of like stretched, dried skin is pulled against it, a pendant that is gleaming blue.
Well, I grab the pendant.
Oh, sure.
And then I start. This looks
Whatever.
good for Pike, so I start taking this golden chainmail armor off.
Okay.
What does that do?
Well, you pull the pendant.
Dude, what did Scanlan just say? Did he say, like, why do they have all this stuff? Me too, Scanlan.
Grab the pendant. And then I start. This looks good for Pike, so I start taking this golden chainmail armor off.
Oh, Pike's not gonna want this stuff. Oh, he's playing his character. Fuck. I thought he was on my side. Instead, he's just playing his character well. Shit.
What does that do?
Well, you pull the pendant. You pull the pendant and you look at it, and it has a very beautiful sapphire emblem. You kind of rub the dust off of it and look at it, and you recognize this emblem. This is the emblem that adorns House Thunderbrand.
Naturally.
Of Craghammer. You turn it over on the back, and there's an engraving on the back that says "For Lorna, my love."
Lorna?
Oh, didn't he say to bring back some stuff from the
Yes,
Underdark?
and this is what we need.
Who's he?
That name sounds familiar.
Oh wait, your magic guy said to bring back some magic stuff from the Underdark.
From the Value of Valor?
Exactly.
Tremaine? Was that his
And
name?
that's what it is.
Yeah, but the
I'm gonna take
Craghammer.
and use that Arcana check for that.
Yeah.
Dude, Matt is really gonna convince. He really has got some legwork to do to convince me of why this is good. Cause like this feels like the most shoehorned afterthought shit. Like someone reminded him on Twitter that some NPC said this shit, and he's just like, "Oh yeah, during one of the fucking fast travel sequences, I'll just throw in a room behind a boulder." Like, oh, this does not feel good. We gotta get a campaign to get you on Adventuring Academy with BLM to discuss this, brother. Okay, I've got a lot of ideas for actual plays. Unfortunately, I have a day job that does not allow me a lot of time. But brother, I love talking to other DMs. I was actually, I probably can't leak. Never mind. I'm working on some collabs with some other DMs where we talk about this sort of shit, talk about designing stuff, and we had a lot of fun making that, and we might do more in the future. But yeah, I won't zip my lip otherwise. Nah, Matt is just the master of Easter eggs. Trust me on this. I'll trust you. I am skeptical of this, though. This seems
It does the amulet itself does have a magical essence to it. Yes.
It's contrived.
I think this shall do for our friend back up
Can be.
surface. Or undersurface.
Oh, yeah,
however
yeah.
that
Oh, it's something.
What is it?
Oh yeah, contrived is the exact right word. Very contrived.
Amulet of the Shield.
That's what it seems.
This character power, I can shield defend you, adding +5 your AC against that attack.
What does it do?
It protects you.
It effectively acts as a shield spell once per day. Once per rest.
Once per day.
Oh, cool.
Once per rest.
Nice. It's like a magic shield because like it's a instant.
Yeah, it's a reaction.
Oh, you have to be able to use magic.
No.
Oh.
I don't think so.
Oh, but also, look, I never fucking do this. I never fucking do this. But the whole YouTube shit of like, comment, subscribe, share, it legitimately really helps. And so, like, Scott Cravey, if you legitimately like want me to be on Adventuring Academy, if more people know, I'm on the way. I'm working an IT day job and doing this at night. I'd love to do this professionally, but I'm nowhere close to that. If you want to get me close to that, like, comment, share, subscribe. That's my one. I'm giving myself a quota of like 1 per like 10 streams that I can that I can say that, because I hate it. I know that it's good. Like I know that it boosts your metrics and all that shit, but I hate it when I see creators say that. So I'm gonna give myself the 1 because it fit here. Brennan's initials are a bit unfortunate. It is bad SEO. It is it's a little politically charged, yeah. But what are you gonna do? I clicked the bell and bro, fucking smash that bell. Thanks, Scott Cravey. Seriously, thank you.
But you can have it.
Who has low AC that could use it?
Well, I'm the only glass cannon, and
so you go over to the armor. You get an armor for Pike instead. All right. As you reach out and grab the golden chainmail on it, the cold air around the chainmail is noticeably piercingly cold to the touch. Make a Constitution save.
Oh no!
What was it? 1.
Natural 1.
We have a natural
all right.
1.
What?
As you guys are all doing this, you hear this like clenching of breath, and you glance over real fast and find Vax has fallen onto his back and his fingers are curled back, and you can see this like dark energy that just kind of seeps into his body for a second. You can see his veins kind of pulsing a little bit. You feel your form, like no physical damage taken to you whatsoever, but you sense this like sapping of your strength, and your breath is shallow.
It's like a shadow?
And you imagine this is what an elderly person would feel like. You just have this lack of energy.
Right.
As you're saying this, Pike runs over to you, Kima runs over to you, and they both kind of take a look at you.
Strength drain?
Pike starts inspecting you using her medicine. And Kima, because they kind of look at each other, they pass a few notes back and forth, and they both kind of agree, like, well, it appears this dwarven individual, when he came to his end, was not very happy, and in doing so left a very strong curse behind on his body. Kind of look about to each other.
Everything okay in there?
Is he dead?
Wait.
No. You are considered cursed, which means you have disadvantage on all your ability checks and attacks.
You're cursed.
Is he old too?
Wait, how do you get rid of this?
No, it's just.
There are spells like remove curse.
I bet.
Fuck yeah. Throw little temporary shit. Oh man, for loot goblins like this, yeah. Throw a random curse on there. Fuck yeah. I don't need that to be narrative at all. I'm down with it. Fucking punish their hubris occasionally. Make it a little hard on them. Now, I should say with that, it should be narrative, right? Like, you should provide a little explanation as to why the curse is there. It'd be even better if the curse fed a larger narrative. Like, you know, this dwarf was someone of import, and, like, this curse is going to give us some sort of insight into them. We have to lay their spirit to rest, yada, yada, yada. Like, I think that is, like, the best. But, yeah, fucking punish them occasionally. And that was the only cursed item bought. No. It can't be.
I bet Pike has that.
You're joking, Richard. You must be.
I don't know.
Pike's not here. I don't have her
I
prepared
could try it.
spells.
Hold on.
Nothing. What did you touch? What did you grab?
Armor. It was the armor.
What was that golden armor? Yeah.
Let's leave the golden armor alone.
I got this for you, Pike.
Wait a second.
Well, he gets it still, and then.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait.
All right.
Oh no.
So
Also, small mini note. This is actually why I like for all of my players to share their sheets between each other and with me, so that if I ever need access to their stuff, I can get it. Doesn't work with physical sheets, obviously, but if you're playing digital, it's one of the benefits.
So,
Make him laugh.
at which point, Kima steps forward and pushes everyone away for a second, concentrates, and she reaches up and grabs the holy symbol of Bahamut from underneath the front of her, the leather armor she's still exchanged it with you. and it glows with this kind of vibrant silver light, and the light travels down her arm to her hands to her fingers.
That's true, Richard. Spoilers. Or gaslighting. I'll never know.
And she places it out and reaches towards the armor. And as she touches it, she winces slightly, but you see this kind of glowing, dark, furious anger, this like face arise out of the armor, giving off this slight, whispering howl sound, this and then dissipate. As you see the divine energy kind of begin to dissipate and glide off her hand, she reaches over and touches you with her hand.
Oh, yay.
And the curse is lifted.
Oh, that was easy.
Oh,
yes.
All right. You go over and realize, oh, she actually has that spell.
I clasp Kima by the hand and say, nice. That is one I owe you. That's one I owe you.
She gives you...
Yeah, is that IOU worth 89 gold? That's a crossbow. I don't know if you knew that, Kima.
Wink and says, to be honest, I just really wanted the armor. And pats you on the shoulder.
It's yours.
She takes the golden chain off of the body. She tells you're out of the room.
Now, do you need me to create a curtain for you to change behind?
She finds a cranny in the room. She puts on the chainmail, replacing the leather armor. She gives back. She does gives you the great sword, and then takes the maul from the corpse of this dwarf. But as she takes it from the body, she sits down and says a silent prayer, clutches her symbol, and as she does, she takes from one of her pouches a small bit of blessed water and kind of tosses it across the body of the dwarf. Puts it back away, stands up. All right, shall we continue?
Right. As we leave the cavern, I give one of these the dwarven bodies.
You swear you hear a slight shift in bone. And silence left behind in darkness.
I'm gonna take the ruby.
Did you get the armor
Yep.
back? Can I have the armor?
No, I can't
No,
give it to
I
you.
can have it.
Sorry, sis.
Please.
Kima.
No, she gave it back. She gave it back.
A lot of reasons.
No, she wore it.
No, she gave it back.
She put the chainmail on. She gave you the leather.
Two very
armor.
easy reasons. Either you didn't
That's
want them to
between
be
you and
found,
her.
or you did.
I'm not taking armor off of her.
Please, can I have that armor?
She's holding it in her hands. Certainly.
Thanks. I go put it on. I don't know what it is. It's magic though. So.
It's whatever armor you gave her. That was in the.
Wait, my armor?
Yeah.
That's my armor.
Yeah, I
the
took it
armor
from
that you gave for her to put on Emberhold because she had nothing
I
on.
gave it to him. He gave it to her.
Right.
I'm
You're
taking
taking it. Hold on a second.
Too late. It's already on, brother.
No.
Let's just
What is these? What are these armor shenanigans? Just passing them back and
keep
forth.
moving, alright? Let's just keep moving.
I think we need to roll a brother-sister contest
No,
die.
just-
I grab her by the ear and say, "That's mine. That's mine.
Come on, no, you
That's
need
mine."
it.
Sibling
Squeezing her
fight.
earlobe
Sibling
really
fight.
hard.
Roll.
Yeah, you two roll. Go for it.
Shit. It's mine.
Sibling justice. Persuasion versus persuasion. Is this what this was?
Yeah, sure.
They played arm punch.
No, this is just war. My number bigger than yours.
It's mine. It's mine.
It's not fair.
Now what does it do?
Can we go find
I'm not
the body now,
fucking
please?
figure it out. Figure it out.
Guys,
Okay, out of my stuff.
keep talking over each other. Sorry. All right. So
We're just having party arguments right now.
apparently.
What are you looking for?
Bro, one of the things about it being a show is fucking muddling the mics. Like, that's fun and fine at a table for people to be talking and whatever and break it up until they're all done, and then you can settle it back and like reel it back in. But all of this on a stream doesn't work.
You guys head back into the cavern. You move around the boulder that Grog had moved from the side crevice.
And that is something that I assume they will get generally better at. They're honestly not that bad at it right now. Like, they're pretty good at keeping the mics clean. When the mics themselves are working, of course.
And as you continue for about another 20 or 30 minutes, somebody begin to pick up what sounds like the distant lapping of waves against the shore.
What?
That's never good.
As the tunnel begins to curve larger and larger, eventually you come around a bend, and the tunnel opens up into a humongous cavern. housing an underground lake circling a large island. From what you can see on the edges of the wall that are closest to you, as the island disappears into darkness about 100 feet ahead of you, there are these blue crystals that you've seen throughout this tunnel, completely covering the walls of this entire cavern. There's only maybe bits and places around the wall, about 5-10 feet across, will there be no crystal. Otherwise, it's just gray stone and blue crystal jutting from the sides.
Okay, so I was pretty critical of like the transition stage. About having interesting things during transitions. I am now realizing, I think we were kind of in a transition area. I'll sort of give it to him of like, okay, he's like seeding these crystals earlier before we actually get to the water and everything, which is good. You want general transitionary stages. It's good. You want interesting things to be in there, like this hidden little area. All good. I think that I'm still sticking to my criticism of it doesn't feel good because it's blue crystals as opposed to red crystals earlier. I think you do the exact same thing, but instead it's just like, oh, the red crystals from Craghammer, and I think this feels all right. Or don't even make it the red crystals from Craghammer, make it blue fungus or something, and start seeding the blue fungus back in the bad vibes room, right? So that now you start like really gently easing us into it. I think that could have been better, personally. But that's now we're getting not necessarily nitpicky. I mean, my entire stream, this entire show is nitpicky. But that would be my
I
stress.
go over to one of the crystal walls, and I just kind of put my hand on the crystal, and I cast daylight, trying to see if I can emanate it up through the dome.
Okay. You cast daylight, and on the actual crystal source that you cast it on, daylight emanates from it and kind of gives off a bright beacon of light.
I want it to glow up light up the crystal.
Right. And
see how far it can get it to reach up to the top.
right. You notice that from the whatever crystal vein structure some of these are connected by, some of them tend to glow in spots. But you see it's kind of localized. All this crystal isn't interconnected, is what this tells you.
Okay.
There are pockets here and there that are interconnected, but there are multiple veins of it going through the entire...
What kind of...
That's a really interesting way to try and use daylight. I mentioned this, I believe it was during the Boulette fight, when Tibbs used telekinesis as a combat spell. I'm really down to let my characters use their spells in ways that the spell does not say they can use them. I normally append it to some sort of check that makes sense for their magical source. So, if it's sorcerer, it's some sort of charisma check. Druid, some sort of wisdom check. Wizard, an intelligence check. To see if they can sort of craft the magic to their will outside of its normal function and operation. But I also normally, if they want to do something specific and weird with it, I require that check, and I generally make the effect weaker. So I think she was trying to get a lot more light out of it, and I would not probably allow that. She would, yeah, I don't know. Unless she could justify a combo with someone else in the party, someone else's feature that could somehow serve to amplify the light throughout the substrate that is the crystal. I would need something else to get us there. If my hands go really wide, it'll be brighter. Yeah, I need... Because I'm always down for specific but less powerful. I'm always down for that trade. But if you want specific and more powerful, I need someone else to spend a resource in a way that makes sense. Which is kind of the essence of combo moves, right? That's what makes combo moves so cool, is that you both spend a resource and you get an effect that is greater than like the sum of its parts. Like that's what makes combo moves cool. So if I would put it to the players, literally, if she asked me to do this, I would put it to the players and say like, you're not going to get what you want out of that. If someone else can give me some resource expenditure that would amplify the spell somehow, maybe that can work. Something like that. Yeah, that's generally the way I go. Or try an upcast? Sure. Yeah, fuck it. If daylight can't normally be upcast, but you say like, okay, I want to try and upcast it, roll that check that I was talking about earlier. If it succeeds, you're allowed to upcast it. If it doesn't, you're not allowed to for this one circumstance. Yeah, totally.
Liquid is this lake made of?
So as you approach this hard stone surface you guys have been walking on for this tunnel begins to give way into like a coarse sand, almost like a gravelly shore. And it appears to be fresh water. It's clear. The smell is a little musty, but not too bad. And you approach, and you can see there's just very gentle, very soft waves that occasionally lap up on the shore, but only a few inches. There's not a whole lot of motion to the water within this cavern.
Can we see to the bottom? Is that clear?
Yeah.
I've got an idea. I'm going to find a small rock. Oh, go ahead.
Finish my description. So there's this lake circling this large island across the way. You also see on this side of the shore, central, there is a large stone bridge that arches over the lake and makes landfall about roughly 200 feet to the other side at the very, very tip closest to you of this island. It's about 15 feet wide, this bridge, 15, 20 feet, and is an immediate walkway onto this island across.
To call back to a discussion that I had regarding the scale of this underground dungeon, I talked about how I thought that the scale of the first area where like the encampment was too middle ground. I was like, for a cave environment, I would like to see either a smotheringly like tight, like claustrophobic area that makes you feel like you are just being like oppressed and like closed in on, or it should feel absolutely colossal, like you're in a world beneath the earth, you know? Like, I feel like those are the two most interesting cave environments. And you can have small offshoots of those that are more normal cave-esque. Those are good for shortcuts, branching paths, what have you. And this is a great example, just like the Emberhold, like the Dwarven, or the Derugar area, Duragar, whatever. They're both the colossal end of the spectrum, which I think is very interesting. So I really like the setup so far of Yugvaril? I think.
You can see just faintly on the edge of this island a glowing bioluminescent fungal forest that covers a large portion of this island's top side. The edges of it you can see rise up into little like cliffs that have eroded over time and are kind of rather stark in places.
Plants! Look, living things!
It's Clarota? Is this in any way dangerous?
Clarota, as you look over, it's just like kind of gliding into the cavern. It's the closest thing you could imagine seeing a mind flayer to smiling. He's looking about and kind of just, in response to you, a few moments later, says,
"We're near home."
Let's all remember his feet don't actually touch the ground.
Right.
Yes.
Do you know if there's anything in the water?
Dude, I'm gonna sort of preemptively call it exactly what Taliesin is pointing out is fantastic world building. If this is a Mind Flayer colony where they all are levitating constantly and are not touching the ground, it like, except like maybe to sleep, I don't know. There is no reason, you know, if they're intelligent enemies that have fights and where people might try to do an incursion on their home, if they've ever experienced that in the past, it makes total sense for them to cultivate plants that are poisonous to the touch on the ground. Like, they have to have structures still, and those structures theoretically need a ground. But that is fantastic environmental trap building if there is just this like blanket of poisonous foliage across the entire island. That's beautiful, if that is the case. Taliesin immediately points out something that is fantastic, very similar to the Emberhold discussion of like, if there is that lava curtain, like, let's think about ways that we can make that interesting. Let's think about the environment and the inhabitants of said environment and ways that we can use that to make this environment feel real while still putting, you know, TTRPG game traps in our players' paths.
I glance over you.
There are many things in the water.
That's
fish. Oh. Crustaceans.
He points over and you can see there's this small kind of very, very pale, colorless, kind of whitish gray crab that's over to the side that looks kind of weird malformed, like one claw is kind of twisted on itself and dragging behind it, and it kind of skitters into the water. Everyone make perception check.
Oh. Yay.
No.
Oh, natural 20.
Oh.
14.
20.
8.
Oh.
6.
1.
Oh, you two. So as you all kind of walk up to the edge of the shoreline and you're inspecting the water and kind of feeling for it, you look over and on the far left side of the shore, you can see just below the water line what looks like a sunken boat or two.
I can't see shit.
It's mystical.
There's a sunken boat in the lake.
Really? Should I go get
Down
it?
here? Claroto,
Kill it.
why?
It's
Why
a boat.
Why?
Clorota kind of gives you a look.
I do not know. Many things wander these tunnels beyond my kin. We are but one of its denizens.
Who's a good swimmer?
Me. I'm actually a really good swimmer.
Me?
And so is she.
Lady Kiva.
She's
Well, if you guys want to take a look.
I
How do you know if they're swimming though?
run over to the edge of the water and I do a swan dive, and as I swan dive, I turn into a shark in the water.
I run to the water as well and I fucking cannonball.
Well, okay.
So Keela's form jumps into the air, this thin, lithe, half-elven figure that then turns into this giant shark beast that sploosh into the water underneath. A few moments later, big splashing sound.
I'm gonna follow, and I'm gonna stay behind enough to where I can cast within her.
Okay.
So do I have to get in the water also?
Not her best swan dive? You mean like, you know, the general performance with Grog in the background, or does she swan dive often? And it's just on like the lower tier of her future swan dives. Spoilers, Richard.
You still can't quite see what everyone's going for, other than what she said.
Okay. Oh, I'll get a little. I won't jump in quite yet, but
Okay.
I'll get to the edge.
All right. The water is freezing cold.
Ooh.
You could swear this should have turned to ice by now, because you veins certainly feel like they have upon impact. You immediately get over that as you transform into a natural creature that is used to cold water.
Right.
Grog, it's fucking cold.
1.5 inches, me too.
There's a medical condition for a Goliath.
Aren't usually this many penis jokes in a session, folks. This had to be one of those days. So, glancing down below, you get a brief view. You see it too. There are approximately 2.5 boats that are made of some sort of a combination of wood and metal, like a heavily rusted iron. One of them looks mildly serviceable. The other one is broken with a large hole in the bottom of it.
I do a lap.
Okay.
Go check it out.
You kind of look around. There doesn't appear to be much else around it. You do catch what looks like a semblance of a half-eaten corpse, a bone that is just left partially buried in the ground. But you don't know how long that's been there either.
What race is it, Matt? What race is it? I'm sure it's important. What is it, like a half elf or what?
Just bleached bone at this point. Whatever fishes live in this landscape have paid it clean.
So there's nothing in the boats at all?
Nope.
Good times.
Weird.
Awesome.
We could just keep going.
Maybe come back.
Ask him if we can. The bridge is booted.
Okay.
Make a perception check.
Oh.
Make a perception check. I'm dead. Yep.
Yep.
Are you still alive?
Yeah, I'm shivering.
12. The shark, right?
Yeah.
+3.
Okay. You do a couple laps.
Well, a shark can't loot the body. We're really lucky that Vex can't turn into sharks because she would have tried, but
Nothing really
she would have just grabbed the body, taken it back to shore to loot.
catches your eye.
I take a big breath and swim down to where the giant shark is.
Okay.
Did I perception?
You
check
can
also?
also attempt a perception.
This is like 1 out of every 5 games I get to. 12. +0.
You found some boats, yo. Boats. They are broken.
I go and I see the Grog's underwater and I flipper him and I go up under him and I hold on. Here we go.
Giant shark comes up onto you and just kind of nudges you aggressively and lifts you towards the surface.
Dolphin help him a little bit.
Well, you've heard of those. Never mind. I'm just gonna keep going.
All right. You guys all watch as Grog is now riding a shark.
Awesome.
Sharks don't.
So we ask Clarota for the
Right,
bridge.
they don't.
We don't do that.
Yeah,
Shut up.
I mean,
This shark does.
Clarota, is that mushroom forest? I mean, is that your home?
Should we
Is that
go
what we're
there?
doing?
Should we skip it, Clarota?
The forest certainly surrounds the city.
Oh.
I carry Grog over to the island. We
There
pop up on the
are
other
many
side.
places of entry within this cavern.
And you see Clarota kind of concentrate for a second. And within all of your minds, you suddenly have a very clear image of this entire cavern. Its layout, what strange shape it is, where the general overlook is, and as clear as day,
Oh.
You get a map.
you have
Oh.
an entire visual of the inside of this cavern. So you guys reside down here, right by the bridge on this edge of the beach. This green represents the fungus, and this you imagine represents the city, the temple being central to there.
We should not take the bridge. I think we should.
Yes, that's a
definitely
lot
go
of
a
fungus to
different
get through before the city. Why don't we...
My immersion is destroyed and my day is ruined. Very cool map. Very cool. Very nice. I like it. I'm a little bit confused about where they are, but dope. I mean, look, I love me a theater of the mind, but when you're dealing with things at this scale, I do think it is useful to have just like a giant general map. Doesn't have to be this detailed. Draw some squiggly shapes and fucking call it a day. Put a pawn from a chess set on there. You got your party tracker. I mean, I'm a big fan of just abstract things to help orient within theater of the mind to make sure that everyone is like vaguely on the same page.
Are they still down there in the water?
Yes, they are. They're still playing.
Well, let's wait till they get back up before we get into city.
Where are we relative?
Put this down here in case you want
Which theoretically might not be theater of the mind at that point, but whatever you want to call it.
people to see that.
Where are we on that?
Rob, do you guys need any help down there?
Can you pull up any of those boats?
Pull.
Yeah.
Pull them up, Grog. Pull
I
them
like
up.
it.
I know what you're doing.
I go over and I swim Grog over. And can I, as a shark, give like some like shark
Percy, give
push
Rob
from the
a
bottom?
good,
Grog.
Sure. Sure.
Okay. I know I'm the one that's been like, they can do all this strength stuff. Grog is super strong. maybe with like a rope from shore. I might consider that, honestly, but are they going to try to have him swim it up? Do you know how hard it is to carry something while you're swimming? I don't know.
Yes, we have a underwater breathing
kit
that we bought.
We
at
bought one.
The store. There's 2 of them.
Potion?
Sick.
I don't know. We bought one.
I wrote 2 underwater breathing
I
and
remember
didn't
that.
write what it was.
2 underwater breathing biscuits. 2 underwater
Potions. It was
breathing
potions.
waffles. I'm pretty sure it was potions. I'm pretty sure they were potions.
What type of boat is
It was
this?
pre-critical role.
It was.
You haven't had a good look at it yet.
I tried to look, but I'm in shock, so I don't know shit really.
Go on, come on.
Okay, so we swim up to the top and we come back to the shore and you're just in the water still. Yes? What?
What's down there? Do you need help?
It
Should
looks
we go
like
look?
it looks like some kind of boat.
Yes,
That's all you got.
There's boats. We
My
saw
perception
boats.
is shit.
Well, should we try again with someone who has better
You
perception?
want me to go down there?
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pull up one of
Let's
those
do
boats.
it.
Pull up one of those boats.
Maybe we should check out the boats first.
Flank
Gonna jump
this
on my back?
fucking City.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
is that all we need to do? Okay, fine. And I walk over to the thing and I just jaunt off into the water.
Tiberius just slowly disappears beneath the surface. It is cold.
Oh, it's so good. I take out one of my bottles right before I go under. My bottle there.
My what?
Air bottle.
Oh, air bottle. Oh, yeah.
You see the bubbles breaking on the surface, and then eventually the bubbles stop.
Well,
And so,
Tiberius may have drowned. You don't know.
so I,
Also, okay, I actually, so Goliaths have resistance to, if only there was a yeah, they are. Woo, they are complicating this, but players are allowed to complicate shit. That, you know, I'm not even going to criticize that. They're doing something. I don't care how ridiculous it is. They're not just sitting there thinking forever. They're doing shit. They're pulling the boats. Even if they're not using the obvious fucking bridge. I don't know. I do think I do sometimes ask for constitution checks related to temperature. And speaking of ways to let certain characters shine and certain characters not, Grog, as a Goliath, is specifically acclimated to cold temperatures at high altitudes. I'd say that goes for, cold water too. Fuck it, right? Let him shine. Alternatively, a dragonborn? He's not a cold dragonborn, I don't think. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to ask for like constitution saves, shit like that. Maybe start threatening some exhaustion. Maybe start threatening some other status effects. Some disadvantage on any spells that require somatic casting. You can get a little creative with it. I'm just saying.
I can.
Red Dragonborn, no shot. Yeah, he's making a con save. I'll tell you what.
See him.
I just kind of swim over there. I use my tail to kind of swim. I think I'm a good swimmer. And how
he doesn't have a swimming speed, right?
far?
What are we talking about?
I want to swim up to where I can see the boat.
Okay, this doesn't take you too far. Like, it's maybe 60 feet from
Like, I'll say, don't narrate that the water is, like, super duper cold if you're not gonna, like, mechanically, like... I mean, unless you're like, actually, I retract that. You can narrate whatever you want. Build the scene. You don't have to tie mechanics to it.
the edge of the coastline. So
I retract.
Is it darkened? Can I see the boat now?
You can see as long as you're traveling with a light spell going, which I assume you do at most points.
Yeah, I still have my staff.
But yeah, you see there are 2.5 boats essentially. They're large. Looks like they were meant specifically for travel. The make, you're not quite sure where it may have come from.
How large is it?
I'd say it's about maybe 15, almost 20 feet from end to end.
Okay. Okay, so I noticed it, and you're nudging the one that you want, right? Is that what's going on? So I noticed that.
Bless you.
Excuse me. And
pull it up.
Where the hell is my? Oh yeah. I
try and push it.
my hands down and direct telekinesis to lift up the boat out of.
So you're putting your ironstone on as opposed to your.
He gave the other one to me.
Yeah,
Got you.
He has
Okay.
the, I still have it going.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. So you put the awesome, and you.
And I cast telekinesis on the boat to lift it up.
Okay.
And I try and I swim underneath it.
Okay. There's a rustle in the waves on the surface of the water as you see all of a sudden this bowing and splashing begins to occur. The ship begins to rise out of the sediment to the bottom of the lake.
And try just to get right on the lip.
It gets up, it's filled with water, you tip it on its side and spill the rest of the water out. There is still a large hole on the bottom of the boat, like on the inside. And you carry it over
15 to 20 feet. A boat. I'm gonna doubt if he can. Telekinesis is for 1,000 pounds. I would hazard a guess that this boat is more than 1,000 pounds. As a DM, I'm saying, oh, you struggle with it. You struggle with it. You can maintain your grip, but you might need someone else. Fucking, I look at Grog, to really help you get it the rest of the way. I know it's in the water. It's probably maybe somewhat buoyant, so that helps, admittedly. But also, they're talking about him lifting it up in the air and dumping all the water out, which would also increase its weight. I don't know. That's a little sketchy. I don't know. Off in the distance, you notice a huge mass that appears to have large tentacles. Yeah, they've spent too long dicking around with the boat, and the Elder Brain has just come out. Kavarn's like, guys, I told you to come to the temple. What are you doing with those boats?
back to the surface of the shore and rest it gently onto the rocks.
Can you fit that boat in your wheel of mending?
I'm underwater. I'm going to jump back up to the surface.
Tiberius, that was amazing. Welcome to the surface. Can you use your wheel of mending on that boat that you just
Put my
pulled
bottle
up?
away. I don't know. It's a good question. An entire? I mean, I don't see why not.
Percy could assist. He's got some engineering.
Well, I can't help with the wheel, but I could repair the boat.
Oh.
In theory.
Alright.
Percy,
The water's fine. You guys could also just swim across. Also, wait a minute. Okay. Look, I'm all about giving my players vehicles that they can, make their own. I love that shit. I love giving them lairs and airships. I want all of my parties to have their equivalent of the Millennium Falcon, right? I'm so about that. Number one, how are you getting this boat out? Number two, if the idea is that you can't touch the water, you've already touched it. If the idea is that you somehow need to get from where you are to the city without going through the mushroom forest, this boat cannot fly. Third, you know what can fly? Your flying carpet that you have, because it's in the bag of holding, and now you have Grog back. So what are we doing? Also, Tiberius knows fly, the spell. I don't know why. Look, again, I'm all for the players doing ridiculous shit that doesn't matter and waste time as long as they're actively doing something. But I don't understand what the point is.
why don't you give it a whack before we put a boat?
Can you? Okay. Well, I'm gonna make a list of things that I'm gonna need. I may have to send them down for more parts of the boat.
A list of things.
Let's just try the wheel first.
Telekinesis is still in effect currently, so if you wanted to do that now.
Bring up the broken boat.
Spare parts.
It comes back with the half boat essentially that's like cracked in half and part of it's ruined and broken, but there is still a sizable amount of oxidized iron, metal, and wood here that you think would be serviceable for repairs.
Please don't roll a 1. Okay, so I'm going to do a little tinkering and see if I can get this fixed.
Okay.
Unless you want to try the wheel first.
It's up to you guys. So
Try the wheel.
So you're gonna go ahead and make a tinkering check.
I'll do a tinkering check first and then try the wheel.
Why don't you tinker it first?
Okay.
And that's the what do I use as my modifier?
I would say this is a key point in time for a Scanlan song.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes.
Use that Bard against break.
Having to remind the bard to use their primary feature. Classic D&D.
Specifically for stuff like this.
Oh, I do. Yes, I will inspire you. I don't know what to sing. What's a boat song?
Come on.
Yes. How does it start?
I'm not feeling very
Something
inspired.
exciting is waiting.
I'm on a boat.
How does it go? I'm on a boat, motherfucker! I'm on a motherfucking boat! That's all I got.
There you go.
I feel inspired.
I'll give you D6 for that.
Dick's not a
Downgrade.
Man.
Sailing takes me away to where I've always heard.
Okay. That's worth a D10.
Well, if it wasn't Vax singing.
Okay.
Go for it.
All right. What do I add to the modifier, by the way?
Well, you add whatever your tinkering bonuses, which should be your dex.
My dex modifier. Thanks.
Tinkering. What's the Irish name?
Boy, that's Pathfinder shit.
Thank God. 13.
Okay. 13 total?
Yeah, 13 total.
Okay. You take a while with it. It takes a little longer than anticipated, but you have your general tools with you. You hammer away. About an hour and a half to 2 hours later, you're sweating, your muscles are sore, but you...
I'm sorry, they're just hanging out in front of young Varil with all the city of the Mind Flayers, the city that Kavarn is in. When I say, okay, this is probably my lasting critique of Matt during this arc, is holy shit, this is like a vacation spot. This is not a dangerous cavern. This is not a world-ending threat. A world-ending threat should have radiating energies and harms and obstacles. You should have to provide me a reason that you could just chill out for an hour and a half after having very conspicuously dragged 2 giant boats out of the sea. What is going on? If we built a large wooden badger, yeah, fucking Trojan horse him. Oh, what's up, Natalia? Oh my gosh, Natalia from the comments. What's up? Glad to see you. I'm glad that you caught me live as well. Welcome. You'll finally be in a VOD. Let's go. I don't even know what's going on right now. You gave it a weird point. They are doing a bunch of useless shit, and Matt, I don't even need Matt to punish them. I don't believe in like randomly punishing your PCs. But keep the heat on. This should feel dangerous. They're outside of the raid boss's lair. I mean, come on.
I feel like you've managed to get the hole for the most part patched. Now it's just to test its buoyancy.
Do you want to try the mending wheel?
I'm practicing my shampoo flips
now
in the
this
water.
is... My spell doesn't last that long.
Yeah.
What is
Do
shadow?
you want to put it in the water?
Here's my
Let's,
lips.
let's put it in the water and see what happens.
I start
Alright.
pushing the boat back in the water and I jump in and start jumping up and down.
So you jump in, or you push it in, you leap into the boat.
That's the ultimate test.
It gives to the 600 pounds that are grog. It splashes a bit, it lifts, it seems to be holding. It's leaving ripples in the water.
Okay.
Um,
Will it fit all of us, you think?
A less than 1,000 pound boat can hold up a 600 pound person? I am no physics major. I am no buoyancy boy. I do not know about that, Chief.
Let's give it a shot.
I'm gonna stay a shark
Okay.
and
start paddling
follow
away.
in the water.
Let's pile in the boat.
I jump
Maybe.
in.
Okay.
Actually,
Can I tow them?
I was about to say we can make a harness out of rope.
Yeah.
We'll be less conspicuous.
Yeah, you're less, not as much
Shark
rowing.
power is far less conspicuous.
I saunter on the boat
Sure.
next to Grog and go, excuse me, as I open the bag of holding and take out the magic carpet. And I hop on that.
What the hell? Now They're whipping out the magic carpet too? What is good? What's the plan? I don't understand. It goes to the bank of the bridge and then sinks.
I get on
Use
the
the
magic carpet
fucking
with
bridge.
I'd rather be a free agent on this one. I'm
staying in the boat.
Here to fight on water.
I'm setting up a little gun mount on the boat.
I'm sorry, Tiberius. You're not here to fight on water? That was crazy. It seemed like you were prepared to fight in water when you just sauntered into it earlier. There might have been a reason that some enemies avoided the meat mountain that is Grog and the shark. I think you would have been pretty easy picking, so it sure seemed like you were okay fighting in water a second ago. But you had a cool plan to do, so that didn't matter, right?
Nice. Do you guys want to tie
This is a ridiculous point. I'm not even mad. This is just crazy.
the rope and
We'll get
loop
out
it
the
around
rope,
me?
throw out a loop for you to grab.
I swim through the loop.
Get in the boat.
I just want to know which way we're sailing. Are we going left?
Now,
We gotta check it out.
Clarota put the image all in our heads.
See, there's an island over on that side.
Oh,
Let's
that's
see if we
actually
head
not.
towards
Yeah,
that.
let's go to this little slide.
Go that way.
Vox Machina, there is an island. There are also 2 small caves. And,
There's 3 small caves.
where?
That's 2 small caves and then a path.
2
right?
and then rivers and paths out, yes.
Do we want to check them all out?
Well,
Clear out the fog of war.
straight for the big prize.
The fog of war.
Are we all agreeing that if we're all deciding to come...
Dude, yeah, just go straight for the big prize. Again, this is Kavarn, the guy that is like invading minds and turning their heads to soup without even like being nearby. And you're just like, let's just go on a joyride around this cavern. He's like right over there, but that's fine. Matt, come on. Put out some sort of threat. Like, make him... I don't know.
Here or here?
This is crazy.
Well, I think if we can go here to this little island.
Yeah, that's true. He only wants to fight in water when he can use his little air packet and no one else is there. The moment he has help, he's got to go somewhere else. There's gold in those caves. You're right. There's loot. There's loot behind every door. Skyrim syndrome.
I might be able to do some thinky, spyy, scrying stuff before we storm the city.
Well,
what do you mean, Keelan?
How about
Like,
the cave first
well-
and then the island?
I'm a shark, but like
Stay first.
I'm sorry. This was so urgent that we could not even consider going back for help or bringing Kima out or whatever. But now we can take our time, loot the dungeon. Come on. I mean, I know I'm being pedantic. It's probably the difference of a few hours, in-game time. But I'm just saying. The moment loot's involved, their timeline suddenly gets significantly more flexible.
Right cave first, and then we'll go.
And
to the
then
island.
island.
Like fun.
Let's
We
go
head- we
there.
head
Does
towards the
look
right
like
cave
fun.
First, then we go to the
I
island.
think when we eventually want to take the temple and kill this son of a bitch, we probably want the shortest amount of distance on land as possible, which means coming in from the north end where Tiberius is pointing right now.
Coming in through here, which is
Yes.
least resistance.
Yes. I
Directly
agree.
to the temple.
But I think we're all a little slap happy and
That might
curious.
be cliffs on the back end, though, you guys. We
Yeah,
might not
those
be able to
cliffs
scale
can be-
those.
Well, what about this beach?
Best you can tell from the image that was given to you, any of the sections along the edge that have the jagged.
Yeah, Scott. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, most of the advice that I give, I try to give it from the perspective of a home game. And in a home game, a few wasted hours IRL time, it's okay. You have the next session, you have the next, the next week, whatever. Like, it's all right. But in terms of like making a show, yeah, like we've been on this journey to find Kavarn for 9 episodes, and he's right there, and we're just gonna go explore a little cave. Wouldn't last on Dimension 20, I'll tell you that much. This has been a How I Met Your Mother glass-breaking moment of realization for me about how much time they waste. Yeah. I mean, that it is really, really impactful for a show to have like that level of just like options that Matt is giving them. Like, we're just talking about earlier, like, characters need to follow the path, like stay on the path, follow the plot. But then Matt gives them just random bullshit to fuck around with when the main goal is right there. I'm all about random bullshit, especially in my at-home games. But even in at-home games, there is a concept of like everything should be like major impact, major interesting. Even the random bullshit, it should be fucking fast, right? We want to get to the main big interesting things. These smaller interesting things should be quick. So I hope that these caverns are quick to explore. If they are, it could be okay. But I'm guessing by Scott's statement, they probably aren't. So these are good things to keep in mind. We just got green lighted for 10 more episodes for time. Bro, I mean, they call them, there's a literal concept about in TV called bottle episodes, where like they signed on for a certain amount of episodes in a season and they ran out of budget, like making the finale or something. And they have to like make a filler episode that doesn't really impact the overarching plot or arc in any way and is really low budget to film. You'll see it most of the time. The most famous bottle episode is the Fly episode from Breaking Bad, where the entire episode takes place in the lab, in Gus's lab. And it is just like all they had to do was like write the scripts for it and get the actors on set. They did not need anything else. So what you're essentially describing, Richard, is just a bottle episode, but for D&D. Hugely different shows. This is a home game that gets televised. Dimension 20 is an awesome, but deeply not that. I know, Angus. I was being hyperbolic when I said it wouldn't measure up to Dimension 20. That was just a comment on how not confined it is. And I agree, this is much more similar, significantly more similar to a home game than Dimension 20 is. Oh, no worries. Fucking feel free to. I took it respectfully. You're all good. We feel free to debate and go against me. I am not sensitive about it. But no, like this is much more home game, but there is still an aspect of like, even in home games, sometimes you don't want to waste a bunch of time with stuff that is ultimately pointless. If it is pointless, I'm totally down filling areas with pointless bullshit. That's cool. Like, not all of the world is interesting. Like, we talked about it in when we were talking about the map of the Underdark, the first war camp area, about like interesting points. And not every interesting point has to be like an encounter. It could be a funny merchant. It could be, an interesting piece of wildlife. But generally, especially this close to a major interest point, all of the surrounding interest points should be short and quick. Maybe they're interesting. Maybe there's a chest floating in the water. Who fucking knows? But they should be, ooh, that's interesting. Maybe feeds the narrative a little bit. Quick, we're done. We're moving on. Get going. Get going. You know what I'm saying? Keep the pace up. Non sequitur. Did women just get annoyed with pedantic guys like us? Wait, what? And label it mansplaining for PR purposes? No. No, man. I mean, we're getting a tad political, controversial for my taste for this stream. This is, D&D watch along, whatever. I would say no, and I'm gonna leave it there.
Lines are cliffs.
Okay.
But the northwestern edge has a
those
beach.
just fine.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
But we're curious about the island.
We can enter
Let's
here.
sail.
Yeah, we're going to the right
Set
cave. Go on the cave on the
sail.
right.
Avoid.
Towards the island.
Alright. So, Vox Machina, are we going to head around the southern,
Yes.
southeastern edge?
Yes.
Yes.
We're sailing.
Does anyone know how to steer this thing?
I'm
We're
towing
shark
us.
powered.
Oh, towing.
We're being towed.
I'm on
Alright.
the carpet with you.
Yes.
That is impressive.
All right, so you guys continue down the right side of the path. You push off into the water, being towed by Keyleth in shark form.
Oh yeah.
As you push
Do you
forward,
pass without a trace on
She's a shark.
Yep.
You're gonna pass without a trace in your boat? I don't think a boat can pass without a trace. I'm gonna be honest.
Stealthy. As you guys continue
I'll
pushing,
hug the far wall, though.
All right.
I'll hug the wall.
you hug the far edge of the water, pushing across. You find your way around, and as you begin to look up the wall, you can see once again like how these crystalline structures are just spread out across this entire.
I'm loving. I mean, I know that John was saying that this doesn't get fully replaced until I think in the 30s, but I'm really liking the much more consistent and liberal use of this space for not chat stuff. Showing the map, showing their stuff when they're doing pertinent actions. Very, very nice.
Their wall going up. You
Much
can't even
nicer.
see the ceiling of the cavern. It's so high up from your current perspective. It just disappears in the darkness. You continue following the path until eventually you come to this choke point here where the landmass begins to, you can see where the beach begins to press
like
down and
Apocalypse
touch the
Now.
water. As you slowly and quietly make your way around the bend, you look over and you can see the forest. Indeed, they appear to be trees, but now you have a better view of it. You know, maybe about 400 or 500 feet off from you right now. That bioluminescent glow, this very faint glow, is given off by all the plant life, all these giant fungal trees. The roots have these strange, organic, almost like they're gripping the ground. The canopies of them blossom into these strange, almost mushroom-like appendages, these like fungal bursts that kind of stick off the top and form the tree-like canopy. And you can see vines hanging from each of these. It's a very strange alien forest, fauna that even you're not familiar with in your travels.
Cool.
But it does give off this dull color, this faint light source that does tend to give a general visual view of the landscape.
And this is something that I minorly touched on when it came to the Emberhold, of a lot of kind of disparate descriptions that didn't have like a really nice meshing together. Like the fungus is cool, and like the crystals are like theoretically cool. They're at least unique. Well, I mean, not unique. That's my problem with them. But they are something. They are an interest point in the description of this environment. I would probably pick one or the other. Like the forest seems much more cool and unique. If you had started sprinkling that all the way through, which I kind of talked about when I was first talking about the blue crystals, or when they first got into this cavern and they described the mushroom forest, it's like just kind of go with the mushroom theme. It makes way more sense with this giant lake. I don't really get the blue crystals; they just feel like a copy of the red crystals, and fungus can bioluminesce, so they would take over like the same point, and it just makes it feel like a much more cohesive area where we can like focus on like one thing at a time, you know.
On this island, you do see just barely beyond this point, looking across, the tops of a few buildings in the very, very distance. The color of the stone, from what you can make out, is almost like a jade mixed with like a gray marble. And you can just faintly make off in the distance one large pyramid-like structure that comes to a flattened precipice on top. And there's on the island to your left. And there's a very, very faint greenish glow at the very top that matches the coloration of that same glow you saw in the eyes of Queen Ulara earlier and the rest of the denizens that were in her party. As you quietly begin to push along, you come to the point where there's the beach to your right and there's the island to the left. The island, which kind of comes to this incline and then drops off on a cliff on the far side, it has its own kind of encapsulated fungal forest. You can see what looks like a very, very faint bit of ruins on the beachfront that is mostly crumbled and fallen. But for the most part, it appears to be fairly empty, other than the the fungal growth itself. To the right, there is another pebble beach, same kind of consistency as the beach you first arrived on. And here
What's
the
the
stone.
scale? Are we talking Manhattan and Brooklyn or smaller than that?
To put scale, your boat that you found is about that big.
Okay, so it's pretty big.
It's pretty big.
Okay. Should we land on the beach and check out that little cave?
Yeah. Yes, I think that's
All right.
an excellent idea.
We're all very curious.
All right.
I'm not curious.
Man, I wish I could see the scale. I really want to know now how big how big the boat is, because I was not considering it Manhattan, Brooklyn, but maybe with this, I don't know.
Can we, as we're flying overhead, can I get a better look at if there's anything on the beach?
Yeah, as you guys kind of glide down, you look on the beach, you see the ruins, you see, even though there's no real breeze or wind in this cold air, there's like a slight swaying
on the beach,
onto the trees that kind of reside on this.
What about the little islandy the little cave?
On here?
Yeah.
Best you can see, kind of looking down, it's just a plain pebble beach. It's kind of like an inlet there that goes into the cavern interior of the wall.
Open that bad boy. Let's get all open.
For
what?
I don't know.
Cave?
Maybe there's treasure.
Yeah, just for
Treasure.
fun. Treasure.
I already have a ruby. I'm fine.
I'll stay with the boat.
I'll follow it.
It's a
All right, I'll
Should we
go
fly in, Tiberius, and just go?
Yeah, I'm still lost.
All right, stealth and fly in. Can we do that? Is that possible to stealth and fly at the same time?
You can certainly try to keep quiet while doing so. The as the cave that actually opens up on the side of the wall within this cavern is about 20 feet up and about 25 feet across. So you're flying as slow as you can, but you're still only about maybe 15 feet off the ground, 10 to 15 feet. The rest of you going in with.
So, I agree with you, Scott. My problem is, Matt has described things as cities and keeps that definitely aren't. And so I have a general skepticism of his word choice when it comes to that. Like, I see these dots, right? If each of these dots is an individual building. Oh, I wish I could zoom in almost. You know what? We're gonna do a little bit of we're gonna do a little bit of investigation here, because I am similarly curious about this. Oh wait, can I not zoom in on this? Fuck. Oh wait, zoom. All right, that did not help nearly as much as I thought it would. But, okay. This is the temple. So we can keep this in mind when we eventually figure out the, like, actual layout of the temple later and, like, how big it is. But if that is the temple, each of these looks like a building. So each of these blocks is like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe by 3? So maybe like 18 buildings in like a block that sized. I mean, this grouping overall, easily less than 1,000 buildings. Like, I'm way overestimating. Hell, let's call it 2,000 just to be super safe. A place with less than 2,000 buildings is not a city. We're talking about a town, like pretty generously. Depending on these buildings' functions and purpose, this could be a large village. So when it comes to that, I generally, now those blobs, they could be multiple buildings, just kind of blob together. Surprised Kavarn is in the cave. Bummer that you're not prepared. Yeah, it's just not. I know that Kavarn told you to go to the temple, but if you had gone to the temple, it would have actually been fine. I knew that you were gonna fuck off into the cave, so I planted Kavarn there. We need that hierarchy thing you talked about. Exactly. Yeah. That's kind of what I mean, because it's exactly what you're talking about when he uses the word city. When you imagine a city in your brain, and then he shows you this, and he says, that's the city. Woo! This scale just blows the fuck up. Like, this goes into massive scale, if that's the city, and we still have this like giant like wilderness area around it. If that's a town, suddenly this becomes a little bit more manageable. So this is why I use the settlement hierarchy, legitimately, because you can really get a problem of scale in your players' heads if you describe the city around Emberhold and then you narrate like 10 dudes coming out of it when the defending keep, which is not really a keep, it's more the size of like a villa, is now encased in lava. Like, those scales don't mesh with the words that you're using. So yes.
Well, we're on the boat, but Grog and I want to go, right?
I'm coming.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
I'll come.
I think it'll be a quick trip.
But is the boat going up to the beach?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
A vile village.
All right. I scoop up Scanlan and go piggyback style like he's my son. And jump on the beach.
I'll wait to hear.
I will even say, to the point of it like being a village, a town, what have you, when we talk about cities, almost always, I can't really think of an exception. There might be. Most cities will have multiple major landmarks. So if you look at any of the cities from like any of the Wizards of the Coast guides, like Waterdeep or Baldur's Gate, they have the keep, they have the cathedral, they have, the fucking guild marketplace, they have like the crazy fucking Western Gate, Baldur's Gate, some call it. I don't know. Does Baldur's Gate have a gate named after Baldur in it? I don't know. But you see what I'm saying? Like, most cities have a ton of landmarks. When we look at this, the temple's the landmark. Much more reminiscent of a town. Towns normally have the town hall, or like the one thing. Also reminiscent of the Duergar village, where they had like the keep and then the town below it. That's very much, so that's where I come into these like word choices are kind of sketchy. The Crit Roll Wiki says only hundreds of illithids. Yeah. So we really are talking on the level of like a village. So, yeah.
All right. You guys, everyone who's entering the cavern, go ahead and make a stealth check.
Ooh, pretty flashy,
Natural
flashy,
20.
Natural 20.
Scambo.
Go, Jesus.
13.
I'm in the boat.
Stay in the boat.
13.
6.
Oh, wow, we got
27.
All right.
Oh, we are.
As you guys, not so stealthily, begin to march into the tunnel here. You follow it as it kind of bends around a little bit, and eventually it opens up into this larger space. And as you enter the room,
Yeah.
partway
Yeah,
through
Scott.
this tunnel, the scent changes dramatically. That cold, kind of still water smell begins to give way to this terrible, sulfurous, rotting smell. It's near septic. And as you enter this,
Dude, Matt is on fucking parole after this episode. Holy shit, you have moved out of prison and you are on house arrest, baby. I don't know the difference. Actually, I do know the difference. I don't know why I said that. He's not quite out on parole yet, but he is on house arrest. He gets to go home. Oh man, he's been describing smells all over the place this episode. I love this transition. Look at their faces. They are thinking about the environment. They are thinking about what could be causing this, the story, the narrative. Yes!
this room, the smell is dreadful, and you can tell, using your light source over here, there appears to have been some sort of a struggle. There are bedrolls and sheets kind of strewn about and soiled and burned and torn across the floor. There's looks like 3 or 4 different bedspreads that have just been tossed and ruined. You can see a semblance of what was a fire pit, but all the soot and ash has been smeared across the ground to the outside of it. There appears to be like a half-buried, like a chest or a container off in the far corner, and you can see what looks to be 4 dead bodies in like a not too long state of decay. Like you still see flesh and skin, but like there's some bone peeking through, and they're all just kind of slumped against the ground against the
Vax,
corners.
why don't you go mess with them? I'm going to use perception on the chest and the bodies.
Okay.
That is not that good. That is 13.
I'm gonna use the earring of whispers right now and just there's some fun things in here. Grog, you're not wearing it. Someone tell Grog he might need to kill something.
This looks a little dangerous.
All right. I am shocked that they are being so cautious. You know what? You know fucking what? They're being cautious because Matt actually, like, punished their lack of caution once. That's all it takes. And suddenly, their loot goblin behaviors are tempered. They're actually taking it seriously. And again, if he had the heat on them at any point during this dungeon dive, they would not be so cavalier, just flying around. Like, as a DM, you really don't have to be that mean to your players. In fact, I wouldn't be. If every other door is trapped and every third chest is a mimic, you're going to get players that literally will never walk anywhere. But you need to give them enough pressure and danger and heat and consequences to where they will at least think for a moment and not just roll around the map as if they have to go into someone's fucking danger threat radius in order to initiate combat. Hopefully they can get some bolts for that crossbow. Bags. Yeah, that's true. You're right. And that's the hilarious thing, Richard. You don't even need to really punish them. You have to give them the illusion of punishment. You have to give them the illusion of danger and pursuit. There doesn't actually have to be anything behind the curtain. You can curse them and then immediately remove it, and they are still more wary of bodies from now on. It's not that hard to like really make to build tension. Matt's good at it narratively, but in this like overworld exploration, he is just trash during this arc. I assume he gets better, but it is probably the main deficiency I have identified in Matt Mercer up to this point.
We're killing something.
Be ready to run.
I'll come running in.
I'm back in the chest. I take out one dagger and I just throw it at the chest to sink it into the lid.
Okay. All right. So you
from a ways back.
Yep. You take the dagger into the wood. Doesn't seem to have any immediate effect.
It's not one of
Well,
those
yeah, you
crazy
can't
screens.
curse something
Okay,
that
so
doesn't have a
there's a 13
soul.
perception check, I guess, on the chest. So I'll go try to open it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Has anybody run to the back of the cave yet?
Are we all in the
I
cave?
mean, we're on the carpet.
No,
you're on my back,
Grog and Percy
Scanlan.
are still in the boat at
But
this
we're
point.
listening in.
Scanlan's on
Oh,
back.
I'll come running in.
Yeah,
Okay, well, you're in the process of stepping out of the boat at this point. As you begin to approach the chest, you notice one of the bodies shift.
It's alive.
Its head kind of rolls around and looks at you.
Pike?
And Pike, who's still back in the boat with Percy. What? She doesn't have one of the earpieces, so she...
Someone call Pike?
We should
Percy,
go there
I'm
right
dead.
now.
Percy, I'm dead.
All right, we're on our way. Pike, come on.
All right, as you guys get out of the boat and begin rushing in that direction, you notice the one body kind of looking over at you with this weird grin. You've had a few encounters with zombies or undead creatures that unnaturally move. This one has an intelligence to it that disturbs you, and you glance over at the other bodies who are already getting to their feet.
Where are the bodies located?
Good thinking.
We will get to that at the top of our next session.
Oh, nuts!
No kidding.
Yes.
All right, we will need to see. I'm curious about something, right? Because obviously, themes of dungeons and environments is something I'm very into. I've been talking about it a lot, and I am very curious to see, because something that I struggled with a lot when I was first learning and becoming a DM is making random tables that enforce a theme. So like having nice randomness, having wandering monsters, having these things, but theming them all to where they reinforce the overall tone of where we are. And I was worried when he first mentioned zombies. I was like, why? Who cares? I was like, I don't know. That seems kind of whatever. It seems random. I don't really get it. But then he mentioned the more intelligence in them. And I'm like, oh, these could be failed Kavarn experiments or abominations. These could be corpses that Kavarn is animating personally. I mean, it would be weird, but it would at least be kind of on theme and on brand for these monsters. So maybe there are intellect devourers inside of them. I don't know. I feel like there's a way to, even if you want to have zombies, even if you want to use the zombie stat block, and you don't want to change it at all, you don't want to homebrew shit, there are ways to talk about them, to flavor them, talk about them having the same green tint to their eyes that fucking the three people that they fought when they were rescuing Grog. Talk about that green tint to their eyes being on these zombie eyes on these corpses, or maybe their eyes are all black, like the queen when she was being possessed by Kavarn, but they don't seem to be actively being controlled. They're almost like automated thralls. You're building up the mystique of Kavarn, his power that he doesn't even have to be conscious to control these threats. There are ways to work these random or kind of side encounters to build up your main tone and theme. So I'm really curious. The way that Matt narrated that gives me hope that there is something else going on than these just being zombies, and I'm very interested to see what could be going on. Could also be related to the fungal forest. Maybe there are spores in the fungal forest that reanimate slightly more intelligent zombies. Could be cool. But yeah, that'll about do it, unless John isn't here to tell me if there's anything I'm missing. Let's see. Caught up right at the end. What up, SSH? Just heads up, the next few episodes are much longer than the previous. Ooh. 4.5, and then the 2 after that are 5.5? Oh my god, well the next one is Kavarn revealed. Damn, alright. Interesting. Okay. That is good to know. It's very good to know. I'll have to plan those out a little bit better. Or not necessarily better, but depending, when we're in combat, a lot of times we speed up, and especially, I'm seeing the Temple Showdown. We're probably going to be on faster speed for a lot of that, but I'll still have to keep it in mind. Maybe I'll start a little bit early, those ones. Or we might just have to be okay with them splitting into 2. Ugh, I don't like split VODs, but it might be unavoidable. We'll see. Thank you for the warning, SSH. I think we should wrap up with BLM rant on snacking. Let's see. Brennan... The mulligan snacking. Oh, snack rant. Let's see. 152. All right.
Before we finish this up, though, we do have the important question.
Ooh,
what are your favorite GM snacks?
Yeah, Brennan.
Let me be clear.
Oh boy. I have no idea what he's going to say. Almonds? Interesting. I don't have a GM snack. I do not. When I GM, I don't snack. I either eat food. Well, also, okay. I'll put this out there. I don't really snack much as a person. I'm not a huge snacker. So I'm normally we're ordering pizza for dinner, and I'm eating the pizza, and then I'm done. Cosmic rant? Oh boy. I do not have a huge opinion on this. I don't snack. I'm trying to think. I'm not a snacky boy, but it's just my natural inclinations. I don't have a huge opinion on it. I would say, like, generally you don't want it filling up your fucking hole and breaking pace, but we'll see.
This was put into this fucking questionnaire to come for me. And I'm gonna explain something. If you're at home and you're afraid to tell your gaming group that you're a snacker, I've got your back, okay? Because it's okay to fucking snack, all right? When you're out there, let some of us sweat from the moment we wake up to the moment we go to sleep. Some of our bodies are betraying us constantly.
What does that have to do with food?
Would I have chosen this paper white, fur-covered, constantly sweating body?
What? Where's the snacks
wouldn't
coming
have.
in?
Does it require constant almonds? Yes. Almonds all the time. Okay? And I'm not going to apologize because these two fucking elevated beings, these two hovering, what's the, what are the pre-Skexy, pre-mystic light beings from the Dark Crystal? Oh, God. You two, some of us are pod people, okay? I'm a little podling, and I need to snack. If I could have another mouth in my back so that I could, the biggest obstacle in my GMing, all right, is that the same place I talk from is where the food needs to go.
We know what to get him for Christmas.
That's what I was just
saying. So that I can have a friend shoveling salami into an open furnace in my torso.
Maybe that's why you're sweating so much. Is you're constantly chewing and consuming.
I love to snack. To answer your question, almonds.
If you are constantly and forever digesting almonds, maybe that's why you're so sweaty, dude. Oh my God. I've never even heard of someone that likes almonds. To me, almonds are like an ingredient in baking. Who just eats an almond? Like a peanut, a pistachio, maybe. Do they even sell like a bag, like a snack bag of almonds? It's like a trail mix ingredient. You do not just eat an almond. Honestly, salami is the more reasonable of the two snacks that he chose. Brother, am I the crazy one here? I've never eaten a straight almond in my entire life. Blue Diamond, almonds over peanuts. I'll die on that hill. What's going on? Are you guys? Is this like another like Kima isn't actually Kavard? Are you guys gaslighting me? Do people eat almonds just like as a fucking food? It's like I picture almonds as like a fancy like rich person baked good, like topping on like a fucking scone. I walk into like a fucking bakery in Paris and they have a croissant with almonds on top. They just throwing almonds at me. Are these almonds? Yeah. Why do we have them? To eat them. What? Hand me that. How long has this been on our counter? Since we moved in here? I have a Tupperware of almonds that has apparently been sitting on our counter. And Paige was just throwing them at me. Do you eat these? Oh, she did this. They're for aesthetics. They're for faking. They're for making people think we're rich. Toppings? See? You don't just eat them. They're like a topping thing. Oh, she's giving me very non-committal answers. I don't know what's going on. Oh, yeah, she wants you guys to like her. Oh my gosh. Wasabi almonds. It's totally a snack, jokes aside. Cashews. I'm not a big cashew guy, but I know people are. I like pistachios. I don't even know about almonds over peanuts. Richard 100% no excuse now not to eat almonds. Dude, that's crazy. I I had no idea. Oh man. Oh my god, you guys are blowing my mind and my voice and my windpipe. Oh, well, great end. Handshakes all around. We did it. We got there. I appreciate you guys joining. I had a great time. Be sure, no streams and probably like very little content the next couple days over the weekend. I do have some TikToks scheduled to go out. If you do follow me on TikTok. If you don't, feel free, or don't. I don't really give a shit about TikTok. I'm gonna be real. But marketing or whatever. So there's some of that going out in the next few days. So follow me there if you want to see that. They're a little bit too long for YouTube Shorts. Otherwise, I would put them on YouTube Shorts as well. But I will be back on the 31st for episode 9 or episode 10. And then Wednesday, because it's our normal break, we do these in like 5, what do you call them? Episode chunks. Because we do them in those chunks, Wednesday will probably just be a collection of random videos, probably not actually a Critical Role watch, because especially Wednesdays, the 2nd and the 3rd is when Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, and we're going to start the big stream. So, get ready for that. No problem, Richard. Fucking, I love doing them. I love being here with you guys. Yeah, thanks for joining, Natalia. Hell yeah. Go and watch the VOD. Have fun with that. And I will see all of you on Monday. Have a good weekend.